his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the program, we are going to have Phil Steele. Joins me, talks a little college football, get you caught up on some of the teams on the West Coast. Went over Oregon, USC, Cal, Stanford, some of the changes. Big picture, and then went over some games this weekend and who he likes this weekend. So we'll talk to him. We'll talk to Tim Kawakami about what's going on with the Niners after the Giants drop a heartbreaker 6-0 to the Milwaukee Brewers. What's up, Coach?
What's up, dude? I was out grabbing some food for lunch, and I facetiously walked back in. I said, what happened? Game over? Giants won 6-0? One of our digital guys, Jack, said, yeah, and they hit well. They got a lot of hits. Opposite of everything. They're just this team is dead in the water.
Is that what it was? 2 hits?
2 GD hits? Is that what Uecker says? What do we have? 3 hits? 3 goddamn hits?
That's all we got.
Oh, Flem riffed on it? 3 goddamn hits, really?
Yeah. Can't say that. Why? Nobody's listening anyway.
Nobody's listening.
Uecker. They actually had I watched that little half-an-hour special on him. It was on Fox Sports. I think it was on a couple nights ago, recorded it, and then just watched it last night. Yeah, that guy's lived quite a life, man. 90 years old, still doing games.
He's still calling games.
90. I mean, that is absolutely amazing, and he sounds great. So, yeah, just pretty amazing.
He was a player, too, by the way. He's like Dwayne Kuiper in that he played.
Winner.
Yeah, played, and he had to be an infielder. That size, right?
Catcher.
Was he a catcher, really?
Yeah, Aiyuk was a catcher. Yeah. I think he won a World Series with the Cardinals, if I'm not mistaken.
A lot of guys do.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, pretty amazing. And then from there, the stand-up stuff. I think he was on Johnny Carson over 100 times, which is pretty amazing. And then, Mr. Belvedere did that. And then he's got all the great Miller Lite commercials.
He was on Carson over 100 times? I'm a late night talk show junkie. That's pretty cool. That's a good note.
Yeah, I know.
That's a great note.
Just wild to think that,
I got to find some of those. I bet you they have some insane bits that those guys did together.
Oh, yeah.
The way they were riffing on buddies.
They were hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. And the funny thing was, so he did I found this out when I was watching it. He did Mr. Belvedere, all the Carson stuff. And he always asked the Brewers ownership, this is the stuff that I want to do. Do you mind if I do it? And I think Tom Rinaldi was doing the interview, and he goes, well, what if they had said no? He goes, I wouldn't have done it. And he goes, this was always my first priority. This is what I was going to do. And I just wanted to make sure that everything else worked around it. And you're thinking, God, really? You would have given up Hollywood? You would have given up all that stuff? And basically it's like, yeah, this was my first love. I wanted to do baseball. This is my first priority. So anything I had to do, he goes, baseball season was over, went and shot Mr. Belvedere, wrapped that up, came back, and did baseball again. Pretty cool stuff.
I sort of understand that logic, man. As a kid who grew up just a baseball junkie and diehard, the reason I liked football anyway, but neither of my parents' primary favorite sport. My dad's not even into sports really at all. And my mom's favorite sport was football. So we grew up Niner fans for sure. And she was on the waiting list for tickets at the Stick, and we had season tickets at the Stick and all that. But that's the sport that she's obsessed with. So when baseball ended, I got into other stuff just as kind of like a distraction. something to carry me until I got back. Got Nap Lajoie. What do you do when baseball season ends? I stare out the window and wait for spring. I was like, damn, I can't do that. I got to play fantasy football or something. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, if you're seriously, I mean, and that's the thing about baseball broadcasters is one, we've talked about what they mean to you and how they're more companions. But you got a guy like Bob Uecker calling games for all down seasons and great seasons, and we think about the hilarity and the great stories and the wisdom we get from Kruk Kuip and John Miller and Flem, but that guy's been, I mean, because of Major League as well, it put him on the map. But people say that was a lot of improv too.
Yeah, it was.
That wasn't all. That wasn't
scripted. It was all ad-libbed. They just said, "Do you?" And yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you tell Uecker to do Uecker? Just do you. I mean, the guy is a stand-up comedian, and I mean, so yeah, that was a given. And it was gold, too. Just a bit outside.
Ball 8.
How does he lay off pitches so close?
Oh, man. What did you say about Parkman in the second one? And they say the women in Chicago, that shimmy makes them squeal or something like that. They say something like that. Man, that shimmy makes the women scream.
He goes, every time he blows his nose, it looks like a party favor.
Steps up to the plate and says, how's your wife and my kids? Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Tolbert and Copes on a Thursday afternoon. Giants fall in a tight one, 6-0 to the Milwaukee Brewers, losing 2 of 3. A real heartbreaker. By the way, we'll be at the ballpark tomorrow for Giants and the Miami Marlins. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Miami comes inside 58 social. If you happen to be coming out to the ballpark, come on by and say what's up. We'd love to see you.
Or if not, just drop by. Keep us company.
Yeah, throw something at us. Whatever's fun. You can yell when you cruise by.
Yeah, Holer really set up a beauty on that one. Energy should be electric.
Oh, nice. Less than I catch that heat anymore, huh? The energy should be electric. Hey, somebody on the text line checks in and said, hey, watch out. Here comes St. Louis to pass you in the wild card standings. I've not looked at those in some time.
Whatever.
By the way, a Bay Area athlete has signed a huge extension today.
I saw that. The big fella, too. Yeah, he's happy.
We'll get into that a little bit deeper. Any word on Brandon? Any Brandon Aiyuk updates I might have missed? No? Nothing out there? I didn't think so. I didn't think that had gone down today.
I didn't practice again.
Wait, one more time, Derek. What'd you say? Pop on. Derek's got the update for us. Tim, you want to
Big news. He's not at practice today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're starting to stockpile a little bit of money here in terms of fines. I don't know when we'll hear about that, if and when he's going to receive some fines. I guess that was the key takeaway from yesterday, in that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch both said, doctors have cleared him. He's good to go. John dropped the word. That was the expectation about the practicing. Once doctors clear you, that the back is okay. And I saw somebody put out, and people are asking, if you're going Niners deep down, like playing 3D chess, is this what they always wanted? Did they always want him to play on the fifth-year option? No, I think they wanted him here. I think they wanted him here at the right price. But if that's what they're going to do is the fifth-year option, I mean, it saves them money this year. And if he's not going to sign the deal anyway, I mean, I don't know how that hurts you. He's got to play for himself. At the end of the day, as John Lynch said, at some point you got to play.
Yeah. No doubt. And look, we talked to Matt Barrows, talked to specifically Matt Mayoko, that Matt seems to think Mayoko, I think Barrows echoed this, but I know Mayoko said it, that he seems to think that he wouldn't sit out. Like, he's got too much to lose. Like, he's got to get out there and put up some numbers and play well this year if he wants that big contract next year. So I don't know which way. Who knows which way it's going to go? But I guess the next thing is are they going to start fining him if he's not practiced now 2 days in a row and he's been cleared to practice? So I don't know if that tells you anything. If they're not fining him, maybe they're close. I mean, I'm just throwing stupid stuff out there because that's all we're left with. But it's a pretty big risk. I mean, it's a big risk. I mean, if the Niners go out there and start the season like 3-4-0 and they're rolling teams, they're just like, we're good. We're good. And then your leverage just goes whoop, 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 bloop. Like, it's gone. It's almost gone at that point. It's like, bro, you want to sign or you want to play? We're good without you. We're okay. I mean, we'd love to have you, but we're rolling along. So, it's going to get to a point. Or if they start off like 1-2, 1-3, then it's like he's in the catbird seat, baby. And then, of course, Trent Williams, that whole thing. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I mean, it'd be nice if At least Williams signed, but we'll see. Whatever. They'll get it done when they get it done.
Dude, if you could sum up like Tom Tolbert's takes on the Brandon Aiyuk, on basically, it's not even Aiyuk. It's or Trent Williams or Jimmy Garoppolo. It's any saga we've had, at least in the time that I've been with you for the last couple of years, 2.5 years. If you could sum up generally how Tom feels about it, it's that statement right there. I mean, whatever. We'll see when it happens.
Whatever. Just get to the field. I
Just
just want to watch the game.
I mean, whatever, man. Are we going to play football or not? Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon. We are nearing the end of August here, which means football right around the corner. Got a good college slate. And by the way, Derek, is it September 20th? What's the date for Harmony again? I want people to know. Harmony is returning.
September 20th.
September 20th, Harmony's going to return. That's ahead of week 2. Is that correct, Derek?
That's ahead of week 3 when Tom returns.
Had a week. Oh, dude. Harmony said, I'm not coming unless the big fella's here.
And no, she will not be in Minnesota and Detroit with me. I'm not taking her with me.
She's small enough for a carry-on, Tom.
Yeah, you would know, Derek, you SOB.
I don't know. I think she's broken so many rules, I'm not sure she can cross state lines.
Derek, that dirty bastard. He's like, yeah, she could be a carry-on.
Oh, Derek might have her hostage. I forgot about that.
No, dude. She can wiggle her way out of any not Derek in time, I'll tell you that.
She's glad to leave at any time.
Tolbert and Copes. How about this? Brandon Aiyuk not signed, but a Bay Area superstar has signed a massive mega extension. We'll get into Steph Curry and his he's got over $500 million in earnings now in the NBA. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Here's your Brandon Aiyuk update for August 29th, 2024. Hasn't practiced again. Yep, same old story. If anything changes, I promise you will know right here on the home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680.
Yeah, I mean, I can clearly say I want to be a Warrior for life. That's always been my goal. And I'm saying that sitting in this chair right now. But like you said, life and especially life in the NBA, it is a wild environment, and things change quickly, and the league has changed quickly. So we're trying to adapt and evolve. I'll let everybody know if that changes. But right now, like, of course, the goal is always to finish my career with one team.
That's the voice of Steph Curry. I was in a Yahoo Sports interview. That wasn't today, though, right? That was a few weeks back when he said, I want to be a Warrior for life. We didn't sign a contract for life today, but he did get the 38-year-old maximum that you can get, which is a one-year extension if you're as old as Steph is. That was back on July the 9th, the week before Klay Thompson signed with the Mavericks. Steph said, I want to be here for life. People freaked when he left the room. Potentially, I mean, we talked a lot about it. Would he potentially leave after Klay left? And is this something that could be in his future? And we talked about the money. And Tim Kawakami, who, by the way, is going to join us at 3:50 today, spoke to Joe Lacob on his podcast, the TK Show, about keeping Steph Curry for life. And Joe Lacob said he wanted to. Anyway, Steph had a 2-year contract remaining with the Warriors this year and next season. Today it was announced the Warriors have added one more year to give him, ready for it, $62.6 million.
My God.
For the 2026-2027 season. You were born too early, Tom. Steph.
Oh, yeah, I would have been getting that type of money for sure.
Well, dude, you could be getting Mozgov money, which was at least like, he was getting 20. And I was like, that's it. Remember? No. I mean, what I'm saying is, a couple of years ago, I mean, every year now, the TV deals and things are blowing up, and the salary cap and everything goes up. But this is what the max is now for a guy. I mean, we talked $50 million, $60 million. We're talking Brock Purdy next year. It's not that a guy like Tom Brady wasn't worth that money. It's that he didn't play in the time where these things are blowing up to that level. And Tom did, of course, for as long as he did. But you watch the evolution of that position. Steve Kerr's contract, though, does end one summer earlier in 2026. And that's something we've talked about for a while, that their contracts lined up together. What do you think has changed? What do you think changed for Steph to remain a Warrior for one more season instead of seeing where they go? 62.6. That's where I'm at. Yeah.
That's exactly why. Like,
I don't care who's here. I got that. Yeah.
And he wants to be here. Like, his not only is his basketball legacy here, all the stuff he's done off the court here in the Bay Area, like, he's still the one that always kind of, I don't know if reaches out is the right term, but always notes Oakland. Like, he talks about Oakland, does stuff in Oakland, some of his charity work over in Oakland. Like, they haven't, like, moved. Like, he's the one guy. Like, they've moved to the city now, but he still is, like, in the East Bay. Some of him still in the East Bay, and he remembers those days and wants to help out in the East. So he's just, like, he is the Bay Area, and he understands that, and I would imagine he'll probably live here when he gets done. This is where he's raised a family, and this is his home now. And this is where the entirety of his legacy is, on the court and off the court. So, yeah, I think he also probably understands that with this ownership group, they're always going to try to make a run at it. Like, they are going to give it a go. They're not going to say, okay, it's time to retool. It's time to reshape. Let's tear this thing down. They're not going to be the Utah Jazz. where they're trading everybody for draft picks.
But isn't that the problem the Giants have run into? That they were unwilling to, like, we're starting to see it. Like, you look at the Giants, and you see.
Absolutely.
I had this note yesterday in the award-winning Diamond Notes that the Giants entering play yesterday, they had over 500 at-bats from rookies this year, and the OPS was third in the majors for rookies with OPS. The Phillies were, like, first, but they only had, like, 60 or 70-something at-bats from rookies. The Padres had the next highest, and they were in the 700s as well, but they've had a bunch of rookies take 500-plus. At the same time, I'm just saying, like, we're starting to see guys like Grant McCray and Tyler Fitzgerald. I'm not saying they've had enough guys to be ready, but because they didn't commit to a full rebuild because of the success that they had and because the legends that they had in the organization, they find themselves just sort of scrapping at 500 and running into walls year after year after year. Basketball is different, but I do wonder what this means for the future of the team.
Well, basketball, look, I said it 1,000 times seemingly last year. Like, this is the natural life cycle of a dynasty. You hold on to your guys, they get a little bit older, and they're harder to trade because they're making so much money, and nobody wants to take on that salary, and they can't give you back dollar for dollar. So it's just really, really tough. And the biggest difference in baseball and basketball is that baseball, you can trade prospects. Basketball, there are no prospects.
Right.
Either they're on the team or they're not. I mean, I guess they could be in the G League, but those guys aren't viewed the same as the guys that are in the minor leagues. So you can get guys that you think will be future stars, but that doesn't happen very often, if at all, in the NBA, because you can't trade a Steph Curry for 3 young players because the salaries won't match up. In baseball, the salaries don't have to match up. So you could trade your star for 5 prospects, 3 prospects, 7 prospects, doesn't matter. So you can do that. That's easy to do in baseball. Oh, I shouldn't say easy to do, but it's possible to do, and we've seen it done a lot. That doesn't happen in basketball. Like, you got to trade contract for contract. So if you're trading Steph, you're getting 2 guys back. They total close to $60 million. That's just the way it works. So they're probably not going to be young guys. Just by definition, they're not going to be young guys because they got to make a lot of money just to equal what Steph makes. So you're just kind of stuck with those guys, and what you're hoping for is the draft. That's kind of what you're hoping for. Like, you hope you can draft well, or if you're the Lakers when they won the championship with Davis and LeBron, LeBron was a free agent. He wanted to go to L.A. For basketball and business reasons, and then Anthony Davis forced his way out of New Orleans. So Boston wins.
Street clothes, Anthony Davis.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he plays.
How Boston win? They drafted. I mean, they got Brown, they got Tatum, and then they made some really smart pickups in Horford, and then they made 2 nice trades. Porzingis was a good trade for him, and Holiday was a good trade for him. So it's a little bit of mix, but those guys weren't like top-of-the-line supermax guys. I mean, they made a lot of money, but nowadays, a lot of money, you're starting at low end $45 million if you're talking a lot of money in the NBA, like your superstar type money. So it's harder in the NBA because your avenues they're a lot more narrow than they are in Major League Baseball. So yeah, you get stuck and you can't unload these guys because you wanted to reward them. You did reward them, and now they're hard to trade, even if you want to trade them. What are you going to get back for him? Does that make you better? Like, I think the Warriors had a hell of an offseason this year. I like the players that they got. I'm not a huge Buddy Hield guy, right? But I am an Anderson and a Melton guy. But those are like, those are like really good filler guys. Like, they're good basketball players. They are guys that can complement a championship type team, but they're not difference makers. So what does that do for them? I mean, they're okay. I mean, maybe if the rookies take a jump, maybe they could get to, like, I guess 4 or 5. People are saying. I'm not really buying that yet, but maybe if they make a big jump, Bajemski gets better, Kuminga gets better, Moody gets better, and they're all given a chance to get out there and do what they can do and then do it consistently. Maybe. But I was still looking at more of like a 7 through 11, 6 through 11. And that's what you're talking about. You're kind of in that no man's area where we're not bad enough to draft really high, and we're not good enough to really vie for a championship. And that's like the worst position to be.
Especially in the NBA, it's the worst.
It's a worst position to be in the NBA.
There's only 2 draft picks. It's not like the NFL where you can overhaul your team in a big way in one offseason.
Yeah,
in basketball, it doesn't work that way.
Unless you just want to,
tear it down
and do like what Danny Ainge does, just like get draft picks, and then you could do that, but that's not what the Warriors are going to do. That's just not how they operate over there. They always want to contend for a championship. So it's tough. I mean, you get a team. I'll give you an example. You get a team like Indiana, who was kind of in that mix where they weren't terrible, but they weren't really good, and they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we, we got Sabonis, we got Turner, we got 2 big guys, and so they traded Sabonis, which was a good trade for both teams, to the Kings and get Halliburton back. And now Halliburton was on the Olympic team. He's a stud. So, okay, boom. You got your stud. You turned one of your guys who was a really good player into a stud that fit perfectly into your team and does what you want to do. Then you still have Turner, and then Siakam wanted to go there. Like, I don't know that anybody saw that one coming, that Siakam, he didn't even want to go to the Warriors. He wanted to go to the Pacers. So now you have him, and you've hit some really nice players in the draft, some guys that can come in and help you and do different things for you, and made some nice signings. And they're still, it's going to be a struggle for them. Like, they're a good team. I like them. They're one of the most fun teams to watch along with Oklahoma City in the league. But right now, it's like you look at Indiana and you're like, okay, they're good. They're fun. They're exciting. Are they better than Milwaukee? Are they better than Boston? Are they better than Philly? Are they better than New York? Like, so it's hard to move up into that championship level. It really is. It starts with like a stud. You got to have a stud. You just have to. And you can get that through drafts mostly, trades sometimes if a player really wants to go there, like a LeBron, if he really wants to go there. But you look at all the teams that you would say are competing for a championship, maybe outside the Lakers. You look at OKC, they did it through trade. They traded Paul George, a big stud, and they took a chance on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They didn't know he was going to be that guy. He ends up being that guy. So that was a trade. Knicks, Jalen Brunson. That was free agent signing. I still think Dallas screwed that one up, but he wanted to go back home. So he goes back home. LeBron wanted to go to Los Angeles, but all the other guys, Embiid, they drafted him. Giannis, they drafted him. Jokic, they drafted him. Luka, they drafted him. So, it's not just the draft, but mostly the draft. Like, you got to be a little bit lucky that you draft in a year where there is a stud, and then hopefully you get him. Like, Dallas got lucky that people passed up on Luka, and they ended up getting Luka, and now everyone who drafted in that draft would like to have Luka. Like this last year's draft. Like, woohoo, we got the number 1 pick. Okay. What did that get you? I don't think much, but we'll see. 3 years from now, 4 years from now, maybe we'll look back and go, yeah, it was a much better draft than we thought it was. But so, there's a little bit of luck involved. A little bit of luck. 1, there has to be a stud in the draft. 2, you have to hope the ping pong balls go your way. Unlike Boston many, many, many years ago when they were predicted to get the number 1 pick, they didn't. San Antonio got it. They got Duncan. And then look what happens. 17 years, 50 straight wins. Now they had Robinson, but they drafted really well. Parker, Ginobili, picked up some Steven Jackson was like a free agent. I mean, they're a really smart organization. So, it's hard. It's really hard to get back in that mix and stay in that mix. I mean, the Lakers were out of it for a long time before LeBron came. The Celtics kind of fumbled around a little bit, and then they were just in the Eastern Conference Finals, finally got to the finals, lost, and then got back and won. I mean, it's really tough. Phoenix has been kind of sniffing around it for a number of years now. They haven't quite got there. So it's like, as far as I'm concerned, someone who calls the games, played there, wants to see him do really well. Like, to me, I'm just thankful for the 10 years they had. Like, that was incredible. I'm not saying I don't want them to continue to do well and continue to strive to win championships. You do. Absolutely you do. But I'm also realistic, and I think that's where the fan base makes me nuts sometimes. They're just unrealistic. Why don't we get this guy? Why shouldn't we get that guy? We should be competing for championships. We're wasting Steph's last couple prime year. Like, what are you talking about? They won 4 championships during Steph's actual prime years.
Tom, save that thought. Let's get into that. Let's save that thought for a minute. We got to take a quick break. Tolbert and Coates with you on a Thursday afternoon. By the way, Phil Steele at 2:50 talking some college football for week 1 of the college football slate. Tim Kawakami going to join us at 3:50. Had a great piece in The Athletic, and we got to talk about with him some of the general managers and executives who have weighed in on how the 49ers Brandon Aiyuk situation has been handled. But Steph Curry sends a 1-year, $62.6 million contract to be here through 26-27. He'll be 39 years old when that contract comes to an end. Here's the question. Who makes more money in 2026? Is it Steph Curry or is it Brock Purdy? We'll get into that next on The Sports Leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
You know, now we're in a position where as we're watching the playoffs from the outside looking in, you're trying to figure out what it's going to take for us to get back to that level. So I'm taking notes, doing a little scouting just on the fields of how much I miss, that environment, that atmosphere, and don't want, our absence to be another year next year. So trying to get back there.
That was Steph Curry on TNT about watching the playoffs, saying we're not that far away. I mean, numbers-wise, I guess they weren't. Mathematically, they weren't. They were a play-in game. So, yeah, a couple of wins away, you would have been right there. They didn't pass the eye test. And I guess the same issue, and I just used the Giants as the comp, a couple of minutes ago and saying, they're committing to Steph Curry and keeping him around. Baseball, obviously, contracts operate differently. You get a guy for 7 years of control or whatever when you draft him, and then arbitration happens. Giants did a great job for many years of Brian Sabean of buying out big starting pitchers. Arbitration years, did it with Lincecum, did it with Bumgarner, did it with Kane. You get good deals. Did it with Buster Posey, giving him the 9-year deal. The issue is in baseball, oftentimes you pay guys for what they used to do. The difference is that in basketball, you have a player like Steph Curry. He can change the fortunes of an entire season, a franchise, a decade, like we saw happen. The question is, how will he hold up beyond his age 38 season when he's 39 years old, 38 years old, and you're paying him $62 million for a team that needed a lot of help. I mean, again, we talked last year a lot about putting the weight of the offense on Steph Curry's shoulders and the inability to have him carry it for the duration of a season. So that was back in May, by the way, Steph, that cut you heard coming in, talking about the Warriors believing they're not that far away. I mean, you're talking about having to compete in the next 3 seasons, and the question I asked Tom before is, isn't this no different than what the Giants did in sort of refusing a full-on rebuild? And I guess if Steph Curry's on the roster, you can't go with a full-on rebuild. Maybe they lean into that after this. Maybe these next 3 years paint that picture more clearly for them, and they say, you know what? We're through this era. It's time to go into a full rebuild. The two-timeline scenario did not work. We'll catch up with Tim Kawakami. We can talk to him about the Aiyuk stuff as well as the Steph Curry extension. $62 million, 62.6 Steph is going to get. So I asked you before the break, Tom.
$69 million.
So funny.
He's going to make over $500 million. $500 million in basketball earnings. Whew.
It's pretty incredible.
That's live money.
Pretty incredible. I think the 3 guys who've done it are on that. By the way, that's just on court basketball. That's no endorsements or shoe deals or anything like that. Steph Curry, LeBron James, and Kevin Durant, I believe, are the 3 who have reached that level for on court earnings.
Oh, KD's over it. Yeah,
yes.
I saw LeBron and Steph. I didn't know KD was over it, but that makes sense. Wow,
Is that pretty incredible?
I mean that is incredible. Remember when Bob Myers signed him to a 4-year extension for $44 million?
He had the Bumgarner deal. He was making like 11 a year, and we were like, I mean, maybe no 2 organizations have gotten more out of 2 deals that were that team-friendly than the Warriors and the Giants.
Those
3 championships.
Greatest deals in sports.
3 for the Warriors in that same era, right? Maybe it was 2 under that deal. Maybe by the 3rd one. I can't remember if by the 3rd he signed the contract.
Yeah, I'm not sure what deal he was on. I think he was on the first deal for the first one.
Definitely.
I don't know if he was on it for the second championship, but he could have been. Regardless, it gave them time to realize like what he was. And let's also remember, like we should also remember that if Milwaukee chose Steph Curry, Steph would have been a buck. And I know people are thinking, oh, Giannis and Steph. Well, if Steph was on the team, they might not have drafted Giannis because they might not have been drafting where they were drafting. But can you imagine if the Bucks would have said, yeah, we'll take Steph. we'll let you keep Monte. I mean, I'd love to like have somebody put a book together. I wanted to do that with the Warriors. I wanted to do a interview like all the guys on the 2017 team and just find out exactly like how you guys got here, the draft process. Like I really wanted to talk to Steph about the New York thing and then KD.
Why can't you still do that?
I guess I'm not getting a hold of KD. I probably wasn't getting a hold of KD then, even when he played for the Warriors.
Hit Dieter. Dieter can get a hold of him. Dieter and KD. I think he's got a bat phone to KD. I think.
Dieter?
Yeah, he's always talking about.
What did he say? Or did he say he messed up Kurtenbach?
Well, and by the way, this was 2 years after he left the Warriors, and he was like in an interview, and he just like he was sitting there, and we were like, dude, KD. We always talked about how sensitive he was to social media and all that, but 2 years after he left Golden State, in a just sideswiped interview that had nothing to do.
I was disappointed with the Bay Area media because they started mustering up that story after the me and Draymond incident. I was disappointed in them because the Tim Kawakamis, people I would have real conversations with when they walk into the locker room. Dieter, what's his last name? Kurtenbach. Yeah.
I love people with 2 of the most complicated names in Bay Area media, Kawakami and Kurtenbach. You know exactly who they are.
Dieter, what's his last name? Kurtenbach.
Tim Kawakami, 350 today, right here with us on the Sports Theater, by the way. But I mean, maybe you wouldn't get KD in that form. It's a good idea. I mean, you might have some different questions, some insights, some things that you would think about that you knew about or want to know about that other guys would.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it'd be fun to talk to Steve about his decision to go to the Warriors instead of the Knicks. I mean, because he was really close to going to the Knicks. And then the Warriors' decision to to go after Steve because Stan Van Gundy didn't sign. Like, that's who they were going after, and he wanted to be a president too, and they said no, and then he went and became the coach and president of the Pistons.
I forget, I was at that A's game with my buddies, and I was infuriated. I went to the bathroom.
I remember you telling me that.
I was like, what, they're going to go with another guy from TV? This guy's having a coaching experience. Again, two of my worst takes ever were I wanted Jordan Hill over Steph, and I wanted Van Gundy over Steve.
Don't you regret not coming to the net?
I got no problem admitting it takes I was bad. I was totally wrong on. You know what I mean?
You didn't want Bochy either, right?
I do. I was absolutely adamant. I did not want Butch. Like, there's 500 guys going to come here. Just catering to Bonds for a year is what we're doing. If we get somebody who's going to be a pushover, it's the greatest manager in Giants history.
Happens.
I'm thrilled. I'm so glad I was wrong about all of it.
Yeah.
I'm stoked.
No, absolutely. But there's all that stuff, right? Like, it just all of it. Like, Draymond's recruitment of KD, Draymond taking over remember when he took over the starting position? He took over the starting position because David Lee was hurt. And then he played so well, David Lee didn't get the starting nod back.
They flipped his ass to Boston or something, right?
Yeah. I forget. Well, he was there for the first championship.
First. Yeah, he was there for one.
And then Bogut, making the trade. They could have been Steph, but was Monte. And that wasn't received well. I remember I was there that night when Lacob got booed off the court during the Chris Mullin jersey retirement.
One of the most incredible nights in Bears.
Come on, people. This is crazy.
It's a Mullin jersey. That's what everybody forgets. It's Mullin jersey retirement night. He's like, yo, I'm happy to be here. We're going to get a stadium built at Chase Center. Taylor Swift's going to come October 9th. Hey, real quick, I asked you before the break, who's making more in 2026? Is it Steph Curry or is it Brock Purdy? 62-6.
Oh, boy.
It's going to be right there.
I'm going to say Steph. Not by much, though.
Yeah.
And I just put it this way. I wouldn't be making a wager on it because who knows where the quarterback market is exploding, too.
Look what's happened in the last 2 years, right?
Well, that's the thing that's interesting. It's like everybody sees these sports contracts like, oh, man, look at how much money these guys are making. This is ridiculous. Yeah, but the lower-end guys aren't getting that much of a raise. I mean, they're doing just fine, trust me. Not like you're crying for them, but it's the upper crust guys that are really crushing it. Like, look at baseball. There's a lot of guys that are still probably making, $3 million less, stuff like that, but you get $70 million. Ohtani, Soto's going to break the bank this offseason. Judge signed for. So, like, the big dudes are getting absolutely paid. But it's not like the lower end guys are getting paid, and like the kind of the middle tier is usually the ones that take the hit more often than not, which is the case for just about everything. But basketball, I mean, we look at these contracts and go, oh, $62 million.
This is crazy.
Look at Jason Tatum's new contract. Look at Jaylen Brown's new contract. Yeah, but those are the superstars. Superstars have always gotten paid, and they're going to continue to get paid. And then in football, what is it now? It's the quarterbacks and the wide receivers. I mean, the wide receiver market has just gone bananas. It's gone absolutely insane. Ask the running backs if it's trickled down. Not really. Not really. I mean, you look at how crazy that sounds. I mean, Brandon Aiyuk is really good. There's no doubt about it that he's worthy of $28-29 million. And let's even say, if you want to be generous, $30 million. Are you telling me he's worth $10 million more than McCaffrey? And I'm not even sure if McCaffrey's at 20. I know he restructured the deal, but he's probably at 17, maybe 18, I'd guess. I don't know. I never saw the new deal. But let's just say it's at 20 just for the sake of argument. Like, 20 million. Who would you rather have on your team, Aiyuk or McCaffrey? McCaffrey.
8 days a week.
I don't think anybody's going to argue that point, that McCaffrey's more important to this team than Aiyuk. But running backs they used to be the ones that got all the love. They don't get all the love anymore. I mean, linebackers used to get a ton of love. They don't get a lot of love anymore.
15.5, $20 million signing bonus. That's a nice check to get handed.
Okay, there you go. So if he were to make 30, he'd make double what McCaffrey was making. Double for the best running back in the league. So it's just, sometimes you're at a point in time where your max salaries in basketball are exploding for whatever reason. Quarterback and wide receivers are exploding. It's not for whatever reason. It's the way the game's structured, and those are really important pieces, no doubt about it, although quarterback's always been important. And then you look at a sport like hockey, where dudes are signing $9 million deals and they're topping out. Like, they're topping out their sport. 9 years, $81 million. It's like, Steph's going to make that in 1 year.
Yeah, it's wild. It's
like
wild.
One year.
And in baseball, you got to wait like 7 to get a chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
exactly. So it's just, I mean, that type of money is wild. But look, every athlete I think that played could always look and say, "Oh, I wish I would have played today. I wish I would have played today."
Steve Young says it every week to us.
There'll be guys today. There'll be guys that are playing in 2024 that in 2050 are like, "Man, I wish I would have played in 2050." It's like, bro, you're getting like $20 million a year. Yeah, you could have gotten $49 million a year because who knows where the salary is going to go. If Steph's making 62 now, in 30 years, I mean, guys could be making $150 million a year. I mean, think about that. I mean, you get soccer players that are making that type of money.
Yeah.
I mean, they're making. I think Ronaldo's making $200 million a year, like over in Saudi Arabia. I mean, they spend stupid money, but $200 million for a year of soccer. It's insane.
I got him at 2 years. Ronaldo signed a 2-year, $53.6 million deal. Oh, this is years ago. This is before I went to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, you're right. He's over like 200. Messi's doing that too. He like owns part of the gate.
And he owns part of like the league merchandising stuff. It's like, who knows
funny.
what he's making? I mean, it's got to be enormous what he's making, but it's a market. Like it's what the market bears, and the NBA knows. Like I mentioned it earlier, you better have one of those studs, one of those dudes, if you want to win a championship. So when you have a salary cap and you have your aprons and stuff like that, but you're going to give the most money to the top guys, and your top guy is going to get paid $50-60 million a year. So it's wild. But look, they could pay Steph $100 million and he'd be worth it. He would be absolutely worth it, because I've said this many times too. Without Steph, they're still over in Oakland. They're not at Chase Center right now.
Yeah, that's the house that Steph built. I mean, it's the same as Barry. It's the same as Barry Bonds' impact on the Giants. That's the house that Barry built. And Levi's is more, that's the house that... That's just different. It's a whole different scenario.
That's a house.
Ronaldo, 75 a year as much as 200. 75 for on-field only. When we come on back, we'll jump off a little bit of basketball and get into some college football. Week 0 behind us. Week 1 is here. Phil Steele going to join you for a good conversation on Week 1 here of the college football season, and Tim Kawakami then at 3:50 plus Steve Kerr at his usual time. Great day for that. We'll talk to Phil Steele next on the Sports Leader. Steph Curry is staying with the Warriors for the next 3 seasons as he signed a 1-year extension for $62.6 million that keeps him here until the summer of 2027. Let us know what you think about Steph's new deal on our socials at KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is officially college football season. Got a little bit of a sprinkling last weekend, but that was just an appetizer. We get some of the big boys playing this weekend. Some really good games, and should be a really intriguing season, different than any other season that's come before it. And to help us go over it, in fact, you could do that yourself after you listen to this. Go get Phil Steele's college football preview. It is the best preview. It's not even close. I would say out of the top 10 spots, he has 9 of them, and then I'm not even sure who is 10. So much information, you're probably not going to be able to make it through it, but it is the Bible when it comes to college football previews, and he joins us now to talk about the 24th season. Phil Steele. Phil, what's going on?
You know, Tom, it's always a lot better when I'm talking to you, my friend.
Oh, man, I miss talking to you. It's so much fun talking to you and kind of going over college football. And well, let's start with the biggest change, the 12-team playoff. And I think you agree with me that it doesn't change much in terms of how many teams can win it. Like, we don't really need a 12-team playoff to determine who the national championship is, but we don't need 68 teams to determine who the NCAA champion is in basketball. But it should be a lot of fun. Should be for some make for some really cool matchups when it comes to the playoffs. But when all is said and done, it's still about 4 or 5 teams, isn't it?
Yeah, most likely. But I'll tell you what, Tom, talking to the head coaches this year, and I talked to 124 of the 134 head coaches, the group of 5 coaches are just thrilled out of their mind because they know they control their own destiny, win them all, and they could very well be playing in the college football playoff, even though they're a group of 5 team. And fan bases like Ole Miss and Penn State, they're really excited. So I was a 4-team playoff guy for a long time. But after last year, Georgia missing the playoff, where I think they probably would have won the national title had they been in it, I'm all for a 12-team playoff. Should be a lot of fun.
No, I'm definitely looking forward to it. I mean, it's going to be so much fun watching all those playoffs. Well, let's talk about some of the teams that may end up being in the playoffs. Let's start out west with the Oregon Ducks. They moved to the Big Ten, and them and Ohio State are the 2 favorites to win the Big Ten. Dillon Gabriel, I think, is maybe the best quarterback / fit for a program to come into Oregon. I think he's going to fit in seamlessly there. But what does Oregon have, and how about their path to a playoff and possible national champion?
Yeah, they are loaded. And, we might see Oregon and Ohio State play each other 3 times this year. The first one would be during the regular season when Oregon hosts Ohio State on October the 12th. The second one could be the Big Ten title game. And the third one could very well be in the playoff. And wouldn't that be something to have 3 times in 1 year? But Oregon is loaded. Dan Lanning's doing a great job building this team. They've got, as you mentioned, Dillon Gabriel at quarterback. They have my number 1 set of wide receivers in the country, number 1 set of receivers, I should say, led with tight end Terrence Ferguson added in. My number 3 offensive line, number 7 linebackers, and they're also solid on special teams. The biggest game on the season is Ohio State at home. They also have to play Michigan on the road. But it wouldn't surprise me if the Ducks win 11-1 or 12-0. And I think they've got a great shot at being in the Big Ten title game.
What about USC out west? Also moved to the Big Ten. I mean, look, Lincoln Riley, the offense is going to be good. That's not a worry. How's the defense going to hold up in the Big Ten?
Well, last year we saw D'Anton Lynn take over at UCLA, and UCLA went from allowing 400 yards per game to 300 yards per game. It was remarkable. And D'Anton Lynn goes over crosstown rival USC now, and they bring in a ton of transfers, including some UCLA guys like John Humphrey and Kamari Ramsey in the secondary. I think they're going to show the same type of defensive improvement that UCLA showed last year. And if that's the case, as you mentioned, Lincoln Riley knows offense. Miller Moss is going to have a big year. They've got a solid offensive line. And despite losing their Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, I think USC can actually have a better record than last year. Now, I don't know if they're going to contend for the Big Ten title, but I wouldn't put 9 wins out of the question mark for USC. I look for a surprisingly good year.
All right, let's stick close to home just for a couple of the local fans here. Cal and Stanford moving over to the ACC. Before you get into the 2 teams, and I'm curious, I like Troy Taylor a lot. I think he's a really good coach. I'm curious how much talent they have there, and can they take a step forward from last year? And then Wilcox has always been kind of in that middle in the Pac-10, like good enough to beat some teams, but not good enough to really move up in the top 3 or 4 of the Pac-12. But before you get to those 2 teams, Phil, how's the travel going to affect not only Cal and Stanford now in the ACC, but some of those ACC teams that have to come out here and play football games? Is that going to be an impact at all, like on a weekly basis if you're betting a game? Should people factor the travel in?
I would say if there's like 2 trips in a 3-week span, I would factor that in.
Okay.
If it's 1 trip in a 4 or 5 week span, then it's an extra couple-hour plane ride and you can overcome it. But I think if it's multiple trips and like a back and forth, fly out to the East Coast, back to the West Coast, back to the East Coast, that may have an effect on the team.
Okay, so just for instance, Cal goes to Auburn September 7th, then they come home to play San Diego State September 14th, and then September 21st they go to Florida State. So that September 21st game at Florida State, that should be worth keeping an eye on to see how it affects the line.
Yes, I would definitely keep an eye on that and lean with Florida State in that respect, in the fact that Cal's coming off a real tough 3-game stretch. Even with a bye on deck, that's tough to do.
Yeah, absolutely. How does Cal fare in the ACC this year?
I think they're going to fare well. I like what Wilcox has got going on. He brings in Chandler Rogers to battle Mendoza at the quarterback spot. I think that's going to be a great battle. One of the best running backs in the country, Jade Knott. And defensively, last year wasn't quite the normal Cal defense that we've seen. They allowed 32 points per game, but I think they'll be better. I like Cade Olavi at the linebacker spot as a freshman. He was remarkable. I like Craig Woodson at the safety spot. And the schedule's manageable. I do have him a dog in 5 games this year, but I can see him easily topping last year's 6-win total, despite a pretty tough schedule.
And Troy Taylor, I mean, Stanford was they're one of the worst teams in college football last year. They had a rough go of it. It was a scheme change. It was kind of everything change. I mean, NIL has hit them hard. The transfer portal has really kind of hit them hard. But if anybody can handle that, I think it's a guy like Troy Taylor, who's coached at the lower levels and brings some innovation to that offense. Did they take a step forward this year?
Yeah, they definitely take a step forward. I don't think they're quite ready for a bowl game. But going over the team last year with Coach Taylor and this year, last year they lost so many good players that left after they had their Stanford degree. A lot of those guys hit the portal, which makes a lot of sense. Well, guess what? This team and next year's team, they're pretty much locked in because they don't have their Stanford degrees. They were freshmen. They were sophomores. It's going to take them time. So last year they were number 131 on my experience chart. This year they're number 10, a much more experienced team. But as you mentioned, there is a big gap to make up. They were one of the worst teams in college football. I like their outstanding wide receiver. I like MNR. And then you look at the quarterback position. They got two good ones in Daniels and Lamson. Increased probably in the win total, but probably not enough to get to a bowl game. But I like what Troy Taylor's building, and it really sets up well for next year.
Let's get to some of the bigger matchups that are taking place this weekend. I found that at the A&M Notre Dame game, Phil, I find really intriguing because it's an inexperienced Notre Dame offensive line against maybe one of the better defensive lines in college football in A&M. You got Riley Leonard quarterbacking Notre Dame for the first time, and his former coach is coaching A&M for the first time. We know Kyle Field's going to be a madhouse. A&M went from like a 1-point dog, I think, at one point to a 3-point favorite now. How much of an impact is the trenches going to have, specifically Notre Dame's inexperienced offensive line against Texas A&M's defensive line, and how do you see that game?
Yeah, that might be the key to the game there. When you look at it, I've always found that inexperienced offensive lines, first road start where they're dealing with crowd noise, that's generally where they struggle. College Station, for crying out loud, that's probably the loudest venue in college football, especially once they get rolling, and they're going to be fired up for this game. Now, I do think Notre Dame's got more talent. When you look at Notre Dame talent-wise, they finished number 8 in my average game grade at the end of last year. They were a better team than their record. They've got Riley Leonard at QB, but A&M's got the home field edge. They've got the crowd. Mike Elko prepared for Notre Dame last year when he was the head coach at Duke, and, of course, he knows Riley Leonard inside and out. So I think there's a lot of advantages on A&M's side. I have it pretty close to what the spread is right now.
Okay.
I think A&M probably wins. But if if Notre Dame somehow wins this game, this is the toughest game on their schedule. They may go 12-0.
The other big game, well, there's a couple big games I want to get to. Clemson, Georgia, that one's down in Atlanta. 13.5-point favorites are the Bulldogs. I just always wonder about Klubnik. I thought he was going to be a little bit better, but turnover prone is not a good quality to have in your quarterback at any point. Certainly not against Georgia, going against maybe the best quarterback in college football, in Carson Beck. I mean, Georgia's always loaded, but I don't know him as well as I have in the past because it's opening day. How do you view this game?
Yeah, this one, Tom, I clearly like the underdog. When I look at Clemson, I see a team that was underrated last year because they lost 4 games. But in those 4 games, they had a 94-60 first down edge. We're talking about fumbles at the 1-yard line, stopped on downs, missed field goals. They weren't getting outplayed at the line of scrimmage. Not with a 94-60 first down edge. The Florida State game, as an example. They didn't trail a single second regulation. They gave up a fumble return for a touchdown. There's your Klubnik turnover for you. And they missed a field goal at the end of the game. But they were solid. Now, Klubnik last year, his top 2 receivers got injured right at the start of the year. They weren't available. Those guys are back. They added in a tremendous crop of true frost receivers. They actually have wide receivers, something they've been lacking the last couple of years. They've got Moffitt running back. They've got Klubnik. They've got one of the best defenses in the country. The underdog does great in this series, 15-4 against the spread. I like Clemson to keep this one a lot closer than expected. And if you told me Monday morning, hey, there was an upset, Clemson beat Georgia, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I think Clemson's an underrated team.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. What about the battle down in the swamp, the inner Florida matchup between the Gators and the Hurricanes? Cam Ward taking over. They got an all Pac-12 backfield now. I guess Pac-2 now. They got Cam Ward coming over from Washington State. Martinez, the running back, coming over from Oregon State. And I know what Cam Ward and Martinez can do. They're really good. Playing in the swamp's always tough. Napier's got a hell of a tough schedule this year. He needs some wins. Does he get one here?
Yeah, I think both coaches need a win, especially right off the bat. Mm-hmm. I mean, can you imagine if Paul loses this game, what the Miami fan base is going to do? And then look look at the rest of that Miami schedule. They could be favored in their final 11 games. So keep your eye on that this year. But they have a massive offensive line, Tom, and they've got, as you mentioned, Ward and Martinez. They are a team that probably deserves to be favored. But when I talked to Coach Napier this year, I was going over the squad with him. I said, Coach, that schedule, oh, my goodness. He's like, Phil, at the end of the year, you might look at that schedule and say it wasn't as tough as you thought. And the reason he said that is if you look at their home games, Miami of Florida, Texas A&M, Kentucky, LSU, Ole Miss, all good teams, but those were all winnable games in the Swamp. And remember last year, they beat number 11 Tennessee in the Swamp, 29-16, had a good-sized lead at the half. I like this Gator team. In fact, I rate them number 19 in my power poll, talent-wise, but I only have them rated number 48 because of their schedule. Their over-under win total for the year is 4.5. They will top that this year. They're one of my most improved teams in the country. I like Florida to pull the upset and have a better year than is expected.
All right, let me give you one last one. This one will go to the following day as the Trojans take on the LSU Tigers in Vegas. We get two different quarterbacks from last year. Moss for USC, who looked really good in the bowl game, and Nussmeier for LSU, who also looked really good in the bowl game. Now, they're losing some weapons, but which quarterback are you more impressed with, and how do you see this game? I think right now it was 6. Now it's about 4.5.
Yeah, I see these teams as mirror images of each other. Both lose a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. Both had below-average defenses, and I'm being kind there, last year. Both have improved defenses this year. Blake Baker comes over from Missouri as defense coordinator for LSU, and I already touched on the fact that D'Anton Lynn comes over for USC. So I think it's going to be a lower-scoring game than expected. I give the edge to Miller Moss because he's got Lincoln Riley for his tutelage. Mm-hmm. And then you take a look at this game, as you mentioned, it's 4.5 right now. I have to lean with the underdog. I think these two teams are pretty even. I'll take USC plus the points to potentially pull the upset here.
All right, couple questions for you before I let you go, and I always love talking to Phil Steele about college football. It's college football season. A couple underrated teams that may be on the fringes, not as far as national championship is concerned. I was going to ask you that next, but a couple underrated teams as far as week to week, maybe spreads, teams that may be better than maybe even the bookmakers think they are.
Yeah, I'm going to give you two that really jump out to me. The first one is Indiana. Indiana was picked 17th out of 18 teams in the Big Ten. Now, what Indiana did is they brought in Curt Cignetti as the head coach. And last year at James Madison, he had a hell of a defense. Well, guess what? He basically brought his whole defense over with him. This team is loaded with the James Madison players. They've got a quarterback from Miami of Ohio that was the MAC Offensive Player of the Year in Curtis Rourke. They've got a deep backfield and some dangerous receivers. I think Indiana finishes middle of the pack of the Big Ten rather than at the very bottom. They're my number 4 most improved team in the country, and I think the Hoosiers are going to be a spread darling this year. And another spread darling is my number 1 most improved team in the country, and that's East Carolina. Now, East Carolina last year went just 2-10, which Mike Houston had been building that program. They had gone from 3 to 7 to 8 wins. They got to a bowl, dropped down to 2 last year. They got poor quarterback play last year. That's upgraded. They bring in Jake Garcia and Caden Hauser to battle each other. They've got the running backs and the defense, probably the best defense that Houston's had since he's been here, and the schedule got a lot easier as well. It's my number 122 schedule in the country. It wouldn't surprise me if East Carolina went from 2-10 all the way up to 9 or 10 wins this year. Watch out for the Pirates.
Oh, my Pirates. I remember I was on them about 7 years ago, and they killed me every single week. The Pirates. I couldn't get a win with it.
There as a head coach.
Yeah, they kept out gaining everybody and then be -3 in turnovers every week. I go, that can't continue, can it? And sure enough, it
only that happens to us all the time, doesn't
it? It really does. Very sad. All right, for a national championship, I think the favorites that I don't think anybody would be surprised if these teams won the national championship. Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, Bama. I think those 5 people, if they were to win a national championship, people would say, okay, but is there a team out there that maybe isn't one of those top 5 teams that has a chance to sneak in there, win a few playoff games, and get themselves in position to win a national championship?
Yeah, I'm going to take a team that's not even in the top 10. How's that sound?
I like it.
I'm going to take I'm going to take the Utah Utes.
No, Cam Rising.
Remember Cam Rising for 2 years?
Yep.
They won the Pac-12 title back-to-back years. And you could argue that in the bowl games against Ohio State and Penn State, they could easily have won, and Cam Rising not got injured again.
Yep.
Now, he is injury-prone, which is a concern. But last year in August, they lost Brandon Rose as backup quarterback. So last year, they had a pig farmer at quarterback. They completed less than 60% of their passes, had a negative ratio on the year. That's going to be cured. They got Rose as the backup. They also bring in Sam Hurd, who was my number 2 rated quarterback out of high school, originally signed at Washington, was at Cal Poly last year. So better depth at QB, strong at the line of scrimmage, and I think Utah's taken a step down in competition. I thought the last year the Pac-12 was right there with the Big Ten and the SEC, but now they're in the Big 12. I think it's a step down in competition. They get most of the tough teams at home. I see them not only winning the Big 12 and making the playoff, but once they get there, I see them winning some games, potentially even being a playoff contender. Let's keep Cam Rising healthy. I'm knocking on wood right now.
Absolutely. I'll knock on it for you, too, because I like Cam Rising. I like Kyle Whittingham a lot. And for those people that are listening that are thinking, boy, that's kind of a rude thing to say about a quarterback. He's a pig farmer. He was a pig farmer. He was a pig farmer. I was like, we got a pig farmer quarterbacking. What the hell's going on around here? I forgot. I wanted to ask you this because it's a selfish question, Arizona question. I wanted to find out how you think they're going to do, but how shocked were you? Because I was stunned that Fafita and McMillan and a lot of those guys ended up staying. I think they like what Brent Brennan brought, and I think they said, okay, we've started it here. Let's finish it here. Instead of following Fish to Washington, I heard Ohio State might have been after him. I'm sure everybody was after McMillan if he would have went into the portal and decided to leave, and maybe even Fafita. I was surprised. I was happy because I'm an Arizona guy, but I was really shocked that all those guys decided to stay.
And once you know, Tom, the first year I don't talk to you every week, your Wildcats go 10-3 for crying out loud.
How about that?
But, I think that was the key to everybody staying, or the players that did staying, was Fafita and McMillan. Once they saw that those two guys were going to stay, like, hey, why jump ship? We got something going on here. And you know from all the years we've been talking that I'm a big Brent Brennan fan. I think he did a great job at San Jose. I saw what he took over with. I saw what he did as he was there. And I think he's going to do a really good job at Arizona. Now, it was a late coaching change, which I don't like. They did lose some players in the portal, including guys that jumped ship and went to Washington. But it's an Arizona team that I think if they can survive some early road tests, they play Kansas State and Utah on the road. They get UCF on the road, which is going to be tough. TCU on the road. Those are 4 really tough road games. But if they pull an upset or two, they could very well be in Big 12 contention. In fact, Tom, I think when you look at the Big 12, I could probably make a case for 10 teams saying that any of the 10 teams has a chance of contending for a berth in the Big 12 title game.
No, it is going to be an interesting Big 12, an interesting college football season, no doubt about it. Phil, it's always great catching up with you. Have a great college football season. Hopefully get a chance to talk to you from time to time. It's always fun. I always enjoy the conversation, and best of luck this year.
Hey, thanks, Tom. A lot of fun talking football with you, as always.
Thanks, Phil. Have a great day. Always appreciate it. Always great talking to Phil Steele. The man knows his college football. All right, coming up more, Copes and Tolbert right here on the Sports Leader.
Giants dropped 2 of 3 in Milwaukee after a 6-0 loss today to wrap up that 3-game series. They'll come on home to take on the Miami Marlins tomorrow for a 7:15 first pitch. Keep it locked right here on KNBR for everything Giants, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's right around the corner, the best time of the year. That's right, football season is here. College football, a good slate this weekend. We got some pro football, the entire NFL slate going down next week. And last year, over 1 million fans got in on the game by making their picks on Underdog. So you can join in, and you can win up to 325 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite players' stats. Now, if you're going week 1 and you're already looking towards like 49er football, you're looking at Brandon Aiyuk, guys like that, got to be skeptical about what kind of numbers they would be putting up if you're looking for higher or lower on those guys. But you can get it on McCaffrey, you can get it on Debo. Maybe those guys see a larger lion's share of some of that offense as we get closer to the start of the season. We'll find out more. But making picks on Underdog, so simple. It's even easier to get started. All you got to do is go to their mobile app, or you can go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you do sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog will give you a highly discounted pick to use on your first pick of entry, plus a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick and your deposit offer. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Tim Kawakami going to join us at 3:50. Had a great piece in the Athletic today, from last night, actually, after he was at both the John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan press conferences about 49ers potentially just moving on from Brandon Aiyuk. Also in the Athletic today, a good piece from both Matt Barrows and David Lombardi, as well as Ben Standig, about they hold it was their 6th annual NFL agent survey, and they were all pretty split on the treatment or the situation, I should say, of how the Brandon Aiyuk thing has gone down. The agents in general were. So some good comments and quotes. We'll talk to Tim Kawakami about all of that. But before we do that, you just talked to Phil Steele about the college football season coming up. We got a week one this week. Good. Don't we have Alabama Clemson on Saturday early?
No, Georgia Clemson.
Excuse me, Georgia Clemson on Saturday, like 9:30 in the morning.
It's a good slate. It's Georgia Clemson.
I'm going to do a Saturday college football day for sure.
Yeah, followed by Miami at Florida, and then Notre Dame at A&M, and then Sunday is USC LSU. So yeah, I mean it's a good weekend. Just if you want to get some exercise in, get a little walk, get a little hike in, whatever you're gonna do it in the morning, and then come home and just sit your ass on the couch, watch college football for about 10 hours. 'Cause that's what I'm gonna do.
In my NCAA 2025 college football game, I'm the head coach at Miami. Things are not going well.
Not
Go Gator.
It's not going well. I was at Oak State. I was at Oak State and I jumped before things got really bad. I had a couple of really bad recruiting classes. I was like, this thing's going to tank in a couple of years. So I jumped ship and I'm in Miami and I was like, here we go. All right, we're okay. First year's recruiting class, okay, and things are I can't believe they extended me for a 2-year deal. Like I can't. There's no way this thing's going to last. I'm going to be an OC somewhere soon. I'm going to be an OC at an HBCU soon, which is where I came from. It's what I did. It's how I started. So I imagine go back to my roots. That was not a play on words, incidentally. That was not a roots joke.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Wasn't an Alex Haley joke?
Tim in my ear said, no, it wasn't. Tim said, we are Marshall in my ear. Funny you mentioned that, Tim. We're like 10th in the nation in offense when I was an OC at Marshall. Running the air raid, dude. We were just destroying teams. Didn't have a good record, but we were putting up numbers. I'll tell you that. In terms of the college football season this year, what are the biggest changes in college football you're excited for this season, Tom?
I am excited. I mean, this is a year like any other, unlike any other, that you got a 12-team playoff. And for those people that don't know how the 12-team playoff works, it's the top 4 ranked conference winners. So more than likely, it's going to be Big 12, Big 10, ACC, and SEC. So those will be 1 through 4, and depending on where they're ranked, the committee does the ranking and all that kind of stuff, use the computers and whatnot. And then wherever the group of 5, the highest ranked group of 5 winner, I don't know if they're the winner, but the highest ranked team in the group of 5, that's outside the Power 4, will be ranked where they're ranked. Yeah. So let's say Boise gets up to 7. They'll be 7th ranked. They're 9th ranked. If they're outside of the top 12, let's say they're ranked 18th, but they're still the highest rated group of 5 team, then they'll be 12th. Then after that, you go to the
You're saying outside of the top 12, it's the highest ranked Power 5 team.
If they're outside of the top 12,
then they are the 13th.
They are the 12th seed. They're going to be the 12th seed.
Okay,
Other than that, they're going to be ranked where they're ranked.
I got you, because then you're giving conference strength some.
Correct. If Boise's the 10th, if Boise's ranked 10th at the end of the year, that's what seed they'll be. They'll be the 10th.
Because they've earned that to be 10th in the nation.
Correct.
The 10th seed. But if you get to 12 and you're outside of a Power 5 conference, yet you're ranked number 14, a team that is in the SEC and ranked 17 will jump you and become the 12th.
Will jump? No, you will be the 12th. Like that group of 5's always going to make it. The winner, the best ranking out of the group of 5 will always be in the tourney. They're just going to be they'll move to the 12th seed.
Gotcha.
So if they're outside of 12, they're going to be the 12th. Anything else, they're going to be the number that they were ranked. And then after that, it'll just be the committee going by the rankings and who 5 through 12 are, 5 through 11 are, depending on where the group of 5 team is ranked. And then you'll have one game on the 20th, one game on the 21st, or 3 games on the 21st. and those will all be on site. So it'll be 5, 12, 6, 11, 7, 9, or 7, 10, 8, 9. And then after that, they'll go to the bowl games. They'll have 4 bowl games, 4 quarterfinals, I guess they would be. Then I'm not sure. They already have this, but you could check your local listings where the 2 semifinals are played and then the finals. And so that's massive. That's big. Oregon, USC, UCLA, Washington going to the Big Ten. Cal, Stanford, SMU going to the ACC.
Conference realignment, yeah.
Conference realignment was huge.
Dude, SMU.
Yeah, Colorado, Utah, Arizona State going to the Big 12. And Nick Saban, for the first time in seemingly forever, is not coaching Alabama. And Jim Harbaugh, the Michigan Wolverines, last team to win a national championship, is out coaching for the Chargers now. And I think it's Sharon Moore going to be coaching the Wolverines, and Kalen DeBoer will be coaching Alabama. So it's definitely going to be an interesting college football season. Got some new faces. You'll probably have to catch up on a lot of them with the transfer portal. What really hasn't changed is all the teams at the top. Ohio State is still at the top. Georgia's still at the top. Oregon's still at the top. Bama's still up there. Texas is up there. Like the same type of teams are going to be up there. But really, the excitement for me is you're going to lose a little bit of the urgency in some of these games. Like, you don't have to win every game now because of the playoffs. I'm hoping we will get better matchups. I'm hoping we're going to get more, Georgia, Clemson's, and Alabama, Wisconsin, and Texas, Michigan, and Notre Dame, A&M. I'm hoping we even get more of those because teams realize that it's going to be good for recruiting, and it's not going to crush you when it comes to making the playoffs. So I think that's going to be really good too. So I'm going to enjoy that. And then I just can't wait for the playoffs because I don't think it's going to affect who's going to win the national championship. I still think it's like 5 teams. But I've always said in basketball, it's like 10 teams. It's like the same team seemingly
There's
every
more volatility
single year.
for sure, yeah.
Yeah, but we love basketball. I mean, we love the tournament anyway. We love college basketball when it comes to the tournament. We watch it for the upsets. So a chance to watch, let's say Boise, if they were the Group of 5 representative, go down to LSU and play a game in LSU or play a game at Penn State.
That would be so sick.
Yeah, it'd be incredible to watch those
cool.
games. So we're going to get to watch a bunch of games that we don't usually get to see.
There's going to be an element to that we talked about what it used to be in college football and the pageantry and that stuff's going to come back in a different format in not just bowl games but in playoff format. Like really, I think the general point of all this is this is the way it should be. You should give teams an opportunity. And by the way, with the transfer portal and how much volatility there is with mid-majors who will pick up young players now, give them an opportunity to play. David Shaw told us that a couple of times, that there are teams that will go with that strategy now, or schools that will say, look, we know we're not going to get the best talent in the nation, but we can get guys who would be going to these big schools, and now we can tell them, why don't you come here, learn what it means to be a college football player, play for us, get actual film, go back to one of those big schools, and then you can start and play for them immediately without missing any time. I think that's what we're going to see a lot of, and it's going to give the opportunity for those upsets, even though we probably won't see them late into the tournament. It'll be cool to watch.
Yeah, look at a guy like Cam Ward, who's a starting quarterback for Miami.
Yeah.
Came from Washington State. Before that, I think it was an Incarnate Word. What a great school name.
Incarnate Word. They'll flare up in the attorney, by the way, every once in a while.
Yeah, they flare up all the time.
Flare up.
I hate when I get incarnate words. I usually use Tux medicated pads for that kind of stuff. But anyway, it's interesting to watch guys like that. Yeah. Oh, you go down? Oh, they really don't get down that low?
Well, knows where to target exactly. You know what I mean, Downs? He knows where you're hurting.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, look, they're going to have to do something about that, in my estimation, the NIL and the transfer, more so the transfer portal. It can't be guys just jumping around all over the place.
Right.
It should be like you get one free transfer, and then after that you're going to have to sit out a year, because nowadays guys are just going for the most money. And I'm not opposed to that, but I think there's going to have to be some contractual stuff where you sign with a team for 2 years, or you sign, if you want all the money, you got to play here for 2 years. It's something like that, because look, it's like the NFL. Except like the NFL has contracts. And for the most part, guys play under their contracts until the very end, obviously. But they're not jumping around every year. Like, you don't got to look and go, I wonder where McCaffrey is this year. Oh, dang, you went to Dallas? Incredible. And look who we got. Oh, wow, that's incredible. He came here. So I think there's going to have to be something done about that. But I just think it's a really cool time. Yes, you lose the pageantry is gone now, right? The pageantry is over. It just is. This is NFL Junior now. It's exactly what it is. And the lower schools, to your point, are kind of going to be like the feeder schools for the bigger schools. Or be like the minor leagues, basically. Almost be like baseball, where you made a great point. Like, hey, come here and play. Get your feet wet. Get some reps. You don't got to sit behind everybody and play. And then, I mean, look what Cam Ward's done. There were reports out there that he was the highest paid player in the NIL this year, transfer portal. Like, he got a lot. Dylan Gabriel got a ton of money. He started off at UCF, went to Oklahoma, and then boom, on to Oregon. So it can be done. They will find these players. If you're good, you will have a chance to transfer to a bigger school. It's going to be interesting to see what happens to all these schools in about 10 years, because I do believe at some point we're going to get to a Big Ten, SEC, and that's it. It's going to be like the AFC and the NFC. You're going to have like maybe 20, 24 teams in each division. They will have their own separate playoffs, and then whoever wins the playoffs in the SEC or Big Ten, they'll meet each other in the Super Bowl or whatever they want to call it for college football. And I like it. Like, I miss the pageantry. I miss all that stuff. I miss 7 games on New Year's Day. I mean, I do. I really do. But we get to see a national champion now. We get to see the best matchups. We get to see the best teams go at it. The college football playoffs.
And we'll know. You feel like you know.
Insane. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I'm really excited for the season. It's new. It's fun, and I can't wait to kind of get it started this Saturday.
By the way, some new stuff. Coach-to-player communication, unofficially known as the Connor Stallions rule. And you get 2-minute warnings now in the second and the fourth quarter.
2-minute warnings, that's right.
Which will be nice this year. It'll be kind of cool. Tolbert and Coach with you Thursday afternoon. Spoke to Phil Steele. You want to get more on college football, check it out, KNBR.com, and the app where we're also streaming, YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader as well. Tim Kawakami joins us at 3:50 to talk more about the Brandon Aiyuk situation. How about this? When we come on back, could Kyle Shanahan become the Greg Popovich of the NFL? And I don't ask that in the way you might think. I'll tell you what I mean next, only here on The Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes Thursday afternoon. If you're wondering if Brandon Aiyuk practiced today, the answer is no. One of our texters earlier on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-KNBR checked in and said, 415, just so you guys know, just wanted to check in and let you know I'm also not at 49er practice today. So Aiyuk still not showing up. And yesterday, John Lynch said, at some point, you got to play football. We'll talk to Tim Kawakami about that when we come on back at 3:50. But before this, I asked could Kyle Shanahan become the Greg Popovich of the NFL? I'm not talking titles. I'm not talking wins. I'm not talking longevity and legacy. The NFL has announced that broadcast networks are now allowed to conduct in-game interviews with head coaches and coordinators. In-game, like they do with the NBA, right? Plus, TV partners will be able to air, baseball does it now too. TV partners are going to be able to air pregame locker room footage before kickoff, as well as some pregame player interviews. So obviously Bill Belichick would have been the most interesting and fun guy to watch. Don't get me wrong. I'm so excited. If I got to swap Belichick, I'll take Harbaugh. You know what I mean? I'll take some in-game Harbaugh and some pre-game Harbaugh, whatever the hell it is he's got to say. He might have been, Belichick, one of the most interesting and fun to watch do this.
This is crap.
But who do you think would most likely be like Greg Popovich in this scenario? Could be Kyle Shanahan. In terms of whether or not Kyle's going to like doing this, he said in the past he's not a fan of doing these interviews. Here's what he sounded like during a preseason game back in 2022 on Thursday Night Football.
Coach, your offensive starters got a couple of series in. How do you assess what you saw from Trey Lance?
Our whole offense was a little sloppy. You know, our starters got 2 drives. I kept Trey in for 3. Wanted to give him a little bit more experience. Way too many holdings and stuff. We got in a lot of bad situations, a lot of penalties. Wish I could have kept him out longer, but didn't get that opportunity.
Can you put into perspective what this last quarter of preseason football means to some of the guys out there?
I mean, there's guys fighting for roster spots, for practice squad, and really for tape for the rest of the league to see them. I mean, if they're not going to make it here, they're trying to put stuff on tape so they can make it somewhere else. I mean, it's a ton of pressure on these guys right here. Our goal is to get out of this game and not get anyone hurt the rest of the time, but I know a lot of people's career depends on this next quarter.
Thanks, Coach.
No problem. See ya.
Sounded pretty good.
Yeah, he was fine.
He gave good answers. He wasn't
fine.
short at all. Now, in a regular season game, I mean, this preseason wasn't even calling plays, right? I mean, he's pretty lax with us. He was fairly laid back. He gets to focus on different stuff. He even told us, like, it's different when you're not calling plays. He's talked to us in the past about the difference in when we talk about Atlanta and the 28-3 stuff, which, again, is laughable to me. I've never seen an offensive coordinator blamed for a game, for a defense blowing a lead in the way that Kyle Shanahan is blamed for that. Dan Quinn, ultimately ended up losing his job.
He's lost 3 Super Bowls. I'm like, 1, 2.
No, he did not. But
where's the third?
In terms of like how he focuses on a game, it's like, yeah, it's different stuff you have to manage. You're managing everything when you're the head coach versus just being the offensive coordinator. I can't imagine he's going to like doing this stuff. I don't know. I don't think any coach likes doing this stuff or getting away from anything from the game in game.
Yeah, I think the one guy that I would not want to interview,
head coach wise,
in game, yes, one guy, because I just looked at the teams and it just popped out of me immediately.
Okay,
Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, dude, I was thinking he'd be high on my list.
No interest interviewing that guy.
Literally bite your head off.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have any time for you, like at all, like 0 time.
He's pissed in like training camp pressers. You know what I mean?
He does not have good humor, and he's probably one of those guys that's like really funny, like well, maybe not really funny. Oh, we have
breaking news. We have breaking news as it relates to Brandon Aiyuk. Derek, you want to pop on and give us the news here?
Sure. The 49ers are not trading wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk. He has signed a massive extension.
Brandon Aiyuk,
a 4-year, $120 million guaranteed extension with $76 million in guarantees.
One more time, Derek. Brandon Aiyuk has signed an extension.
It's over, everybody.
It's over. It's over.
It's
over.
We did it, Joe.
The 49ers, this is per Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. The 49ers are not trading Brandon Aiyuk. He is staying in San Francisco with a massive extension. This is per Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network. Aiyuk is getting a front-loaded 4-year, $120 million deal. And there you go. Ian Rappaport had it first. And yes, Aiyuk will now practice, reports Rappaport. So it has all come to an end.
How do you know that?
Brandon
What
Aiyuk.
if he's still not going to practice?
That'd be wild. He's like, well, dude, I signed the deal. Why do I got to practice?
Dude, what do you mean? I'm not practicing. You kidding me?
One more time, if you're just joining us, breaking news here. Brandon Aiyuk has signed an extension to stay with the 49ers. 4 years, $120 million. That's per Mike Garafolo and per Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. Immediate reaction to this is, all right.
It's over.
Well, hey, ready? What's the update on Trent Williams, huh? Where's he? Where's Trent Williams? Is he? All right, I'd imagine now this is out of the way. It's a little bit easier to figure out how you navigate the Trent Williams situation, right? Now you know exactly the hard number on Brandon Aiyuk.
Thank you, God.
This is huge news here. We are supposed to be joined by Tim Kawakami coming up at 3:50. We'll talk to him about what this means as he was a little bit skeptical. And I would say that pretty much everybody was, at least in our world here, Tom. And after we heard from John Lynch yesterday, and Kawakami noted this, it felt more like they were further apart than they were coming close to an agreement or a deal, or that there was going to be a resolution. But as Matt Mayoko told us Monday, we were closer Monday and Tuesday than we were any day before that to a resolution. If you're joining us here on KNBR, the home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons, the Niners are not trading Brandon Aiyuk. He is staying in San Francisco. He's getting a massive front-loaded 4-year deal worth $120 million. Whether or not that's the number that like blows the top off of this thing, or that's the number that he was looking for, remains to be seen. Do you have any more details on this, Derek, on the guaranteed money?
Not at the moment, but it's 30 a year. 30 a year for Brandon Aiyuk.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, Derek, look up Waddle, Moore, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, and see how it compares to their contracts. I'm curious because that's kind of the neighborhood I had him in.
Well, DJ Moore's contract was something like 84 guaranteed, wasn't it?
Get all that info for me, Derek.
Derek, you don't just have the contracts off the top of your head? I thought you were my whiz kid, Derek.
Go get it done.
We're not even related.
We're not. Just a coincidence on that.
$76 million in guarantees.
For who? Aiyuk?
Yeah, for Aiyuk.
Is that correct,
Yes.
Derek, for Brandon Aiyuk? So Brandon Aiyuk gets $120 million, 4 years, $76 million guaranteed is the number. So that is right in that window that you were talking about, Tom.
Yeah, it just seemed like it shouldn't have been that hard. It really shouldn't have been that hard. I don't know if they were squabbling over probably the guaranteed money, because really the $120 million, you can almost throw that out the window. It's all about the guarantees in football. So really, I mean, the way I look at it is, unless the last year of the contract is guaranteed, and I don't know how much, how I'd have to look at how it's structured. I mean, you look at it as a 3-year, $76 million deal where you're getting like a little over 25. Because a lot of times they will either cut you the last year or want to restructure your deal the last year, or the player want to restructure the year. A lot of times those type of guys, like premium guys, don't even get to the last year of their deals. Hence his last year of this deal. Didn't get to that one either. Again, I don't know if that starts immediately, or he's going to play for his $15 million this year, and then the extension starts next year. So we'll get some more details. I'm sure they'll be coming out shortly. But yeah, I was just curious how much guaranteed money, because I think Amon-Ra St. Brown was $120 for 4, if I'm not mistaken.
So the way it goes down is Justin Jefferson was $140 for 4. Devontae Adams got $140 for 5. CeeDee Lamb $136 for 4. Amon-Ra $120.01 for 4. So Brandon Aiyuk slots right in behind Amon-Ra St. Brown, which is exactly what we've been talking about.
What was Amon-Ra St. Brown's guaranteed money?
Amon-Ra's guaranteed money is he's at 34.
That's it?
Guaranteed. Oh, sorry, guaranteed exciting practical guarantee 77. So he's $1 million below. Aiyuk
a little bit below.
Aiyuk at 76 million guaranteed.
Okay.
So there you go. So they're right into that slot. Let's take a quick break. We'll get to your calls at 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 after we catch up.
It's over.
With Tim Kawakami, who's going to join us from The Athletic. If you're just joining us at KNBR.com or the KNBR app.
Thank you, God.
Brandon Aiyuk is staying in San Francisco, a 4-year, $120 million contract, 76 guaranteed, right above DJ Moore, right behind Amon-Ra, just like we've been saying for 3 months.
Why was it that hard?
Tim Kawakami next on the Sports Leader. Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network and Mike Garafolo report that the 49ers are not trading Brandon Aiyuk. He is getting a front-loaded 4-year deal worth $120 million with 76 guaranteed. Find out more on the details of that on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life into retirement, it can be jarring, it can be disorienting. Maybe you don't know which way you need to go and when it's time to do it, but it doesn't have to be that way because Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to helping you achieve a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but that all doesn't have to happen in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement confidently and do so on your own terms. So don't wait. Call Greg O'Donnell. I know him. He's great. Awesome dude. See him at ball games. See him around the office here. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group. Give him a call for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or you can visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Well, they say timing is everything. And it's always a good time to have Tim Kawakami on of The Athletic, but no better time than right now, as we just found out. Brandon Aiyuk has signed a 4-year, $120 million deal with $76 million guaranteed. God. Hello, Tim.
See, I decided to get this done before I called you guys.
Congrats.
Let's get this done. Let's get this done. Guys, okay, enough fooling around. I got to talk to Tommy and Adam. Would you hurry up and get this thing done?
I was teasing your piece all day. I was like, check it out. It's a good piece. We'll talk to Tim about it. I was doing it for like 2 hours. Now here we are. Irrelevant.
Well, not irrelevant.
Dang.
Don't say that.
No. You got to read The Athletic. You got to check it all out.
I just say, I am thinking about Jesus, like all that drama yesterday. But
right?
It's with a purpose, right? You have to get sometimes, and this clearly is one of them, it takes drama to get to the final point. But you might not get there, right? If you push it as hard as the 49ers did, and frankly as hard as Aiyuk's been doing on his own, you might blow it up. I think they were really close to blowing it up a couple times. And yesterday was really, 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 really amping it up. And I said at the time in the column, I understood why actually the 49ers did this. They just had to get a decision on this. I thought by Monday at the latest. They probably thought by today at the latest. And they pushed everything onto the table and said, this has to happen. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you want to go out, leave, fine. This has to happen. And they got it done. Sometimes it takes that.
It's interesting because we've been saying for a month, maybe a month and a half, that once Amon-Ra St. Brown signed and DJ Moore signed and Waddle signed seemingly 5 years ago, like it was going to be in that neighborhood somewhere, and it is. It's comfortably right in that neighborhood. I mean, it's almost identical to what Amon-Ra St. Brown signed for. He signed for like $100,000 more, and then guaranteed money was $1 million more. DJ Moore signed for $10 million less for 4 years, but his guaranteed money is actually $5 million more. It just, I don't know. I'd be real curious to find out what happened from both sides, because once the market was set by those guys, because forget about CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson, like that's a neighborhood up above those guys. So what do you think took so long? Because it seemed pretty obvious. This is the neighborhood he's in. Why can't this get done?
Well, there's two reasons. One, the 49ers were not at this number in April, at least, May, when Amon-Ra St. Brown did that deal, $30 million a year. It's not really $30 million a year. I'll only say that once. That's fake money. It's like 26.
Look at it, 77 guaranteed.
Yeah. The guaranteed number is the most important number. The 49ers were not there. They were not. And that's their right, but it's also our right to say, okay, you could have been there in April. You could have done this deal in April. I think they could have. They were not there. It took them this long to get there. And secondly, Brandon Aiyuk had to see what else was out there, and it's up to him. You can criticize him for doing it the way he's done it. I bet you this deal was very close 3 weeks ago, and I think the 49ers thought it was close 3 weeks ago. And got very frustrated when it wasn't, and that's when all the trade stuff kind of popped up. I think there's criticism to be leveled on both sides. This is where they should have been a long time ago. I think that's the point. Like we could have all written this down. Like last week I did this. I went back and I looked at the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal again. I go, you know what? This looks very reasonable. Like this looks like they could. And that was in April, and for whatever reasons, both sides could not get there. I will say this was not the 49ers offer in April. It was not. Yeah. So they had to get there, and I think Aiyuk's camp could say, yeah, we did this to get this number up to this point. I think the 49ers can say, we didn't even know what the hell he was asking for, right? I think they are privately, they don't really know what the number could have been, because Aiyuk really there weren't like counter offers. It just was this, long stalemate staring at each other and the social media stuff, which they did not like. But we can all say this is a logical number. We can all feel it. We can write it. We can say it. It's up to them to get to it. And this is the way it had to go. The Bosa thing took its own path last year. We'll see with the Trent Williams we've seen it with Debo. These things take their own paths. Every negotiation is its own. This one was bizarre, though. This one was really bizarre, and I think came the closest to the 49ers having to just blow it all up. I think they were close to doing it. I really do. And I think Aiyuk was close to saying, get me out of here for, on this trade. It just almost happened, and then they finally got to it. And again, I'm going to give the 49ers, I criticize the 49ers a lot on this stuff. I'll give them credit for saying, okay, this Holden thing, forget about it. You're practicing. If you don't practice, this thing is going to go to, DEFCON 107. And they came close to it, and then it probably was what got them the deal.
For those just joining us, we're talking to Tim Kawakami on the Uma guest line. Brandon Aiyuk signs a 4-year, $120 million contract, $76 million guaranteed. They say now he's going to get.
It's being reported.
This is what's being reported per Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network. Now, Ian Rappaport also reporting just minutes ago, more details is that Aiyuk is going to receive between $47 million. He's going to receive $47 million between now and April 1st of 2025, which is a massive front-load deal. Adam Schefter then reports, in the end, Brandon Aiyuk accepted the same deal that has been on the table since August 10th. That's per sources. His hold-in did not alter any part of the new 4-year, $120 million contract. But your belief, Tim, is not that this is the offer that was there back in April?
I think the numbers, maybe it's the structure again. I wouldn't want to get bored. Yeah, I mean
the 47, the 47 between now and next April.
I don't think 47 up front was on. Let's put it that way. I don't think.
I'm with you there. Yeah. I'm with you there. To pull back on your piece from yesterday, because I do think it's worth reading and how this thing was negotiated. Another good piece out there I'll ask you about from your colleagues Matt Barrows, David Lombardi, and Ben Standig about their conversation with 31 different agents about how this thing went down. It's especially pertinent now, but was your belief after yesterday? I mean, I thought they were further apart than they were close to coming to a deal. It's a bit surprising to me today after what happened yesterday. Was your belief that he'd be traded?
No, I didn't think he'd be traded. I think this was, if he didn't move and they didn't move, I thought this was going to go into the regular season. I think I never thought the trade was most likely unless the 49ers really got upset with him, because they're not getting value back for him. They are not. Like, that was not going to happen. And all this talk, Amari Cooper or whatever, like that, I just don't think that was realistic. And I'm not sure Amari Cooper would have been worth Brandon Aiyuk at this point. So I never thought I always thought the trade was a double bluff. It was his bluff, I want to be traded, and it was their bluff, okay, we've got trades in place. It didn't really work for either side. So I thought this would just, once he doesn't report for like 3 straight days and they suspend him because they cannot have him on an active roster, they cannot be ready to pay him a game check for week 1, then this thing goes on tilt. And I just think that the 49ers were just ready to go there. And, I don't think you were wrong thinking that this was really far apart yesterday. It was emotionally far apart. They were pissed. They were pissed. But sometimes you have to get really pissed before you go, okay, what's our last offer and what's his last offer? Can we do this? Pressure creates deals. Like, this is what they say. And sometimes it blows up, right? I don't think it's wrong to say this was close to blowing up. It was. They felt they had to do that in order. I think they felt they were doing it with all the trade stuff. It just didn't happen. Like, he kind of called their bluff, and they kind of said, okay, let's figure out another way to put some pressure on them. And yesterday was that pressure. It was a lot of pressure. Yesterday was incredibly dramatic. It was. It just was a step they felt they had to take to get here today, and they got there. So I'll give them credit for that. I'll give Aiyuk credit. And we'll see, the dollars. I don't know if this, Schefter is all on top of this. I'm not doubting him. I'm just saying I think if $47 million paid out by April 1 was on the table August 10th, then he should have taken it. and he probably would have. So,
and these are two different reports from two different national guys. It's Rappaport with the $47 million between in the next 5 months, basically. He'd be getting $47 million up front of the 76 guaranteed. Schefter reporting the 120 is the deal that was on the table. But I hear your point in that. That's a massive front load deal, and I can't imagine that he wouldn't have accepted that if that were on the table in April.
Yeah, the structure of these deals, it's just really dependent on when the money's being paid, what the amount is, what you're guaranteed after year 1, what you're guaranteed after year 2. That's going to be the meat of this deal. But let's just say, if it's the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal, If that's what this is, and they were offering on August 10th, then he should have taken it on August 10th. I don't think that's what they're offering on August 10th.
So to follow up on some of that, in terms of how the money is now allocated and where they know it's going, I don't know that we ever knew which one was going to get done first. I don't know if there's a feeling they had to handle this before the Trent Williams situation. But does this give them any more clarity in knowing now officially what you're paying? I mean, I would imagine that this helps them in terms of how they figured that thing out, but the money is certainly a factor. Where does that go, you think? Because that's everybody's next thought.
Yeah, I just think the urgency was there for Aiyuk, and they decided to try to get him ready for week one. It had to be right around now. I think Trent Williams, maybe it's a little less urgent because he knows what he's doing. He can step out on the field without a practice and be pretty good on Monday night, September 9 against the Jets. I would look for that one by Monday or Tuesday. I do not think I've never thought the dollars were that connected, other than in Jed York's mind, just saying, okay, my bank account cannot be lessened by this amount, so I need these two guarantees not to total this. But that's in his own mind. I don't salary cap. No, I don't. I just don't think they ever really were connected. They were two really good players. You're going to pay them what you're going to pay them. I don't think this lessens what they're willing to pay Trent Williams. I don't think this increases what they're willing to pay Trent Williams. This is just the market value. They're negotiating with Trent Williams on just what the dollar is going to be, and again, what the guaranteed dollars is going to be, the most important one, and then we'll see whether that happens by Sunday or Monday. I think they could even slide that one to Wednesday or Thursday because they're playing Monday night. So I don't think they're related in any way except for what Jed York is willing to write a check for. But man, as we keep saying, Super Bowl teams, they're not cheap. To keep this roster together, which they do brag about, and they're acceptable because it's a really good roster, full of superstars. But this is what it costs. If you want to keep these players and you want to keep giving yourself a shot at it, this is what it costs. And with Aiyuk, it seemed to be a logical number all the way along, and they got there, and so I give them credit for that.
Yeah, it's interesting because this one seemed obvious to a lot of us. The Bosa one was different because when you're the top of the food chain, you're not sure where the top is. You're trying to figure out where the top is. And with this one, it just seemed like, and I knew once it happened, I knew I would say, well, why did it take you so long to get there? This was like so obvious that, again, that's the neighborhood he lives in. But now that he's signed it, Tim, and we're talking to Tim Kawakami, the Athletic, nice enough to join us, it's hard to fathom they would trade him next year after paying him $47 million this year. You'd want to at least wait a year, maybe 2 years. Do you think that makes it more likely that Debo isn't here next year, or they're related obviously because it's how much money do you want to sink into a wide receiver room. How do you think that affects where Debo is? And I'm going way down the line here, but I was just thinking out loud, so I'm wondering what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that was the natural idea before all this stuff with Aiyuk got so messy and so uncertain. I think the idea was next year was going to be problematic to keep Debo's cap number on it. Now, they could redo it and lessen that number. Again, like Aiyuk's cap number is going to go down with this deal. It's going to go down next year. It's going to explode after that, but they keep these numbers down because they pay the bonus. If you want to pay another bonus to Debo, you can get that number down. But he's basically in a contract year this year, and we'll see how he plays. They'll see how Ricky Pearsall plays, Jacob Cowing. But yeah, I think it's the likeliest thing is, this is back, you're calling me back to March now when I was writing, it seems likelier than not that Debo probably will not be on this team next year. But again, circumstances change. He's had a great camp. He looks great. Who knows? But, Debo in a contract year could be something special. We've seen that before. But, they're not trading Aiyuk because you get all the acceleration. It's just that's not happening once you do this deal. And he's the guy not to trade. He's 26. He plays all the positions. He's physical. He's a guy you want to be there with Purdy for the next 3-4 years. That the guy circle the guy who's and they just restructured Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, you're not going to ever think about giving up on him, but the one you would is Debo, and that goes back. When you were saying that's what we were saying in March, and then things changed over a few months. But as happens in football, it changes back sometimes. And I'd circle Debo as the likeliest person who, at a big number, and certainly the same position as Aiyuk relatively, He's in a contract year. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Tim Kawakami, the voice you hear on the Uma Guessing. Go ahead, Tom.
No, go ahead.
By the way, hear him on the TK Show. Great podcast. A lot of great interviews. You can read them in The Athletic as well. I mentioned the piece that Matt Barrows, David Lombardi, and Ben Standig did in The Athletic about what NFL GMs, they interviewed 31 of them for their annual agent survey, correct?
Yes, agents, not GMs. Agents.
I said GMs. I meant agent survey, and about how the Brandon Aiyuk negotiations were handled. One of the most interesting things to me is something Matt Barrows said about how different Trent Williams and Aiyuk have handled their holdout/hold-in situations, and about whether or not it's been effective from Aiyuk's position. Obviously, he's going to get the report is $47 million in the next 5 months. Seems like he did pretty well. If this is ultimately what he was looking for, something like this, does this do anything in your experience or in your thought for how players could handle this in the future in terms of how the Niner front office? I don't know that we'd say caved, but how this went down in favor of Aiyuk.
You better be 26-year-old and be really valuable. I'll put it that way, because they've held the line on others, including George Kittle, Fred Warner, who got good deals, but they didn't go this far. And I think it's a value, decision, really, right? Bosa could do it because he was a once-in-a-lifetime player. Aiyuk was closer to the other side on that, but it got to a point where Fournette just had to pay it. And I think Trent Williams, as a future Hall of Famer, is doing something similar. But if you're not one of those guys, they're not doing it. They almost didn't do it with Aiyuk. Emphasize, they almost traded him. I think they were willing to trade him 3 weeks ago. Clearly they were. They put together trades that they were willing to do if Aiyuk would sign off on them. So you got to be Brock Purdy's going to be super valuable next season. So maybe it's a little bit for Brock Purdy. I don't know. We'll see. I don't see him doing the social media stuff that Aiyuk did, but we shall see. Who knows? We can all be surprised. But there are other players are not going to be able to pull this off on them. This isn't how they want to operate. I don't know if this is going to set a precedent, and if someone thinks it's going to set a precedent, they might find out. No, look what they did to Eric Armstead, right? Look what they did to Kyle Juszczyk. You take a pay cut, or you're getting cut. Armstead would not take the pay cut, and he's gone. And Juszczyk did take the pay cut. Football can be like that. Brandon Aiyuk, although as we've said, is more valuable. He's 26. He's part of the present and the future. He does everything they want a receiver to do. So that's the kind of the tangle they were in, because he doesn't put up the receiving numbers that CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson and these others do, but they get more targets. They throw the pass. 49ers threw the ball fewer times than any team in the league last year on purpose. This is what they do. But if you tell them you're super valuable because you run great decoy routes and you block great and you're there every practice, well, maybe you pay for that too, because you can't just say you're not getting the numbers and then tell them, but by the way, the fact that you're not getting the numbers makes you super valuable because you do all these other things. He's valuable. He's 26. He's what they want in a receiver. I don't think they can replace him, and they know it. Are they going to draft Dante Pettis again? Right?
I just told Jesus, Tim, what'd you go in there for? Why'd you have to bring up old stuff, man? You want to talk Terrence Marshall like Krug? I'm in, but we don't.
There you go. We don't got
to bring Pettis into this. Come on, bro.
There's your replacement.
It seems like I wonder, because I wondered this, and it doesn't really amount to much. But if they would have handled this differently, had they already won a Super Bowl. I wonder how much that drives them to, because they're going to, this can't stay together much longer. I mean, they do have guys at the top of the food chain. They got Trent Williams there. Aiyuk is close. McCaffrey is. Kittle is close. Debo's well paid. Bosa is the food chain right now. And then you got Warner and Ward. And if Lenore has a year that we think he might have this year, he may be at some point, something's got to give. And I'm wondering if getting that, when the Chiefs won their first Super Bowl, it's all right, Hill, you want to go, you go, and we got other things we got to take care of. I wonder if teams, once they get that first one, not that they don't want to win, but it's okay, now we can kind of reassess where we are and kind of keep ourselves competitive moving forward. Having Mahomes certainly helps, but I wonder, what do you say, 2 more years maybe? With this, crew that's on there, I mean, Debo could go next year. It could be 1 more year, but at some point, things are going to start. They're going to have to start kind of retooling, and they're going to have to hope Brock is that guy. He might be. He might be that guy. He's not Mahomes, but he might be that guy that can kind of carry other guys. But I think that part kind of drove them a little bit this year, or in this negotiations. Tim, is like, look, we can't get worse. We haven't even won a Super Bowl yet with this crew. We want to win a Super Bowl. Like we should win a Super Bowl with this group. We got to make sure we keep them together until at least we get one. Yeah,
I think maybe with Shanahan and Lynch, that was a big deal. Although I never sensed that from him, but you could freaking coach and GM are going to want we got to win a Super Bowl. Like we need, might help us in 5 plays against the Chiefs. Let's do it. Yeah. I don't know that the organization, it certainly wasn't the word coming out from them. I'll just put it like, if it was rational, you say, who's the guy who's going to be really valuable to us and to a quarterback that we're going to pay $150 million guaranteed next summer? Like, that's a smart way to think about that. Yeah. Can you sign a guy and say he's going to win a Super Bowl for us? You can't do that. You can't, maybe Tom Brady, you could have said that or whatever. But what you can say is what gives us the best chance this year, and then also the next year and the year after and the year after. I think Brandon Aiyuk qualifies on those. And I think that's what is, I don't know that drove the weirdness, but I think they tolerated, even though they didn't like the weirdness more so than they would have with anybody else. And just that thinking, if they'd won a Super Bowl, maybe, again, it could change some things. Obviously, you mentioned Tyreek Hill and the Chiefs, but I think that one was also like, we know how to get receivers there. That's what Andy Reid can do. Maybe the 49ers have had more trouble with that. I think we know they've had more trouble with that. Yeah. It's a difficult thing to try to understand motivations because, a lot of different people have a lot of different motivations or think of things slightly differently. I just think if you're going to sign Brock Purdy to this huge contract, which they almost certainly are going to have to do, then who do you want around him? Like, if Brock Purdy is worth $150 million guaranteed and it's going to be $55 million per year, whatever it's going to be, is he worth that without Brandon Aiyuk next to him next year and the year after? And like, that's kind of the equation I would do. And I think some point of this with the 49ers was the same. When you're paying all this money for this roster, and they don't think this is a window, they really don't. They think they're going to keep being good. That's just what they think. Sure. I think this is the way coaches and general managers think. But to be that team that they think is going to be good every year, what's that formula? It's going to be Brock Purdy. It really is going to be Brock Purdy. And then what fits with Brock Purdy? As much as Shanahan doesn't like thinking quarterback, he wants to think run the ball, be physical, play defense. That's him. He understands. Matt Ryan was the MVP because he had Julio Jones to throw to, right? I mean, that's clear. So what could make, when they're going to pay Brock Purdy $55 million a year or more, what really, really confirms his value like that? It's having Brandon Aiyuk with him and maybe Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and Christian McCaffrey. We know the rest, but man, the guy who's going to be there for 5 years most likely is Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, I mean, look, if I'm paying a quarterback $55 million, you better be good with or without him. I understand where the market is. I know you got to run, but real quick before we let you go, this doesn't have to be in depth, but I'm just curious your thoughts on what it meant that Steph Curry got a $63 million 1-year extension. Is it anything more than, hey, I love being here. We love you too. Here, take it.
Yeah, it's somewhat him, embracing the direction they are. Embrace might be a strong word, but I think he's confirming that he understands what they've done. I think the offseason was solid, not great maybe, but solid. He understands the vision. He understands how hard they tried to get Paul George, how hard they tried to get Lauri Markkanen, which means they're going to be trying very hard to get someone else after, failing to get those two guys. He's in on these discussions. You know that, right? He's in on these discussions. It's like the Clay thing when people are saying, oh, okay, he's going to leave because he's mad about them losing Clay. He got that. And I'm not saying he vouched for it, but he got that. If he had said, you must sign Klay Thompson or else I want to go, guess what? They would have signed Klay Thompson. Or they would have been offering him whatever, and he would have had to turn down more money from them. Like this panic over Steph, I've never really understood it. I get that fans are super nervous about everything at all times, but he wants to be here. He wants to find reasons to be here. He has had them throughout his career, even when things were bad. He loves the fact that he was here to build it at the beginning. He loves it that he's here. He's always been here. He's never been anywhere else. He happens to like the head coach a bit, right? Just a little bit. So, these are things that I think is just being validated by him. They could only give him one more year. This is the way the rules are. If they could have given him more, they would have. If he could have signed for more, I think he would have. And this is just a relationship that has been good to both sides, obviously enormously good to the Warriors. Steph Curry wants to continue it. Why not continue it? It's just the things that we understand, and the paranoia and the neurosis, and they're failing Steph, and they're ruining his prime years. So I just hear all these things. And the person who doesn't think they are, it's Steph Curry. So, and he's the one who's probably the most important opinion on this.
Tim Kawakami, the voice you hear of The Athletic. Tim, always appreciate the time, man, especially today. Super busy with the Aiyuk news. We will catch you later, man.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
Great stuff. Keep reading and following Tim Kawakami. Listen to the TK show. 49er fans, the Aiyuk saga has come to a close, and we'll get your thoughts at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How we feeling, 49er fans? Aiyuk signs a 4-year, $120 million contract, 76 guaranteed, and they are reporting that $47 million of it's going to be paid in the next 5 months. However, Adam Schefter saying this is the contract that's been on the deal since day one, back in April. How we feeling? Chances for the Super Bowl, chances for the season, or are you like me and saying, what took so long? Your call's next at 808 KNBR on the Sports Leader. Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network and Mike Garafolo report that the 49ers are not trading Brandon Aiyuk. He is getting a front-loaded 4-year deal worth $120 million with 76 guaranteed. Find out more on the details of that on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we're always asking about it. It's gone. It's come. What are we doing with the ERC if you didn't get a check?
There's 3 big areas there. One, if you've been sitting back and you've been waiting and waiting, you feel like you're growing old waiting for your ERC check. There's 3 different ways to hurry them up. We'll explain all of those to you. And if you want us to, we can go ahead and say, hey, IRS, and go ahead and hurry them up to get your check to you, because there's a tremendous backlog. Or what if the IRS sent you a letter and said, you don't qualify, you're rejected? You only have 30 days to contest that. And we believe the IRS is using AI, and we're seeing letters that they're sending out disallowing these where they don't have the information to know whether you're entitled to it or not. So bottom line is, we need to contest those. Or if you're being audited, the bottom line, anything to do with ERC, and the program's still open. It remains open until April 15th, 2025. Call us, let us get your money or defend it for you. We're here for you. The only thing you have to do is call us for your free consultation.
Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it. Let him help you. All your tax needs, 188-TAX-STEEL, or you can find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Our long National Football League nightmare is over. The Brandon Aiyuk saga has ended where it began in San Francisco with a 4-year, $120 million contract extension that keeps him with the 49ers through 2028.
That was Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network who had it first. That was Tom Pelissero reporting the report by Mike Garafolo and Ian Rappaport that Brandon Aiyuk has agreed to terms. And I know when we were talking to Tim Kawakami, he said that's the report. I'm going to go ahead and say the report's accurate considering Ryan Williams put out a tweet or an Instagram post with a screenshot of him FaceTiming with Brandon Aiyuk, and it says it took a long time. It took a lot to get that smile from Brandon Aiyuk, so they're feeling pretty good. He's going to get $47 million is the report from Ian Rappaport from now till April 1st. So in about 5 months. And as Kawakami said, in terms of how, like the Schefter statement is that it's the same offer that was on the table. And that's why we're all going, well, what took so long? What took so long? If this is the number that may have been out there since back in April, which is the Adam Schefter report. To Tim Kawakami's point, the breakdown of these negotiations at $47 million in the first 5 months certainly was not on the table, I don't believe, back on April the 10th when free agency started. This makes him the 5th highest paid wide receiver in the NFL right now, slotting him in right behind Amon-Ra St. Brown and DJ Moore with $76 million guaranteed. We'll go out to the phone lines at 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. As Pelissero said, the National Football League nightmare is over. Now, 5 organizations were tied to this, wondering if they were going to get Brandon Aiyuk or if he was coming back. In terms of the nightmare, I think Pelissero's talking about it more in terms of what we were, where, thank God, this thing has come to an end. We can turn our sights to Trent Williams. Let's go out to the phone lines. Lars is in Sonoma. Lars, how are we feeling about this with Brandon Aiyuk?
Hey, how's it going? I think I ran into you a couple weeks ago, and we ended up talking about this. And I think my answer is still the same it was then. Is that it felt like much ado about nothing, and it's sort of crazy that it's the same contract that was offered in April. It just feels like it's sort of just the same thing over and over again, whether it's that this is the same thing that played out with Bosa and Debo, whether it's the same thing that was happening in April. It's just, I don't know, and just that this was like the main story the NFL talked about, like during the deadest part of the summer. It's just, I don't know, it just felt like it's, the definition of insanity is repeating yourself. And even though we repeated ourselves, I think I'm happy that we repeated ourselves this way with Brandon staying in the Bay.
Lars, appreciate the call. 808-KNBR is the phone number to call. Have your feelings about the season changed in the last 40 minutes since Brandon Aiyuk has agreed to a 4-year, $120 million contract? Tom, just your reaction to why it took so long and why it is that we're here with the same number, because we keep talking about that. To me, I guess, like John Lund said something to me on 49er pregame show a couple of weeks ago, where he said, it really comes down to, and I imagine this is important, and this is the case with Aiyuk, is what's that bonus going to look like? What's the check that they're going to hand you? Because guaranteed money is important. But when they hand a guy, when they say Aaron Rodgers, or who was it, Kirk Cousins signed that first $84 million guaranteed deal, and the bonus is enormous, and they hand you that big multi-million-dollar check. This is more than he's made in his NFL career to this point. I mean, $47 million in the next 5 months, sure, that's a big part of it, but in what took so long, to me, the value is he slotted in right where he wanted to be and where everybody thought he belonged, at number 5.
I have no idea why it took so long. I mean, we don't know what the 49ers were offering. We don't know what he was asking. Maybe he was asking more than this. Maybe he wanted more than Amon-Ra St. Brown. Who knows? I have no idea. And I don't have to care anymore. I really don't. I don't care. Because we know exactly what he's making now. All I want to see is him out on the damn football field. Question is now, How's he going to look in game one? We're going to find that out pretty soon. And how is he going to look the first month of the season? So that's what I'm concerned with. But I mean, I'd just be guessing if I tried to figure out what he was asking for, because I don't know if the Niners knew exactly. I think that's probably what the hang-up on this was for so long, was I'm not sure they knew what he wanted. Like, he didn't want to be here, but he didn't want to go to some teams. And then he wanted to go to one team, but they couldn't trade. So it was like, it just was a mess. It just, and it was on and on and on and on and on. And it didn't make it any more easier to follow. Nobody had great information. Anytime somebody came out with information, it was debunked within a couple days. It's like, oh, well, that wasn't true. That wasn't right. That wasn't true. So who knows? It'd be interesting to find out. I don't know if they'll say it, because you're not going to go through the whole negotiation over the air with us and with the media. But I'd be real curious to find out, like, what the hell took so long?
What the hell, bro?
Like, yeah, it's like, it's like looking for houses. It's like, why are you going to that neighborhood? You can't afford that house. Why are you doing that? And why are you going to the trailers? You're not going to live there. Well, of course you're not going to live there. This is where you're going to live. You're going to live right in here. You just do it. Stop wasting my time. And that I almost feel like that. Like, everyone was wasting our time because he was in the neighborhood that he belonged in. And we all knew that's the neighborhood he should be in. We don't know if if they were asking for different neighborhoods and the Niners were offering a different. I don't know. I do not know. But at the end of the day, when you look at the contract, you're like, yep, okay, that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. Why did it take so long? Why did you have to go through all the frustrations? Why did the Niners have to go through all their crap? Why did Aiyuk have to do everything that he did? Going on with Jaden Daniels, talking about Twitter, adding Mike Tomlin.
So he could make $47 million in a 5-month window. That's why. I mean,
yeah, but who knows?
From his perspective,
I'm sure they were offering less than that early on. There's no doubt.
No doubt.
But if this has been on the table for 3 weeks, close to it, then why? I guess the answer was because you didn't have to.
Why would I until I have to?
I think that was probably it. Like, I don't have to right now. I can walk around in my shorts and T-shirt. I'm not getting fined right now. I'm a hold in. I got the back. Oh, man, the lower lumbar. It's so sore.
And now it's feeling good, and they're going to fine you for it. But as Dante Whitner told us,
get your money.
I mean, that's what he told him.
He got his money.
He got it. So now he's back.
He got it. So who knows? But I guess maybe that's it. Like, I don't have to do this. There was not a deadline. Like, when there became a deadline, it got done within 2 days. It got done the second day. There was a deadline. Like, as soon as the meter started running, it was like, okay, now we got the urgency. Now we got to get this thing done. Like, he wanted to get it done because I'm sure he didn't want to get fined. And it was, again, the meter's starting to run now. And the Niners wanted to get it done because it's like, well, damn, we're like 10 days away from opening day. We need to get him back here. So,
and we have leverage here, so let's do this.
Yeah, when both teams feel that, or both sides feel that urgency, that's when things happen. They don't always get done, but they happen. It was like a resolution. Okay, you're playing on your 5th. We're trading you. Whatever. You're sitting out. You're going to make a decision, but there's going to be a decision to be made here. And that's the only thing I can figure is it's like I don't have to do it right now. So, we'll just push it and see if I can get even more. Maybe he settled for a little less. I don't know that. And I would expect the same with Trent Williams. It'll be like, okay, when I need to be there and feel like I need to be there to get ready for the game and they feel like they want me here, that's when they'll get it done. So
808 KNBR is the number to call, 415-808-5627. Are you feeling better than you were an hour ago, Niner fans, after Aiyuk has agreed to a 4-year deal? Let's go to Brett in Walnut Creek. Brett, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Definitely feeling better, and I think, Tom, you nailed it. It's neither side had to do anything right away, right? The Niners like, well, we don't really. We'll offer you a little, maybe a low ball, and Brand's like, well, I don't really need to do anything either. The thing that I'm curious about is how much the Brock Purdy process and thought and what we have to pay him came into play, because that was my thing in the beginning. It's like, guys, why are we worried about what we need to pay Brock Purdy? If our number is 75, 78 million between, let's call it, top wide receiver and top quarterback, I think Brock's going to be okay being the number 5 paid quarterback. I don't think Brock is thinking like, well, God, I got to be number 1. I got to be ahead of Lamar. I got to be ahead of Josh Allen. I got to be ahead of Mahomes. I got to be ahead of 2. No, he would have been fine probably, 44, 47, 48 million. So if your number was 78, you got Aiyuk at 30, you got Purdy at 48. I think that's a pretty darn good deal. So, again, mine was the same with you guys. What took so long? If at the end of the day you're going to end up where you thought you were going to, playing poker, right? Split pot, right, Tom?
Split pot. Go ahead. Go ahead and have it. We're done. Let's go ahead and have it.
It'd be nice if there's a third guy in there that you get some of his money, though, too. That'd be cool if people had, at least called the blind or something, so you're making a little bit. Brad, appreciate the call, man.
I don't mind getting some of the rake.
Yeah, I'll take some of the rake. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Aiyuk signs a 4-year, $120 million contract, 5th highest paid average per year in the NFL. 49er fans, your thoughts next. Does this open things up for Trent Williams officially signing this contract? And maybe they were looking to get an Aiyuk deal done first to know what they can do with Trent. Your thoughts and your calls next at 808 KNBR, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Do you know how many devices the average home has connected to the Wi-Fi? Have you even thought about it? No? Neither have I, to be honest with you. I mean, who thinks about stuff like that? I don't. But now that it's brought to my attention, I just look around the room. There's 4 devices right here. Boom, 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 bing, bang, bow. 4 of them right there. There's probably 4 or 5 in each room. That's probably 20 devices that are in the house on the Wi-Fi. You think that's a lot? It is, but they can handle much more. Xfinity Wi-Fi can handle up to hundreds of devices. So you don't worry about people in the house gaming, streaming, maybe downloading stuff. I don't know, using the printer, just surfing the net, if that's a thing anymore. Who knows? Everybody's on the Wi-Fi, though. Everything's connected to the Wi-Fi. Heck, even your refrigerator can be connected. Your washing machine connected. Everything's connected to the Wi-Fi now. But don't worry about it. That's why they've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. Like real. That. You know what that is? Real talk. You know what that was? Stupid. Why did I say it? I have no idea. Now through September 21st, new customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 monthly value included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Want a footlog? And then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today and make the switch. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love having your Wi-Fi take care of everything your Wi-Fi should be taken care of, which is everything. You will love Xfinity.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
4 years, $120 million for Brandon Aiyuk has to be a massive win, and it took so long for the 49ers to get here. This had so many different iterations, guys. And this deal, which, by the way, gets Brandon Aiyuk $47 million between now and April 1st of 2025. You know, there was a time I really wondered, would they get to 30? I believe at one point in late July, it was $27 million a year. That's the offer. They worked, and they kept grinding.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. As John Lynch actually yesterday in his press conference did say, when it felt like things were further apart than that they were coming closer to an end, he said, some things have to get dire before they come together and become okay. And from Brandon Aiyuk's perspective, this has to be a win. As Rappaport reporting, it's a front-loaded deal, and he'll get $47 million between now and April the 1st. 808 KNBR, does this open things up for Trent Williams signing? I would hope so. I would imagine so, now that they know exactly what they're doing with Brandon Aiyuk. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Mark is in Santa Rosa. Mark in Santa Rosa, about an hour ago, I wouldn't say I was feeling bad about the Niners season, but I'm feeling better about it now. Where are you?
I'm doing good. I feel better about it. I told the screener that there's no such thing as a sure thing, but I guess the sure thing is that he's healthy, and they're worried about, okay, we're going to have to pay Brock later, but we got Aiyuk now, and then we're going to get Trent. I mean, something bad could happen to Brock. Hopefully nothing does happen to him, then you don't have to pay him anything. But hopefully he stays healthy and Niners win a Super Bowl and the rest is history. But I'm asking Tom, and he played pro sports, does it create any weird animosity, like where now he's making more than Debo, and I think Debo is worth more, when he's healthy on the field? Does that do anything like animosity or anything like that? Or I need to get my catches? Or
No, you don't need to keep going. No, not at all.
You sure? Guys what do you think?
Guys are happy when the other guys get their money. They're happy because that means they can go get more money somewhere else. Like, players don't care what other players are getting. Now, they may have a beef with the management about their value to the team and what they want to get paid. But I've never known a player, like, I don't know a player personally. There are probably a few of them out there occasionally that there's some animosity, but none that I know of. Everybody's always happy for the player, because if you're not getting the money, the owner's getting the money, and you'd rather have all your boys get the money. I mean, the owner's making money, but no one's going to say, gee, why is he making that much? I'd rather the owner have the extra $4 or $5 million. They want their boys to get the $4 or $5 million. So no, Debo isn't going to care. Debo may go next year and go, hey, I'm worth as much as him. I want to get paid like that too. And they might say, well, sorry, we can't do it. We'll look for a trade for you. We can restructure it and try to pay you. But yeah, I mean, they will measure themselves with other players. But as far as animosity, no, that doesn't happen. Teammates are happy for teammates when they sign contracts. I guarantee you, they're not upset with him. They're just all happy he's back and that he's practicing, and they'll be pumped to see him.
One more quick question.
Yeah.
Where is the best biscuits and gravy in the Bay Area?
That's a great question. Appreciate the phone call. That I don't know. I haven't gone out and had biscuits and gravy. That'd be a good one to ask the YouTube chat or text line. Like, what's the best biscuit? You know what? Ole's is good. In Alameda, Ole's has good biscuits and gravy, but I haven't eaten in Ole's because that was my place to go after shoot-arounds. Yeah, shoot-arounds on game day. When I played with the Warriors, me, Mully, sometimes Timmy would go, Mitch occasionally because he lived in Alameda. We go to Ole's, eat at Ole's, and then go home, and then go to the game later on that day. So I used to go to Ole's quite a bit, and they did. Now that I think about it, I wouldn't have thought of that. Thank you for the reminder. They do have really good biscuits and gravy. But as far as going out to get biscuits and gravy, that's a good question. But again, I bet YouTube chat and text line, they're probably going to come up with some great answers. But if you're going to say best biscuits and gravy, I'd have just said my mom's, of course. That's a given. But she's not in the Bay Area, so that doesn't help you.
Place I love in Bernal Heights, Front Porch. They do like Southern. They do barbecue. They do like some great food. You like that place? Devil's Teeth, also great, says Tim. But Front Porch
Devil's Teeth
in Bernal Heights does a good biscuits and gravy for sure. Let's go out to Edgar. Edgar's in New Jersey. The power of the flamethrower. Edgar, you're on the Sports Leader. How you feeling about Aiyuk?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I mean, that's Purdy go-to guy, so we're going to get it done. We're going to have to run it up. I mean, it's Super Bowl now. It was Super Bowl last year, but you got to bring it home. Because everybody want to get paid now. The team is loaded. I mean, we're running out of – the window is closing. This is it. They got to do it. This is the year. Pay the man. Trent going to get paid tomorrow or the next day. You know how the Niners do. They wait to the end, but season about to start. Let's go. Good night, fellas.
Appreciate the call, Edgar. They stopped BS, and I like that, pushing 8 o'clock out in New Jersey for our guy Edgar, listening either on the KNBR app or on YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. By the way, I should put this out for you, I told you before that Ian Rappaport reporting of the $120 million he's going to be paid over 4 years, said it was going to be a front-loaded deal. He said he's hearing $47 million between now and April the 1st of 2025. Adam Schefter then reported, in the end, this is per Schefter, Brandon Aiyuk accepted the same deal that has been on the table since August 10. Per league sources, his hold-in did not alter any part of his new 4-year, $120 million extension. He took the same deal that had been on the table for the past 3 weeks. The hold-in is over. Brandon Aiyuk's agent, Ryan Williams, then just retweeted Adam Schefter and said, that's factually inaccurate, but the check still cashes, with a winky smiley face emoji. So there you go. Ryan Williams saying that's not accurate per your league sources, that same deal was not on the table. Now, 4 years, 120, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. The $47 million in the next 5 months is certainly something that I think rings a little bit louder. Frankie is in SoCal. Frankie, what's up? You're on the Sports Leader. How are we feeling about the Niners relative to about an hour and a half ago?
Hey, you know what, man? I'm a big Niner fan, man. I've been a Niner fan since 1989, all the way till now. And that was a big signing. And I knew from the get that we wasn't going to trade him to Pittsburgh. I knew that we weren't going to trade him to Cleveland or New England. It's just the Niners, they move slow. And so they finally got it done. And so now our Super Bowl window is open still. But I understand that we have to pay other players, in the next couple of years. But I believe this year that this is how you're doing the Super Bowl. But like now, we got to worry about Trey Williams, about his signing bonus. So I wanted to tell you, how do you feel about Trey Williams, about his extension?
Appreciate the call, Frankie. I didn't really think much. I mean, I think in general, we've all sort of thought the Trent Williams one is going to work itself out because they know he's got to be here. My thought is that I guess their chances don't. I mean, I don't know. Relative to who impacts the roster more, Trent Williams is the bigger impact. We've talked about that. You don't have Trent Williams, your Super Bowl chances are going to be far less than they were without having Brandon Aiyuk. If I had to pick one, I would pick having Trent Williams. That said, until Aiyuk signed and we see what the guaranteed money looks like at 76, we see that it's 47 over the next 5 months or whatever it is. I feel like that's going to help at least clarify exactly what they can and cannot do in trying to move money around to guarantee Trent Williams money beyond the $20 million he was owed for this season. That said, David Lombardi, in terms of how this affects, I know the next question is how does this affect Brock Purdy and his future in terms of contract? David Lombardi of The Athletic reports both parties feel like they've scored a victory when pen and paper meet. He says Aiyuk has earned generational wealth. Then he says the 49ers, based on the timing of the reported offers and deals, secured a contract that fits within their salary cap situation, i.e. they remain in place to pay Brock Purdy. So that's not something that they believe will be an issue. That said, Brock Purdy comes out and wins an MVP. He's going to be looking might be a little bit hairier than we thought it was going to be. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Still got some stuff a little bit later in terms of the sound soiree, but if you have been looking for information or you're just joining us, Brandon Aiyuk has agreed to terms per the reports of the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport with the 49ers, and it's been basically confirmed by his agent, Ryan Williams, in a couple of his social media posts today. 4 years, 120, 76 guaranteed, putting him right below Amon-Ra St. Brown and right above DJ Moore. Here's the question I have. Anybody know how many teams have won Super Bowls with receivers making an average of $30 million a year? I've looked at the top 25. I'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader. Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network and Mike Garafolo report that the 49ers are not trading Brandon Aiyuk. He is getting a front-loaded 4-year deal worth $120 million with 76 guaranteed. Find out more on the details of that on our socials at KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
808 KNBR is the number to call, 415-808-5627. Brandon Aiyuk remains a 49er after signing richest wide receiver contract in 49er history, 4 years, $120 million, 76 guaranteed. Say he's going to get somewhere around $47 million between now and the next 5 months. Now, Adam Schefter said it's the same deal that's been on the table. 4 years, $120 since August the 10th. And Ryan Williams, the agent for Aiyuk, retweeted that tweet and said, factually inaccurate, but the check cashes either way. Here's what Diana Rossini had to say just minutes ago on Twitter. She says, the 49ers were willing to trade Brandon Aiyuk if they could get a top-flight receiver to replace him. They offered a third-round pick to Denver for Cortland Sutton. They were then going to turn around and flip Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh, but the Broncos declined the offer of a third-rounder for Cortland Sutton, and so 49ers then reached an agreement with Aiyuk to keep him here.
You know, someone suggested Cortland Sutton.
Was it me? Was it you, Derek? Was it you?
Get off the
yeah,
mic.
shut up, Derek. Get some headphones if you're going to talk on the air, huh? Shut up, Derek.
Oh, that's funny. I like Cortland Sutton. Apparently the Broncos do too, because the third wasn't going to be good enough to get him. So, to me, that would have been equitable. Like I like him. I think he's pretty good, but they said no, and that's where it went. So, I think all things considered, everything worked out well, and he's slotted where he should be. The Niners should be happy they have him, and the team's better with him. It just seems like a win-win-win. Of course, they'll probably look at it. Both of them will probably look at it and go, nah, that deal it's okay. It kind of sucks. That's probably what Aiyuk's thinking. Yeah, it's cool. Kind of sucks.
What does?
Should have got more.
You think he thinks that he should have got more of this?
Yeah, of course. Everybody does. Everybody thinks they should have got a little bit more. Like there's a little bit more meat to have out there. But $47 million to make it. It's a nice salve. I've heard $47 million.
Nice salve.
It'd be nice to be able to put that one in there. I'd want the big. Give me the big Happy Gilmore check. Like I don't want that.
One of those big ones. I don't care.
I want the big one. Give me the big ass $47 million check.
They should start doing that when players sign.
Green jacket. Who gives a
When players get big deals, they should do that. When they put their jersey on, they sign a big deal. They have to hold up a big check that has the dollar
check.
amount written in there. Aiyuk at 4 years, $30 million a year. He's right below by I don't know, what's that, 20,000 or 200,000 behind Amon-Ra, and the $1 million off from his guarantee of $77 million. So I teased this before we went to break, because I've said this before, is how many teams do you see winning Super Bowls with, and I'm not talking percentage of salary cap here. We've done that with quarterbacks before, because Patrick Mahomes, first since the salary cap era began with Steve Young back in 94, made up the largest percentage of a salary cap. I think Steve was at 14 or 13 something percent. Patrick Mahomes over 17% of the Chiefs salary cap in the last couple of seasons and has won back-to-back Super Bowls. But they looked at their situation with Tyreek Hill and said, he wants to make that money. We can't maintain this level of success if we're going to pay a guy that number. So I looked at just the top 25, and we can go even deeper than that. But if you look at the top 25 highest-paid receivers in the NFL, 3 of them have won Super Bowls. Cooper Kupp, and then the 2 from Tampa Bay, Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, back in 2020. However, all 3 of them signed their current contract after winning a Super Bowl. Meaning that no receiver in the NFL in the top 25, and if we cut it, Mike Evans is the 25th highest paid. He's making $20.5 million at 2 years and $41 million a year. He's only making up 8% of the salary cap. I mean, nobody making that much money has won a Super Bowl in that contract in NFL.
Really, the top 25
right now they're at over that dollar amount.
Wow.
Like Alan Lazard's at 4 for 44, but that's only 11 a year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So guys who are making real money are not winning Super Bowls.
Huh. I mean, I've always thought that I wouldn't pay a guy like a receiver. I wouldn't. I didn't say pay. I said draft. Like I wouldn't draft a receiver that high, just because you could win without a receiver. And there's tons of good receivers out there. But wow, that's even more kind of enlightening. Like a top 25 guy, once he signs that contract, they haven't won a Super Bowl. So Well, that doesn't portend well.
Well, it tells you about the wide receiver position, which is sort of the weird juxtaposition here when you look at where the 49ers viewed this position. Had they made that trade for Cortland Sutton, and by the way, Sutton's like near the top 25 in the amount of money that he's making. He's at 21. So he's on a 4-year, $60.8 million contract that he signed back in 2021. That put him at 15.2 for this year. Aiyuk was scheduled to make 14. That's right in the window. You'd have him through next season. Figure it out when you get into next season. That would have been a nice move for the Niners to replace him. Now, I don't know that you're getting the same numbers, but he hasn't had the same level of quarterback play or offensive play callers in Denver in the time that he was drafted or has played there. So, and he's been an intriguing asset, I think, since he came into the league. Had the Niners been able to pull that off, that would have been creative. So that's what Diana Rossini is reporting. The Niners were willing to trade Aiyuk. They attempted to acquire Cortland Sutton for a third-round pick from Denver, and had they done that, they would have then turned around and traded Aiyuk to Pittsburgh, and probably gotten a good haul in terms of picks to replace that and try to do something again next offseason. Denver declined that trade, and so the Niners then signed Aiyuk. What's interesting is they're telling you how important this position is in their offense. However, they did not want to have to pay, it sounds like, that dollar amount.
Yeah. No, here's the idea. Go back and look at the not just the receiving tandems that won Super Bowls. Just go back and look at the quarterback. That's where it's at, right? Mahomes, Brady, even Ryan. He's not an all-timer, but he was an MVP that year when they won it. I mean, it is, and that's really like they're better with Aiyuk. There's no doubt about that. But really, what this whole thing is going to come down to is how good is Purdy. Is Purdy even better than he was last year? Does Purdy become like a top 5 guy? Because if you're not a top 5 guy, then you start getting around the top 10, and where he's at now, 12. You better have a real dominant defense or a real dominant run game. Like you look at some of the teams that won without top quarterbacks, Seattle, and that's before Russell Wilson became a really good quarterback, dominant defense. Baltimore, go way back, dominant defense. Tampa, go way back before Brady, dominant defense. There are teams, there are exceptions. The Eagles, when they won, they went with Foles. And I don't know that I would consider them to have dominant defense, although their front was pretty dominant. Their front was really good. But it really is. That's why you see teams make so many mistakes when it comes to quarterbacks in the draft, because they know how important they are. And that's why the Niners did what they did. They thought Lance could be one of those guys, and he wasn't. And then I don't want to say they lucked into Purdy, but it was pretty fortunate to get that guy and him be as good as he has been. But can your guy be one of those guys? Stafford, if I got Stafford one too, he's a top quarterback. So it's that to me is the biggest, really the only question mark I have this year for the Niners. Well, I guess their ability to stop the run consistently, because they didn't do that great last year, and their offensive line a little bit, but really Purdy. Like, can Purdy take another step forward? Just off the top of my head, can he be top 10 next year in those quarterback rankings? Because I think those do mean something when it's GMs and scouts and people inside football. So that to me is like that's the intrigue. One of the real intriguing parts of this season. Like, what steps, if any, does Purdy make this year? Because if he does, well, then the talent around you doesn't have to be as great, because your quarterback can lift up that talent. Mahomes is the extreme of that right now. Brady was like that. And I know we're talking to all-time greats, so it's not a apples-to-apples comparison, but, you start getting to that level where you can raise your teammates' play. That's when you start having windows that the runway gets long for you, and you're like, hey, we got good coaches, good organization, we got a good quarterback, we're going to be okay. We're going to put ourselves in a position to have a chance every year.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 Niner fans is the number to call. I think immediately everybody's focus shifts to Trent Williams, but we'll talk more about the focus on the start of the season in just a couple of minutes. We'll go to Matt in Middletown. Matt, shout out to Twin Pine Casino, the Middletown High Mustangs, and Butts Canyon Road. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, shout out to both you, and shout out to the Wildcats, Craig McMillan, Steve Kerr.
Bear down.
Look, I'll just get right to the point. I don't want to take up your gentlemen's time, but I'm okay with it. But here's the deal. You better produce more than 3 catches if we get back to the bowl, if we get back. You know, that's my point. He better be worth the money. You know what I'm saying? Because we're paying a guy a lot of money who's done good, but for a small amount of time. So that's my only point I'm going to make. I mean, even look at Debo. Love you, Debo. Not going to throw you under the bus. But Debo had 2 Super Bowls he played in, and he didn't produce much. So it's one of those deals where it's okay in the regular season, you get us there, but when the time matters, you got to be able to perform. That's the difference between legends, you know?
All right, man. Appreciate the phone call. Thanks for the love, all that. I especially enjoyed when you say you're not going to throw Debo under the bus.
And then you threw Debo under the bus, yeah. That's one of my favorites. You know what that was like? To me, that was a little bit like when Deion Sanders said, I'm not going to respond to Paul Feinbaum.
Yes.
While he's like ripping Feinbaum and responding to Feinbaum's comments. Yeah. Taking no accountability. Well, how about this on the Debo Samuel front? Because we mentioned this to Tim Kawakami, and everybody's thought was if Aiyuk does sign to stay here, then this is probably it. In terms of what Debo Samuel's 49er tenure looks like. A lot of thought was Ricky Pearsall could be the replacement for that, and maybe they'll trade Debo after this year. Now, everything could change. Who knows what happens? Joel Corey, salary cap expert, friend of the show, former sports agent, on Twitter says, quote, welcome to the Debo Samuel farewell tour. I've always thought either Samuel or Brandon Aiyuk would be with the 49ers in 2025, but not both. And we did talk to him about that this offseason. He says the 49ers are going to save $9.05 million in salary cap space by trading Debo in 2025. It's a $24.2 million cap number versus a $15.13 in dead money. So there you go. I mean, that's what he's talking about, the money they're going to save. And it really, Ricky Pearsall plays a huge role in that. I mean, if Ricky Pearsall plays well enough this year to make you feel like he can make a jump next year to fill the role that Debo Samuel had, then you move on. It also depends on a lot of what else happens on the roster, and that's what we've kind of talked about in terms of this Super Bowl window. Now, it's funny because Tim Kawakami said to us, you know, the Niners don't view it in terms of like this is their window. They know they've got young talent. They know that they've drafted well. They can continue to build on what they've done. But in terms of this core of players, that's sort of like the Warriors saying they don't think this is the window and then drafting James Wiseman. You know, like, well, at some point, the window is going to shift its focus and weight of who is responsible for success. I mean, we saw it happen with Steph Curry and that core. They carried that. But we saw it happen with the Giants in terms of pitching. Like, if you decide you're going to continue to try to extend this window, the pressure of who has to succeed, you need an evolution of Brock Purdy in, I won't say like Tom Brady, but that's what happened with the Patriots front. If you want to keep a window open, you've got to shift the balance of where that success comes from, and maybe Purdy is that guy.
We're going to find out. We are going to find out. And, again, that's the intriguing part of the season to me. Where can he go? Because who would have ever thought we'd be talking about this guy as like a top half of the league quarterback? I mean, again,
nobody did. Nobody.
No, of course.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Who thought Purdy would be the best? Nobody.
So where can he go? Like, it's like, and again, you hate making the comparison, but there are comparisons without comparing him to that quarterback. But Brady, who would ever thought he'd be the GOAT after his second or third year? Again, nobody.
Did you call him the GOAT?
Nobody.
Tom thinks Purdy's the GOAT. Your call's on that next.
I did? Wait a minute. No, I did not.
You said, who thought? By the way, I said that and Tim in my ear goes, you didn't really sound like Harbaugh there. I was like, well, all right, okay.
Oh, it's what you got to do.
I'm trying to keep.
Hey, look, that's when you do impressions.
This isn't a big impression day for me. Okay, I'm like, we're trying to keep the news straight.
McVay's better than that.
Dude, shut up, all you guys. I got numbers to run here. I'm crunching.
Yeah, all you guys. I didn't say anything.
No, Tom, you and I are cool.
Yeah, who liked that impression?
Dude, you guys can eat me, dude.
You know, I mentioned Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, dude, I was just going to sit Derek and his stupid Cortland Sutton ass. I hate all of you guys. 808 KNBR 415-808-567 is the number to call. Let's go to Jake. Jake in Iowa. Once again, power of the flamethrower. Is Jake our Iowa State guy? Jake.
I am, buddy.
Hey, Jake. Brock Purdy didn't need Aiyuk, but we're happy he's back, right?
Hey, buddy, I'm the guy that told you pretty well. I didn't think he'd be this good, but I thought he'd be good.
Tom thought he'd be the GOAT after 2 years, evidently. Tom said, who knew he'd be the GOAT after 2 seasons? How you doing, Jake? What's up, bro?
I'm good, boys. Looking forward to the season here. I just think people are overestimating what the money that's going to take to get Purdy back. I don't see his contract being over 50 a year. I think he's going to sign somewhere in the 40s because the 49ers know, and I think he knows, the best place for him is in San Francisco. And I think he knows he'll make more money in the long run and have a longer career staying with the 49ers. So I don't buy this that he's going to be getting $55-56 million a year. And I'd be shocked if they lose Deebo Samuel. I think Kittle and Juice and Trent Williams are the guys next year that are going to be – this is their contract year.
Well, let me ask you.
You know what? You call back next year and take a bow if he's in the 40s because I don't see any way possible.
That's Dan Jones' money, Jake.
That if he has – what?
I just know the type of guy he is.
No. But listen, it's not just about what type of guy he is. I mean, you're doing this for other quarterbacks ostensibly too. I mean, you want to make sure that all the other quarterbacks are getting paid. You want to keep raising the tides. And I don't know if he's going to be at that level, but the agent's not going to let you take a deal that's like 20-25% off market either. And he may take a little less. I mean, I could see him being that type of guy. You'd know him better than I do. I don't know what type of guy he is. I don't know if he'd take 20%, 5%, or just say, hey, give me my money, and because they're going to give him his money. But it's not just about you. It's about, okay, this is what quarterbacks should be getting paid. This is what I deserve to get paid. This is what I'm going to get paid. And I don't think he's at that stage yet where he's Brady in terms of like, look, I'll take less so we can keep the whole team together because this is going to be his first contract, his first big contract. Maybe after this one, if he continues to perform and is a top quarterback, I could see him doing something like that. But boy, I don't know many guys that are going to leave money on the table the first big contract they get. I don't know many agents that would let him either.
What do you think the competition is going to be for him, though? I mean, I think he's very comfortable in this spot with this team. I don't know that there's going to be a lot of other teams that view him, that think he's as valuable to them as he is to the 49ers.
Well, let's wait till after this year. If he leads him to another Super Bowl, and let's say he wins a Super Bowl, then you could forget 40. It could be 60.
Well, I just think, look around the league. I'm like, well, Kansas City would be a good spot for him. Miami would be a good spot for him. Those type of situations where the offense would be really good for him, I just don't see him going to like an Arizona or something like that. I don't see it.
Well, Jake, one of our texters checks in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 503 says, yeah, Jake says he knows Brock. He knows what kind of guy Brock was. He's never ridden shotgun in Purdy's corn combine.
I married a farmer's daughter. Of course I had to pick corn before I got approved.
Well, my daughter did serve him at Chick-fil-A about
Hey, Jake, let me ask you this, because Jake's like, dude, I don't think he need. I mean, maybe he will go in the 40s. Like, maybe he is. I mean, Tom Brady, most he ever made 13.5% of his team's salary cap, and when he got to Tampa Bay, he took even less to make sure they had enough weapons around him to be successful. How frequently are you seeing Brock Purdy's corn commercials in Iowa?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's a superstar here, man. He's the biggest thing in Ames. I mean, he comes back. I mean, he goes downtown and eats at the local. I mean, he was back this summer. I mean, he just – I think he will make that $50, $60 million later with the 49ers. I think he'd have a longer earning career with the 49ers than he might somewhere else, and I think he'll think about that.
It's a good problem to have. Jake, again, call anytime, man. Love talking to you. Appreciate the call, dude.
All right, thanks.
Great. So we got Pugsley waiting on the line. We'll get to Pugsley, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. More on your thoughts. No team that has ever won a Super Bowl has had a wide receiver making up $30 million a year. And again, all the top paid. Again, this is a position the 49ers, based on how much they're paying Aiyuk at 4 years, $120, seeing that he's going to get $47 million in the first 5 months of this deal. Sure, they're still able to pay Brock Purdy the load he's going to get next season. But when Diana Rossini reports the 49ers were looking to trade a third-round pick to Denver in exchange for Cortland Sutton and then would have traded Aiyuk to Pittsburgh, but Denver nixed the third-round pick, tells you they maybe didn't want to have to pay this dollar amount. We'll talk more about that. And Pugsley, we'll get to you when we come on back. Also, Mort, I know you've been waiting for a couple hours. Yeah, Mort on a Giants tape, but we'll get his Niner take when we come on back. Tolbert and Copes only here. Aiyuk's a Niner for 4 more years on the Sports Leader. Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network and Mike Garafolo report that the 49ers are not trading Brandon Aiyuk. He is getting a front-loaded 4-year deal worth $120 million with 76 guaranteed. Find out more on the details of that on our socials at KNBR.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
It's over! It's over! Is that Robert Downey Jr. Tropic Thunder? It's over! It's over! The Aiyuk saga over, the Trent Williams saga. We've only just begun.
Thank you, God!
Shout out Happy Gilmore. We asked you, Shooter, we've only just begun. Waiting for the Trent Williams news, but if you're joining us now and have heard or haven't heard, Brandon Aiyuk remains a 49er, 4 years, $120 million, 76 guaranteed, right where we thought he'd be. However, the details of the deal And the stuff we're finding out now, like Diana Rossini saying the Niners were willing to trade him to Pittsburgh as long as they could get a receiver in return. And they were trying to acquire Cortland Sutton for a third-rounder from Denver. Denver declined, and they decided they would not trade Brandon Aiyuk. And apparently he's getting a front-loaded, massive $47 million, they say, per Ian Rappaport in the first 5 months of this deal. Let's go out to Pugsley. Pugsley's in West Sacramento. Pugsley, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. And nobody would be predicted that. But anyway, I want to get back on an earlier caller about Aiyuk signing for this big money early. He brought us some stats about 3 receptions in the playoffs. Yes, he definitely, after putting everybody through this training camp debacle, which could have been taken care of a long time ago, he better step it up. And as far as Purdy goes, I think he's going to sign for the hometown price. This escalating, prices of these things are getting out of control. The money needs to come back some other way. Then the money is just, like Tom, if you were playing right now, when you were as good as you were, how much would you be making right now? Reasonably.
$50,000 maybe. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. I have no idea what I would have made. I don't know.
Anyway.
But here's the thing.
Purdy's not going anywhere.
Let me help everybody out on this, because it's not the contracts are what the contracts are. There's a salary cap, right? And you can spend the salary cap. The salary cap is dictated by TV contracts. So when TV contracts go up, salary caps go up and players make more money. So you can, if you want to, you could sit at home and say, God, I can't, but look at that guy in the NBA. Look, Steph's making $62 million. Look what LeBron's making. Look what this guy's, look what that guy's making. But that's all due to the rising TV contracts. So the rising TV contracts make the salary cap go up. And then if you're like a all-pro in basketball, you're eligible to make even more money. So it this money isn't coming out of thin air. And it's not like the owners don't have money to do other things. They paid Aiyuk. They're probably going to pay Williams. And they're still going to have $200 million worth of renovations to Levi's. It's not all one big pot these guys are dealing with. It's not like, Aiyuk signed, look how much money he's making, now we got to raise beer prices. Or now, we can't have coffee. Or now we got to drink water on Fridays instead of bringing in wine or something like that for the workers or whatever they do. It's all separate, but it's all dictated by TV money. So with football, it's going to go up even more. If you don't like the contracts now, you're really not going to like them in about 5 years when all these streaming services start paying all this ridiculous money for programming. And it happens with basketball. It happens with baseball. It's all about the programming and wanting that programming. So they pay a ton of money for it. Well, when they pay a ton of money for it, salary caps go up, and then you're gonna use that money to sign these players. If the salary cap's $250 and you're a good team, then you're gonna spend that $250. So it really doesn't matter who's getting the money. The money is going to be spent. So, I always tell people, don't get angry with the players. The owners are doing just fine. That is a cash cow down there at Levi's. And I would much rather the players get the money, because while you look at the contracts, and I'm not saying you in particular, but fans may look at the contracts and think, oh man, that's ridiculous. This guy's making $50 million. He's making $60 million. You know what the owner's making? Way more than that. These guys are raking in.
You saying don't hate the player, hate the game? Is that Tom? Is that you?
Don't hate the player, hate the owner. Actually, why would you hate anybody? Don't hate anybody. It's just, this is business. This is the way it goes. But that's how it works. It's not like, oh my gosh, look at how much money they're making. It's, well, look how much money the TV. If you want to get mad, get mad at all the networks and streaming services that are paying all this money to get the programming. They're the reasons the contracts are going up and skyrocketing. But hey, I'm all for it, man. Get all you can. And as far as people that say, well, honor your contract, I get that. But these aren't guaranteed contracts. You could say the same for the team. The Niners, honor your contract. Armstead had 1 year left. Honor your contract. Don't tell Juszczyk if he doesn't take a pay cut, he's going to get cut. Honor your contract. They already signed him to a contract. Football is a different world, man. Football goes both ways when it comes to non-guaranteed money. Because guess what? You get hurt, card it off. It's like, see ya. Thanks for coming. We appreciate you. We'll get another one of you. That's just what football does. Basketball, baseball, hockey, different. They're guaranteed contracts. They're all guaranteed contracts. But football, not so much. Like, you don't see guys in basketball, right, that have $30 million left on their last year of their deal sit out. They may want to get traded and say they're not going to play, but they have so much damn leverage, they get paid anyway. Does that irk me a little bit? Yeah, it does irk me a little bit. But anyway, off topic. When they're non-guaranteed contracts, that's what happens. Teams come to players all the time and say, look, this is the last year of your deal. We need you to restructure. And if you're not going to restructure, we're going to release you. Then it's up to the player. Do they want to restructure? Do they want to stay there? Or do they think they can go out in the marketplace and get a better deal? Armstead thought he could get a better deal. He went to Jacksonville, got a better deal. So that's just the way the game is played at that level. But don't look at the salaries and just go, oh my gosh, this is the better way to look at it is, should they be allotting that much money to that position player? Because the money is going to be spent. So don't get caught up in one player making so much money in terms of, wow, this is a lot of money. If you want to get caught up in something, say, well, look, I think they're blowing it by spending this much money on this position group or that player.
And that's maybe the bigger issue here.
Yeah, because they could use this money to maybe beef up the offensive line or beef up. But when it comes to quarterback, just forget about that. Because the quarterbacks are going to make what the quarterbacks are going to make.
That's cover at the club. You know what I mean? Quarterbacks are cover at the club. You want to get into play, you're going to have to pay whatever it is, and then you got to buy drinks on top of it.
It's a 4-drink minimum. You better get the 4 drinks.
You got to pay cover at quarterback if you want to get into the club, and once you're in the club, you still got to buy drinks, and sometimes it's a $30 million receiver or a $28 million left tackle, right? That's kind of where you're at. If you're in this window, and that's what Tim Kawakami was talking about, you've got a team that is – John Lynch said you got to earn the right to be a Super Bowl contender. They're Super Bowl contenders based on the body of work, based on what they've done in the NFC with the coach and this core of players over the last 5 to 7 years. That said, you want to continue to compete, you may have to pay to play. And as it stands right now, nobody, and until Patrick Mahomes, by the way, I mean, I'm not saying it's off the table, you can win a Super Bowl with this number of dollars go into a specific position like wide receiver. They call it a skill position. Is it a crucial position in terms of title winning? Numbers historically would tell you, no, that's not the case. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. If you got thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk, David Lombardi does say that the way the numbers have been structured, the Niners were able to do this within their window, that they'll still be able to pay Brock Purdy. But everybody now is wondering what happens with Trent Williams. Now, what's interesting is in this article that I referenced earlier, what NFL agents think of Brandon Aiyuk's handling of his contract negotiations. This was before the deal was reached in The Athletic by David Lombardi, Matt Barrows, and Ben Standig. They point out that Aiyuk and Trent Williams have handled these completely differently. One agent says, in this case, Aiyuk is loud. Trent Williams is handling this very quietly. Whichever is rewarded by San Francisco is probably the strategy good agents will employ with them moving forward. Now, they've also not had to get to this point with other positions in the past, as noted by Kawakami, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, George Kittle, all guys who have held out in the past. What's interesting about this is, in doing all of this, Aiyuk has maybe aggravated the fan bases of like 5 different organizations, or at least 4, right? Steelers, you've got the Patriots, you've got the Washington Commanders, you've got the Cleveland Browns, and 49er fans were certainly frustrated entering today. Do you want to hear what Steelers radio out in Pittsburgh was feeling when Brandon Aiyuk news officially broke?
I would love to hear.
He's a 49er. We will have.
I would love to hear.
I promise Steelers radio won't disappoint.
It's over.
It's over. They weren't quite as happy as we are here in the Bay Area. We'll tell you what Steeler fans and their Steelers radio was feeling when Aiyuk signed a 4-year, $120 million, $76 million guaranteed with the Niners. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. Taxes just around the corner. Look, I know they're not just around the corner, but if you let them slide and let them go, pretty soon they're going to be just around the corner. Right now they're just around the corner from being just around the corner, but it's never too early to prepare for taxes. Get them all nice and lined up and good to go. That's where Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team come in there. Boom. Get it done. You're good. If you get a refund, you get that early. You're all solid. Uncle Sammy, we're square, right? Yep, we're square. But if Uncle Sammy says, no, we're not square, you got some late filings. Like, what? Oh, crypto. You didn't file crypto properly. Maybe even have criminal issues you got to deal with. They can deal with all that, too. If you have that bag of stress, if you're worried about that because maybe you were late filing last year and you still haven't taken care of it, trust me, the IRS does not forget. Go to Alex Kugelman, set up a consultation, they'll give you the roadmap, tell you what it's going to cost, give you the whole game plan, and then you decide which way you want to go and get yourself out of tax hell. No one likes that. Give them the bag of stress, let them deal with it, and then you can get on Uncle Sammy's good side and stay on Uncle Sammy's good side. All you have to do is visit him at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tampa Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon where Brandon Aiyuk is remaining a 49er, 4 years, $120 million, $76 million guaranteed. Not often that we play sound from other radio stations, but when we do, it generally does not disappoint.
Ruth, Mantle, Gehrig, and the Mets have Grimace, and now Hot Tua.
How's Mets radio? After Hot Tua girl threw out the ceremonial first pitch for charity. But I get his point as a Mets fan. Got to be frustrating. Well, Brandon Aiyuk, as I said, did not only affect the 49er fan base, where fans today, even as recently as this afternoon before this contract news came down, we're like, dude, I'm getting sick of this crap, man. Like, people are starting to turn. People are starting to get upset that it's gone into less than 2 weeks before the start of the season, and he hasn't been on the field yet this preseason. Now, he's here sooner than Nick Bosa was, but still, I think questions about the expectations for what you're paying him. Now, the understanding is that it's 5 more years of Brandon Aiyuk because this is an extension, a 4-year extension that would kick in after this year. So 5 seasons contractually committed beyond here through 2029 for the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk. The other teams that were affected, Browns, who we found out, gives more maybe legitimacy after what Diana Rossini reported, saying the Niners were trying to acquire a receiver if they were not going to keep Aiyuk and trade him, and they were open to trading to Pittsburgh. They tried to get Cortland Sutton for a 3rd rounder from Denver. They didn't want to do it, so the Niners would have acquired Sutton and then traded Aiyuk. All that fell through, so they signed Aiyuk. So the Browns thing, I think, has a little bit more credence with Amari Cooper. Potentially they were looking and okay with acquiring him. The Steelers were on the table, of course. The Patriots were said to offered him everything he wanted weeks ago, and he didn't want to be traded there. And
except a good team.
I wouldn't either, yeah. Everything except a chance to be competitive.
Everything except for a chance to win.
Yeah. Tom Brady walking through that door, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, it's like, at this point, I'll take whatever's there that's not, I'll take Stidham, if that's what you got. But he ain't there either. And then the other team was the Washington Commanders, who in the last couple of weeks even flared up. But Pittsburgh radio, the team that felt and that we had seen so many reports about, and that there was, Tom notably said no good receivers in their history. Yeah. The Steelers radio team.
Move on. Let's go.
Said, no, we're never letting
not further in this story. Let's go.
People don't forget. Steelers radio.
You don't, obviously.
93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. Here's what they felt and sounded like when the Aiyuk news of his 4-year contract extension came down.
Listen, this is a black eye on the Steelers front office. It is. You can praise Omar Khan all you want. You can send the gifts. You can send the videos. You can send the Omar coming gift from The Wire all you want. They have gotten universal praise for their job so far. They deserve heavy criticism here. They played a game of chicken with the 49ers for the last several months. They let receiver after receiver after receiver go by the wayside. And here we are with Jack Squat.
You got Russ? Come on, baby.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious.
That's hysterical. I don't know how Steelers...
And here we are with Jack Squat.
I don't know how the Steelers are going to play him here. That's sound from 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh after Brandon Aiyuk signed with the 49ers. It's tough to blame. To me, that's sort of like blaming the Giants front office for not landing Shohei. If he didn't want to come here and he wasn't going to accept the deal, which Brandon Aiyuk would have had to accept to go there, was that contract that they were going to offer. Somebody earlier today texted in saying, why can't they just trade him wherever they want? Because they can in theory. However, they're not going to get in return what they want in value for him to help this season unless he's willing to agree to a contract extension similar to DeForest Buckner a number of years ago, right? Yep. So to me, this is like, it wasn't up to the Steelers front office. I mean, they could have mortgaged their future. They could have said, take George Pickens. They weren't going to do that. They wanted to add him to the crop that they already had. So Deontay Johnson leaves. Where'd he go? Tennessee? Is that where Deontay Johnson went?
Carolina.
Carolina, thank you. It was one of those bluish teams. It was one of those weird baby blue teams.
Liberal state? Blue?
But liberal blue state. That's exactly it.
Jack Squat.
In terms of blaming the front office in Pittsburgh, that's pretty funny to me. That's kind of hilarious.
I just love that he used the Jack Squat. And the way he said it, too. Jack Squat.
Jack Squat.
Yeah. Send those gifts. I mean, I don't know how the Steelers are to blame here. The 49ers, they didn't play a game of chicken with the Niners, like you said. The Niners were playing a game of chicken with Brandon Aiyuk. It got to a point yesterday, and somebody texted in saying it's hilarious that the day he would have been fined is the day after they end up reaching a negotiation or reaching an agreement with him. I don't think it's that hilarious. It's that the Niners got to a point where it's time to come to terms with this. We've got to either make a deal or make something happen with the season 2 weeks away. And clearly, as Tim Kawakami told us yesterday, Kawakami actually said they were pissed. Make no mistake, they were pissed yesterday.
Guess what? It's over.
Yeah.
So happy.
Well, so on that front.
Now we can talk about Aiyuk, the football player.
That's what I want to say next.
And Williams. Let's save Williams till. Can we save Williams till Monday?
We can save Williams. We're on the patio tomorrow for Giants Marlins. We about have to dip into Williams tomorrow. but
if you want to do Williams Monday, Tom, by all means.
Why? What's Monday?
We're off Monday.
Am I missing something Monday?
Oh, 3 day weekend.
Let's do Williams Monday then. I'll just do it in my living room.
Yeah. Tom will just talk to the wall.
Man, I can't believe he hasn't. When's he going to? Hopefully it'll happen. That'll give him 3 days to get it done. That'd be nice. I don't know. Maybe we'll flip a coin. We'll talk about Williams' contract or how many Florida Marlins can you name?
Oof. Past Florida Marlins or current?
Current.
So we're exactly 1 week away from the NFL season starting between the Ravens and the Chiefs. And we haven't spent any time, like to your point, talking about the actual football season because this Aiyuk and Trent Williams thing, and really the Aiyuk thing, that was what was so funny about the Tom Pelissero cut we played earlier, where he goes, it's finally our national NFL nightmare has come to an end. I thought, our? What do you mean our? Like, you're not here talking about it every day. And I thought, but he's there talking about it every day. That's all they got, too. Is Brandon Aiyuk going to show up? Can we start actually talking about playing games now? Does the focus shift back to Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan and what this team is capable of? Because it hasn't been about that for the last 4 months.
I hope so. I hope starting next week that we can kind of get in. Because, it's going to be a great weekend. I talked about how many good games in college there were this weekend.
College on right now, by the way. Colorado, North Dakota State.
I'm watching that a little bit. 14-10 Buffaloes. Baltimore and Kansas City leading it off. Great game. Then you get the game in Brazil, Green Bay and Philadelphia. That's a really good game. And then I know Sunday night we're going to be in Detroit for Detroit and the Rams. That's going to be a fantastic game. Stafford going back home again. And then Monday night, capped off with the Jets and Aaron Rodgers coming to the Bay to face the Niners. So, the games, the NFL did a really nice job with those games. I mean, and it's really cool you stuck a Friday one in there, too. It's like,
it wedged us,
we're not missing a beat this weekend. We get you taken care of. The college got Saturday. We'll take Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday. So, 5 5 days of
Thursday,
football.
Friday,
So
Sunday. We got a game on every day of the week this year
year.
except Tuesday, right? We get a Wednesday NFL Christmas game. I think every day of the week is covered this year by the NFL except for Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because the good Lord said on Tuesdays I rest.
yeah, exactly.
And then he rested on the Tuesday.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. We need a couple days off. Can't be damn football. I know some people want football every day. I don't. Like I need a detox day or two, just to kind of like breathe a little bit. Like just go maybe watch a different type of show, watch a movie, watch a series, something like that. Like I mean, I'd watch it. I'm sure I would, but I'm just glad. Like I think 5 days a week it's usually 4, but that's good enough. And then we'll 5 with college football. So yeah, I think we're good with 5 days. We're just about ready to start the journey. We are just about ready for September, October, November, half of December. This year we get a college football playoff. And then NFL's continuing on. Then we get the NFL playoffs, semis, finals, Super Bowl. Oh, and it's just about to start. It's like right there, just right there. It's like, oh, we're almost in Vegas. We just came over the hill, and the lights are shining. It's like, oh, we're 20 minutes away from being in a casino, grabbing a beer, and throwing some dice. Let's go.
Oh, is that what we are? Is that what you thought? Because I was like, oh, yeah, some football, cold Sundays. Yeah, get some November weather. And Tom's like, yeah, and we throw some dice. I was like, what? What was it about?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
By the way, I said the good Lord rests on Tuesdays. Don't we get Tuesday night action?
No, not now.
Oh, come on.
We get it at the end of the season.
We get November, I think.
We get every night Maction at the end of the year. Maction just rolls into your house whether you want it or not. It doesn't stop. It's like, oh, you want Maction? We got it for you Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. All right, let's go. Buffalo, Ohio.
Ball State Bowling Green. Give me a strap up. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Give me a Central Michigan and Akron. I'll take one of those. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think there is some Tuesday night action this year.
Oh, there is. I'm sure there is.
It better be.
Yeah, nothing like losing money to start the week on Tuesday Maction. Here we go. Playing in Toledo. Let's get it done.
It's Holbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. The details of the Brandon Aiyuk contract: 4 years, $120 million, $76 million guaranteed. Reports that he'll receive $47 million between now and April the 1st. So very front loaded, an average of $30 million a year. So it can be worth as many or as much as $120 million. It is a extension, so it tacks him on to make him contractually obligated to the 49ers for the next 5 years. The report from Diana Rossini is that the 49ers were looking to trade Aiyuk if they could receive a wide receiver that would be, I wouldn't say comparable, that could be an impact guy for them in return. They sought out Cortland Sutton from the Denver Broncos for a third-round pick. The Broncos declined it. Had they acquired him, they would have then turned around and traded Aiyuk to Pittsburgh, was the report from Diana Rossini. All that falls through. Aiyuk comes back, but it tells you what the 49ers view the value of that position, one, in skill by Brandon Aiyuk, and how important they believe he's going to be to this year's Super Bowl run. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Pittsburgh fans and Pittsburgh radio not happy. Kerry Crowley is with you tonight from 6 until 9 o'clock on Sports Phone KNBR. Imagine he'll be getting to a lot of your thoughts, not on the Giants' 6-0 loss to Milwaukee, but on Brandon Aiyuk returning.
It seems like 7 days ago, doesn't
the
it?
49ers. How long ago was that? Yeah. That was, game ended at like 1:40, 1:30 today. And I was like, damn, got to Giants ball today? No, we didn't. Brandon Aiyuk saved the show. We will, though, by tomorrow. Or by the way, tomorrow, be at the 58 Social. Giants and the Marlins come on home for a 3-game series off Monday and then 3 against Arizona. We'll see what Kerry Crowley's got going on tonight. Aiyuk remains a 49er on the Sports Leader.
And here we are with Jack Squat.
But you're not going to amount to Jack Squat! Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network and Mike Garafolo report that the 49ers are not trading Brandon Aiyuk. He is getting a front-loaded 4-year deal worth $120 million with 76 guaranteed. Find out more on the details of that on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Do you know how many devices the average home has connected to the Wi-Fi? Have you even thought about it? 4 of them, right there. Now through September 21st, new customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 monthly value included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today and make the switch. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees, extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love having your Wi-Fi take care of everything your Wi-Fi should be taken care of, which is everything. You will love Xfinity.
with Jack Squat.
All right, about ready to wrap this thing up. We'll hand it off to Kerry Crowley is going to take you right up until 9 o'clock. I got to say, it's a tad bit, not a lot, but maybe it is a lot. I'm not sure, but at a minimum, a tad bit disappointing that we spent so much time talking about Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers and the signing and everything that I can't get in the husband who suffered a bizarre penis infection after dinner and vigorous sex. And
you couldn't get it in.
I couldn't describe it. That's what she said. That's why they got divorced.
Oh.
So it was unfortunate that I wasn't able to share that with Carrie. Carrie, you be back tomorrow?
No. No, in fact, I might just walk out right now.
Maybe Tom, you should try to wedge that in now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she said.
I think I left my computer in the other studio.
I never got into
8
penis.
minutes.
I figured you'd appreciate that story, Carrie.
Thank you.
I know how much you enjoy those.
You do. You do.
Yeah, you do. You do. Closet sicko.
Kerry Crowley freak. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what are your thoughts on Aiyuk signing, other than the fact that thank goodness we don't got to talk about it anymore?
Yeah, couldn't have happened at a better time. Rather during your show than my show, and now I get to reap the benefits. We get to take calls all night long.
Yes,
we get to hear from every 49ers fan their thoughts on this, and now we get to actually look forward to something. I think, a lot of the bad vibes that have existed throughout the summer, they're not all gone in an instant, but you get to start to project forward, and you get to start to think about what this 49ers offense looks like at full strength. You get to start to think about, hey, when they get Trent Williams back, assuming that happens, things are going to look really good for this team, and you can start to think in an optimistic way that maybe has evaded our minds over the last several months because of the long, drawn-out nature of this negotiation. And like you guys said on my way in the studio today, I was thinking, this is the deal that should have been done. I mean, this is 4 years, $120 million. You talked about the guaranteed money to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, it just makes sense. And I'm glad that they came to a resolution that makes sense for both sides.
Yep. Now it's time to get Williams done, and I can't imagine they don't get that one done.
Yeah.
Because look, he's more important than Aiyuk. He takes their offensive line from probably one of the, I don't want to say one of the worst, but it could be one of the worst, to middle of the pack. Like, they're still not great, but that's how good he is. Like, he raises your offensive line probably 10 or 12 spots in whatever ranking someone may have for offensive lines. That's how good he is. So, I mean, they need him. They know they need him, and I would expect that to get done soon. I got to ask you, not a giant question per se is where they're at, because we know where they're at.
Yeah.
They're at where they're going to be at, 500. They never can get away from 500 one way or the other. They just keep coming back to it. The gravitational pull of 500 is strong, but that they put on waivers, Taylor Rogers, Tyro Estrada, and one other player, I think it was. But
Tyler Matzik, how could you forget?
There you go, Matzik. I'm sorry.
Forever Giant.
Dude, I for real, I saw that this morning. No joke, guys. Saw that this morning, and then was like, wait a minute. Is that a player they got in return in the Jorge Soler deal? And then had to Google it to remember, and he's been on the injured list since like May or something like that. I was like, man, I forgot they even had the rights to Matzik. Anyway, go back to your question.
I was just going to ask him.
Couldn't believe they had a picture of him in a hat. You know?
Like, isn't this the time to get Luciano in there at second base? Like, if you're not super happy, unless you're playing him to entice people to claim him off waivers, I'm not sure, but it just seems like if there's ever a time to throw a guy in there for a month, now would be that time.
Well, it's now or 2 months ago when they found out the type of player that Tyro Estrada was going to be this season, or now and 60 games into the Nick Ahmed tenure at shortstop. I mean, this has not been a mystery who the Giants' middle infielders are this season. So to say that now is the time for Luciano, to me, it's too late. Like, whether he's ready or not, you don't have a better option, or at least you certainly shouldn't have a better option if the guys that you're rolling out for the last 4 or 5 months are clearly better. What does that say to us about Luciano? What does that say to us about your player development process? It doesn't inspire a whole lot of confidence, doesn't inspire a whole lot of hope. So maybe the final month of the season is time for Luciano, but if not now, it's then. It's not if not now when. It's if not now, it's then. because they've missed the boat on this.
Okay, I got to ask you this, too, because Birdsong is a guy that if he figures out how to throw strikes, I think he's going to be fine. Now, some guys do, some guys don't. But that's his problem, is that he doesn't throw enough strikes to be able to get to his breaking ball and his changeup. His fastball plays as well, but it's just, look, we've all seen him pitch. He's kind of all over the board. Like, he looks good, then he doesn't, then he's wild. But I'm more, not concerned, but I want to know your thoughts on Harrison, because he was a guy that was number one in their system. He was a top 10 guy in all of Major League Baseball as far as prospects are concerned. And we've seen the high fastball play, but the home runs are still a little too plentiful for me. And I'm wondering where you're at with him, because I was hoping he'd be a 1 or a 2. Do you think he still can? Is he still that type of guy, or is he more like a 2-3 instead of a 1-2?
I think probably a 2-3, but not without significant changes. To me, it's just abundantly clear that Kyle Harrison needs to undergo the same kind of change that Logan Webb underwent when he first came up to big league level. Logan Webb was a four-seam fastball guy, and he couldn't quite figure out the breaking ball, didn't really have a firm arm slot, and had just kind of gotten by in the minor leagues because his stuff was really good and he knew how to pitch. And Kyle Harrison had really good stuff, and even when he doesn't at the major league level, he knows how to pitch. This is someone who's kind of wise beyond his years and has gotten by on mediocre to back end of the rotation stuff. And to me, it's just clear that he needs to be a sinker slider guy. Like, he needs to go full two-seam slider instead of messing around with the four-seam fastball at the current arm slot, hoping that one day he'll regain the velocity he had when he was 20, 21 years old, that I think is probably gone forever, and this curve slurve thing that just isn't working. And so I think he needs to spend first off, I would shut him down today, because the Giants have already telegraphed their decisions on where they are this season by putting these guys on waivers. There's no sense in sending Kyle Harrison back to the mound for a meaningful inning the rest of the season. I'd shut him down today, start him up in January as a sinker slider guy, and completely change the way that he throws right now, because what you have is someone who's 2 or 3 in the best case scenario, really more like a 4 or a 5 with the current stuff. And I think that if he becomes a sinker slider guy, he becomes that much more effective and can follow the path that Logan Webb took forward for the Giants. You know, Logan Webb had, a 5.47 ERA during the 2020 season? He was not projected to be very good. And then he changed his arsenal, and he's been great ever since.
Anybody else feel like Kerry and Tom just punched him in the stomach and kicked him in the groin, talking Giants ball here? Anybody else just like, Jesus Christ.
I just asked the questions.
That's enough Giants baseball for the evening.
Brutal.
And on that note, Kerry, have a great show. You got anything going on tonight?
Aiyuk's back. You guys want to talk 6-0, 2 hits? How you guys want
6-0, 2 hits?
Kerry's like, I'll probably shut him down.
You know who else is back? Ben Barch. Got a new deal.
Yeah, good deal.
Got a new
talk to him on our post-game show.
Yeah.
After the game, Ben Barch joins us.
Demetrius Flanagan fouls.
Hey, he's a good special team, all right?
I'll see you guys.
All right, Gary, have a good show. Gary, just sideswipe the Giants on the way out. Just kneecap them. Yeah, just shut him down. We're good. Yeah, let's just move on and get on to next year. Oh, brother. All right, let's thank our guest today. Who do we have, Dad? Phil Steele.
We did.
And we had. God, I've been really sharp with this. The neurons not
football
firing.
Right after Aiyuk signed.
Right now. Oh, Tim Kawakami.
Yeah.
And
so
that's what happens when we get guys we don't have regularly.
Yeah.
Sometimes I forget.
What's crazy also, Tom, is we ran out of time for Steve Kerr on the day Steph Curry signed a $62.5 million contract. It's a bummer for Steve. Steve, we'll get to you tomorrow. Steve Kerr tomorrow.
Green roomed again.
Yeah, we'll get to him tomorrow. From the patio.
We're going to be out at the ball yard tomorrow. And by that point, I want you to be able to name one Marlin.
I just looked. I'll give you Jake Berger. I'll give you that one.
Dude, you took the one I was going to say. That's the only one I know.
I don't know which position group I even know. Like, I look at the pictures. It is scarce. Like, there's a couple of guys where I'm like, maybe I heard of that guy. Forever Giant Derek Hill's in left field playing.
Oh, is he?
Playing for the Fish, yeah.
Yeah, I knew Berger, and don't they have like a pitcher named Cabrera or something?
Yeah, Edward Cabrera. Yeah, that's a guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. I knew they had like a.
Giants will probably see him all 3 days. I'm sure.
Yeah, I knew they had a Latin pitcher. I knew they had one of those guys.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank
Mike
you,
Redmond's
Derek.
a catcher or something. Yeah.
I have no that.
That's Mark
no
Redmond,
clue.
maybe.
Yeah, no clue at all. No clue. All right. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Good, great job. It's over. We will be out at the ballpark tomorrow. Aiyuk signs. We'll talk about that. Probably not as much tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to get. It's over. I'm just going to tell you right now, with the way the Giants are playing and who they're playing tomorrow, and Aiyuk now signing, tomorrow could be a little goofy. I'm not going to promise you what's going to happen tomorrow, but it could be a little goofy. We may get into a little college football tomorrow. We have all kinds of options.
Are you down to only talk NFL with JT Snow tomorrow? Because I'm down to go that route.
Yeah, if he wants to. Yeah, he loves NFL too.
I think JT's cool with going down that route too.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk NFL with
NFL talk with our guy JT Snow tomorrow. He joins us weekly throughout the baseball season. It's like our NBA grab bag of baseball talk, you know?
Oh my gosh.
NBA grab bag.
All right, Copes, I will see you at the ballpark tomorrow.
See the patio, dude.
All right, come on by if you guys are just kind of walking around. I assume you're not going to the game, but if you are, you may be there going to the game. It's going to be a beautiful night. And it's a beautiful, don't you laugh at me, Tim. It's going to be a beautiful ballpark. It's always going to be a beautiful ballpark, but look, do what you want to do. There's good beer there. We're going to be there. Come on by and say hi. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay tuned for Kerry Crowley up till 9 o'clock right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
It's over. It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again.
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. It's sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back. What's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 9 p.m. this evening. This show, Sports Phone KNBR, sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. Negotiations not made easy for either the San Francisco 49ers nor Brandon Aiyuk, but they get the deal done. 4 years, $120 million, $76 million guaranteed. It's on par with the Amon-Ra St. Brown contract the Detroit Lions gave their wide receiver way back at the beginning of this offseason. The 49ers take until Thursday, August 29th, but it all ends this afternoon here on The Sports Leader. It was actually Derek Papa who broke the news. It wasn't Adam Copeland. It wasn't Tom Tolbert. It was Tim coming in with the breaking news chime. It was Derek coming in, breaking the news for everyone. And I have to be honest, we've used that breaking news chime sarcastically so many times throughout the years. And I've had such little faith that a resolution was coming today after what transpired yesterday down in Santa Clara after John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan coming out really hard and putting the pressure on Brandon Aiyuk. I didn't think that this was going to be a deal that would get done immediately. And less than, 26, 28 hours later, they've got this deal. And Brandon Aiyuk will suit up week 1, play for the 49ers against the New York Jets, and all is well. Well, almost all is well. Trent Williams still holding out for this team, but the hold-in is over. The hold-in is just, it's a thing of the past, and I am very, very happy about it because it means that we no longer have to devote hours of our lives to talking about hypotheticals, theoreticals, what a fair deal would be. We know what the deal is. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts on this Brandon Aiyuk contract. I'd also like to know what you think, what this means for the 49ers offense moving forward, projecting beyond this 2024 season into the future. Because very clearly Brock Purdy is the franchise quarterback. We know that. And we know that next offseason, the 49ers could have long, drawn-out negotiations with Brock Purdy, or they could just simply line up and pay him $55, $60 million on an average annual basis and say, you're the face of the franchise. We're not going to do this again with yet another franchise player, so we're just going to get that deal done early. But I think the bigger picture question is now with Aiyuk under contract and Christian McCaffrey under contract, does it put pressure on Deebo Samuel and George Kittle? And will the 49ers need to decide between those two players in terms of who they want to keep moving forward? You know, they went out and they drafted Ricky Pearsall, so maybe they can part with the receiver next year. Maybe this is Deebo's last season in San Francisco. Maybe this is Kittle's last season if he doesn't put up the numbers that he expects to. So I do think that this changes the dynamic of the 49ers in many ways, particularly in 2024. Look, Brandon Aiyuk cannot be anonymous. He can't have a two-catch, 12-yard game. When you're making $30 million, the expectation is that you produce. And for the last 2 years, he's done exactly that. He's done a fantastic job going up over 1,000 yards, being Brock Purdy's primary threat on the offensive side of the ball, being the go-to receiver in this 49ers offense. He's an outstanding route runner, crisp and clean on the outside. He's an excellent blocker, which is one of the reasons that I think the 49ers were eager to get him under contract and get him signed long-term, is because that's a big part of his game, and it's a big ask for the 49ers for their wide receivers. They need to spring long runs as part of this offense, and Brandon Aiyuk helps extend their runs with his perimeter blocking. I think that, you can compare the catch numbers to a CeeDee Lamb or a St. Brown or a DJ Moore or a Jalen Waddle all you want, but the reality is I think Brandon Aiyuk is one of the best blocking receivers in the NFL, and for a 49ers offense that functions the way it does, those are invaluable skills. It's important that you do that. And so I think that the 49ers have added some certainty to their 2024 season. And as 209 points out on the text line, why are we not concerned about Trent Williams? Look, until he gets under contract, I'm still going to be concerned about Trent Williams. Until big number 71 signs the deal, whatever that may be, whether it's simply guaranteeing the remaining money left on his contract, whether it's restructuring things to pay him more money up front, I am still going to be concerned about Trent Williams. I don't think that just getting Brandon Aiyuk under contract fixes everything for the 49ers, but it is a little bit easier to project forward for this team because Brandon Aiyuk is this team's best route runner. He is, in my opinion, their best perimeter blocker. I still count George Kittle as an inline blocker, but I think he does it. Maybe Jawan Jennings gives him a run for his money, but Deebo Samuel certainly gets in there. All the 49ers receivers do this well, but Aiyuk's someone who consistently blocks 15, 20 yards down the field, but he is also the guy who's gone up over 1,000 yards in each of the last 2 seasons and does it in the way a traditional wide receiver does it in a way that Brock Purdy has clearly found a level of confidence and comfort with. And so getting this deal done, I think, is major for the 49ers. So on the other side, your calls, your texts, 415-808-KNBR is the number. That's 415-808-5627. Devoting the entire show this evening to Brandon Aiyuk and the San Francisco 49ers. And, hey, if you want to chime in with a thought on Steph Curry and the $62.6 million extension he signed to stay with the Golden State Warriors through the 2026-2027 season, be my guest. Not a whole lot of space for the San Francisco Giants this evening. And I anticipate that as we go through the month of September, that will remain the case. When you're not that good, you're not going to be as relevant. So tonight it's all about Brandon Aiyuk here on The Leader. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network and Mike Garafolo report that the 49ers are not trading Brandon Aiyuk. He is getting a front-loaded 4-year deal worth $120 million with 76 guaranteed. Find out more on the details of that on our socials at KNBR.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
4 years, $120 million for Brandon Aiyuk has to be a massive win, and it took so long for the 49ers to get here. This had so many different iterations, guys. And this deal, which, by the way, gets Brandon Aiyuk $47 million between now and April 1st of 2025. You know, there was a time I really wondered, would they get to 30? I believe at one point in late July, it was $27 million a year. That's the offer. They worked and they worked and they kept grinding. You know, there were several different twists and turns to this, right? I think at one point we all thought maybe he was going to the Patriots for $32 million per year. Maybe he was going to the Browns for $30. Maybe he was going to go to the Steelers for almost $28 million per year. In the end, this really made the most sense. And yes, there was a lot of frustrations on all sides, all parties, with literally everyone, including all of us, everyone. But the fact that the 49ers, look, at the end, it was either going to be Steelers or 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. The Steelers didn't have a receiver that were never going to trade Pickens, didn't have a receiver to trade the 49ers. They couldn't do a deal. This makes sense for him to stay in San Francisco. Did they pay him a little more than they wanted? Obviously, they did, but they also now get a very, very good player back on the roster.
4 years, $120 million. Those are the terms for Brandon Aiyuk, who will be paid $47 million by, I believe, April 1st, 2025. So massive upfront money for the 49ers wide receiver. The deal is done. Aiyuk will be practicing with the 49ers. All is well down in Santa Clara. Well, all is well except Trent Williams isn't back on the practice field. But your thoughts on this deal, your thoughts on the way that negotiations unfolded. Obviously, these were unique. These were different. Every negotiation is different in terms of NFL players. But are you happy that this is finally over? 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts out to the phone lines, out to the text lines. We go. Let's head to Mac Zach in Oakland. Mac Zach in Oakland, you're on Sports Phone. How's it going this evening?
Oh, pretty good. Thanks for taking my call. I was wondering, you know, and it seems to be the trend that when our players sign or will have holdouts and then they sign, the following year their production goes down. And I don't know if it's because of, you know, just the drama is so draining, or they're not focused as much on their training for the upcoming season. But, you know, just like in the case of Deebo Samuel, he had a down year after his holdout. Bosa, you know, wasn't the same guy after his. And so should we expect a lot from Brandon this season?
Yeah, it's a good question. And here's the thing. I think you still expect peak performance, you know, premium performance from a guy that you're paying $30 million annually. Now, the question I think is, will he reach that level early in the season? Week 1 against the Jets, throughout the month of September. I think those are things to watch because, as you mentioned, Nick Bosa last year, he was not the same player early on in the season. Now, he ultimately finishes with double-digit sacks. You could tell throughout the playoffs, he had an impact in terms of getting to the quarterback. He was himself by the middle to end of last season. I think that Deebo Samuel's numbers were just simply, quite honestly, expected to come down because of the otherworldly performance that he had ahead of his contract. But I do think with Aiyuk, you know, you may not get 1,342 yards again this season, but I think the hope for the 49ers would be at least 1,100, 1,200 yards and at least regular production by week 3 or 4 of the season. You really cannot have the lack of a training camp, the lack of a preseason rubbing deep into the regular season, if that makes sense, right? Oh, we've got you off the line. So thank you for the phone call. Appreciate your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk and the San Francisco 49ers finally getting this deal done. Let's go to our friend Betty in Benicia. Betty in Benicia, you're on Sports Phone. Betty, how are you this evening?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to tell you I'm very excited about Aiyuk. I think it's great. I think it's well-deserved, and I really feel he'll give us 100%. But just like any game, nobody does it alone.
Yep.
And but I'm just really happy, and I also wanted to touch the Giants, if I may. And that is, the pitchers, and we have better pitchers and better hitters. We really do. I mean, Ramos does really good. Bailey does good. And Mike Gass
I get where you're going.
And I mean, we got several, but, nobody does 100% all the time.
Yeah,
we all know that.
We do.
But I think that's much better than last year. I'm comparing how they're playing.
Okay.
And I mean, maybe of course we want them to win all the time, but that's not going to happen this year.
No, I totally get where you're coming from, Betty. Thank you for the phone call. We are going to keep the conversation focused on Brandon Aiyuk and the San Francisco 49ers here. Giants have about 100 nights a year here. Brandon Aiyuk has signed his 4-year, $120 million deal. And I do think Betty makes a good point in that it's not all on one person. And the 49ers can't go into a game expecting one player to carry the load. That's why they've diversified their offense to the point where they can rely on a Christian McCaffrey, a Deebo Samuel, a Brandon Aiyuk, a George Kittle, all to be weapons for Brock Purdy. And the hope is soon that Trent Williams will be protecting Brock Purdy's blind side and leading the way on the left side of that offensive line next to Aaron Banks for Christian McCaffrey and Jordan Mason when they run the football. Now, with that being said, the expectations that Mac just touched on from Oakland, they are ratcheted up a little bit. And so I don't know that we can count on Brandon Aiyuk going out week 1 against the Jets and popping off for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns and just resuming, being the Brandon Aiyuk of old. But I do think that the expectation should be week 2, week 3, week 4 of the regular season. He's fit. He's ready to go. He looks like the Brandon Aiyuk who should be making $30 million and who can, at times, be the focal point of the 49ers offense. The hope is you don't need one person to do that for all 17 weeks of the regular season. And I think that we've seen the 49ers have had success in the Shanahan era because they've had so many weapons on the offensive side of the football. Now, I think what's different with Brandon Aiyuk under contract is if he has a bad game, if Brandon Aiyuk has a 2-catch for 24-yard game or a 3-catch for 35-yard game, the pressure ramps up. And it is not, okay, we'll see what he does next week. It's, hey, he's got to go out and show up next week. He's got to go out and play to the contract next week. And so I think it is completely fair for fan expectations to be significantly higher now. And I think it's fair for organizational expectations to be significantly higher now. I think that folks down in Santa Clara, inside the building at Levi Stadium, expect a lot more out of Brandon Aiyuk. And not necessarily a lot more in terms of, 1,342 yards is a lot more difficult to improve upon than, say, 700, 800 yards. But they expect consistency on a week-in, week-out basis. And, if there's a one-off game where opposing cornerback shuts him down and someone else pops off, whether it be Christian McCaffrey or Deebo Samuel, the next week, if the defense stacks the box, loads it up, 7, 8 guys so that Christian McCaffrey doesn't have easy running lanes, the Brandon Aiyuk's got to find a way to get open. Brandon Aiyuk has to be the safety blanket for Brock Purdy in this 49ers offense. That is what he's paid to do. And it's more than just a safety blanket. He's paid to be a big play guy. That's what he was last season. So let's head out to Tim in Sonoma. Tim in Sonoma, you're on Sports Phone. Tim, how's it going this evening?
Yeah, wonderful. It's beautiful 80 degrees here.
Oh, love that.
And I'm very happy to hear the news about our star player. And I would say I have no concerns. And as far as his going up to speed, rely on Deebo Samuels, make him the number 1 target, give a few, tosses to Aiyuk per quarter and see how it goes until he's up to full speed.
Yeah, and I think they can give that a week, 2 weeks where, Deebo is the main guy. If you want to, run your offense through him, if you want to have him run a bunch of jet sweeps and catch a bunch of passes on screens for wide receivers. But I do think that, a week, 2 weeks into the season, you're going to need Brandon Aiyuk to be playing at the level that you anticipate from a $30 million a year guy, right?
Yes, I'm thinking 2, 3 at the tops, 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd love to see. I love long-term scoring. I want to see my guys out there year after year.
Absolutely. And that's the great thing about what the 49ers have done because, look, there was all sorts of heat on them to sign Brandon Aiyuk to a contract, to extend him long-term. But you look at San Francisco, this 49ers organization, and they've extended most of their superstars. They've extended Nick Bosa. They've extended Fred Warner, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel. All these deals have gotten done. And fortunately for this franchise, they've had superstars to extend. You juxtapose that with, say, the San Francisco Giants, and there's no one you want to extend. There's no one you say, hey, I can't wait to watch him 6-7 years down the line. Whereas with this 49ers franchise, there's been a bunch of guys who've been really fun to watch for the last 4 or 5 seasons.
They do have a good history. God bless them for that.
Good stuff. Thank you for the call, Tim. Appreciate your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Talking Brandon Aiyuk, talking San Francisco 49er football, and looking ahead to week 1 against the New York Jets. There was an interesting report out today from Diana Rossini of The Athletic, who about an hour after this Aiyuk news drops, the 49ers have extended him, that he's agreed to this 4-year deal that will pay him $47 million by April 1st of next season. It's unfathomable. Parents, coach your kids up to be wide receivers. I mean, seriously. But Diana Rossini put out that one of the frameworks that the 49ers had set up in terms of deals that would have sent Brandon Aiyuk away from the San Francisco 49ers was a deal that would have sent Aiyuk to Pittsburgh to be with the Steelers, a 3rd-round pick to Denver for the Broncos, and the 49ers would have gotten Cortland Sutton in return. So you can't really do a 3-team trade in the NFL. I think there are specific rules against that, but the 49ers, Steelers, and Broncos would have found a bypass, a way that they could have gotten a deal done where the Steelers get Aiyuk, who they've wanted all offseason. The 49ers get Cortland Sutton, who would have been a replacement, albeit not as talented as Aiyuk, but not necessarily commanding the same salary as Aiyuk, and maybe that gives them some flexibility elsewhere. Maybe they're looking down the road and thinking about Diamador Lenore, Charvarius Ward come next year. Who knows? But it would have cost the 49ers a 3rd-round draft pick as well. And apparently, according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, it was the Broncos who said no to that deal. And quite frankly, I am glad that the Broncos said no, because I think that, well, as good as Cortland Sutton is as a wide receiver and as good of a fit as I do think he could be in a Kyle Shanahan offense, I'd rather have Aiyuk. I'd rather have the guy with a demonstrated connection to Brock Purdy, a guy who has clearly thrived with Brock Purdy at the helm, and he's gone through some turbulent times in this offense. I mean, remember back to Brandon Aiyuk's 2nd season in the NFL when he was kind of in Kyle Shanahan's doghouse. He comes out as a rookie, performs pretty well. You could see the potential, and then all of a sudden, not getting targets, not catching the football, ball's not being thrown his way very often. And Kyle Shanahan put it point blank, they needed to see more consistency on the practice field. They needed to see him improve as a blocker. And over the last 2 seasons, Brandon Aiyuk has lived up to the lofty internal expectations the 49ers have set forth. Now, you wonder if and what Brandon Aiyuk has been up to this offseason, how he's been preparing himself to step in and continue to build off of the last 2 seasons and to get better, because you don't want someone to sign a deal and for all of a sudden then to be just satisfied. Hey, got my money, got paid, we're good to go. Guaranteed money's good. I can live off that forever. You want him hungry to win a Super Bowl, and you want him working with the other 10 guys on your offense, and I do think that he will. But how quickly can he regain that form? How quickly can the 49ers get him up to speed? When you sign this late in the preseason, now the preseason's over and you begin game prep for the New York Jets, it becomes a question. Let's take one more call before this commercial break. Let's head out to Carlos in San Jose. Carlos in San Jose, you're on Sports Phone. Carlos, how's it going this evening?
What's going on, man? Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to say that it is always good to lock down that homegrown talent, right?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
100% agree with you. I think having Aiyuk there and having Aiyuk be that piece that Purdy feels confident with, feels better than if it would have been any other receiver, right? And you also took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say that I remember Aiyuk being in Kyle Shanahan's doghouse those couple, that season when he was in his doghouse. And all he's done from there is just get better and better and better. And I think that really, really has been good to see as a fan. And it makes me, feel confident in having him around, man, for the next couple of years and giving him that contract,
Yeah, absolutely. When you have to work, when you overcome adversity and you prove to the organization that you can do it at a high level and that you can get past that point, I think it speaks volumes about your character and your ability as a player to find yourself out of a rough patch, to force yourself to be productive on the field. And so it's a good story arc for Brandon Aiyuk, for him to go from the dog cast to the point where he's signing a 9-figure deal to remain with the organization that drafted him. It's a really cool accomplishment for Aiyuk and a testament to the kind of the tough love that the 49ers showed him early in his career.
Absolutely, I agree.
All right, Carlos, thank you for the phone call. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Your thoughts, your texts as well. When we come back, more thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk and what his extension means for the 49ers moving forward. What does it mean for Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, and everyone else under Kyle Shanahan's offensive direction? You're listening to Sports on KNBR. I'm Kerry Crowley. We're rolling with you until 9 o'clock on KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Our long National Football League nightmare is over. The Brandon Aiyuk saga has ended where it began, in San Francisco, with a 4-year, $120 million contract extension that keeps him with the 49ers through 2028.
When you sign a 4-year, $120 million deal, I think the expectation is you're going to deliver big-time numbers, not necessarily Hall of Fame caliber numbers, but you're going to be one of the top 5-10 receivers in the NFL, as you are paid to be. But you go back to the beginning of last season, and the 49ers' first game of the season against the Pittsburgh Steelers, Brandon Aiyuk, 8 catches, 129 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was, quite frankly, the best player on the practice field during training camp, through much of the preseason leading up to that Week 1 opener. This year's going to be different. I mean, I think we all expect Brandon Aiyuk to put up games like 8 for 129 and 2, but can we expect that week 1 against the New York Jets? Is it fair to expect that week 1 against the New York Jets? 916 on the text line chiming in, Golden State Lumber text line, saying Aiyuk will get hurt early from not being in football shape, but hey, the Giants didn't get $30 million out of Blake Snell either. So, quite a comparison making there. Unlike the Giants, the 49ers do sign players long-term. They are keeping guys around for the long haul. Heard from our guy Fitz down in Santa Cruz, who said, glad we don't have to talk Giants tonight. I love Fitz. Love hearing from Fitz. Glad the Aiyuk deal got done. I think it's fair to have high expectations for him this year, especially since he was acting like a top 3 wide receiver during these negotiations. He isn't that high ranking of a wide receiver. I understand his looks are limited due to the 49ers offensive weapons, but when his number is called, he better produce. And I think that speaks for a lot of 49er fans. Like, that Brandon Aiyuk isn't going to be getting the level of targets that CeeDee Lamb gets in the Cowboys offense, that St. Brown gets in the Lions offense. But when they throw his way, be it 8 to 10 times a game, be it some games, if they're more run heavy, 5 to 7 times a game, he's got to come down with the football, and he's got to turn those opportunities into big plays. One of the reasons Brandon Aiyuk has been so successful for the 49ers the last few seasons, his yard after the catch ability. I mean, this is someone who can turn a medium gain over the middle of the field into a long gain with his elusiveness. Not only does he run great routes to get open in this short to intermediate passing game that Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy operate, but he is then able to extend. I think one of the great differences between Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel, and believe me, you need both of these players in the 49ers offense to be successful, but I think that Deebo Samuel has just incredible short area quickness and this elusive burst when he first gets going. And I think that Brandon Aiyuk has a lot more precise of a game. I think that Aiyuk is the player that, hey, if you're running a 3-step drop with a timing route, you want Aiyuk running that. If you're running a bubble screen on the outside and it's 3rd and 12 and you need 13 yards to extend the drive, you want Samuel running that. And so they both fill different needs in this 49ers offense. But the point that Fitz makes, and I think this is an important point, the 49ers offense over the course of 17 games is going to require a lot of different players. There are going to be games when you need Christian McCaffrey to run for 150 yards and you need to grind down the clock. There are going to be games when you're playing a team with great corners and lesser linebackers, and George Kittle's going to have to be a primary target for Brock Purdy. But when you have kind of a traditional defense, maybe a top 5, top 10 defense in front of you that can take away a lot, those are the games where you pay Brandon Aiyuk to get open against anyone. Those are the games where, hey, if they've got 6 in the box and they can still stop the run against Christian McCaffrey and this 49ers offensive line that, hey, probably isn't the best in the league, probably isn't a top 10 unit in the league, you're paying Brandon Aiyuk to produce in those games. Obviously, when you give a guy $30 million on an average annual basis, you're paying him to produce every game. You're paying him because he can pop, because you never know when he has to play like the ladybug catch, because he's capable of things like that. But you're also paying him to produce regardless of who's on the other side of the football. When you earn $30+ million a season, the expectation is if you're up against the top 2, top 3, top 4 defense, you're still getting your numbers. You're still helping the 49ers be productive on the offensive side of the football. And there is no hiding anymore for Brandon Aiyuk. I don't think that there's hiding when you're a number 1 like he was last season and really the year before. And I don't think there's hiding when you're a first-round draft pick. We learn pretty early on in these guys' careers now in the NFL whether they have it or they don't, whether one day they're going to be worthy of an extension or they're going to be traded, released, let go in free agency after their 4 years are up, or if they're 5 years, if they're given that 5th-year option extended by their team. But generally speaking, 2-3 seasons in, we have a fairly good idea of what wide receivers are capable of in the NFL. And in Brandon Aiyuk's case, we know that he's capable of being a number 1 guy. And now he's got the chance to prove it over the next 3 or 4 seasons. And really, it's not the chance. It is he must prove it, because the 49ers have made that bet on Brandon Aiyuk. It's a bet that 3-4 years from now, he will still be the number one in this offense. And yes, they've drafted Ricky Pearsall, which means, hey, maybe this is the last year of Deebo Samuel in this 49ers offense. Maybe if the 49ers decide to keep Deebo around and they decide George Kittle isn't worth the big term investment next year. But tough decisions are looming. Charvarius Ward, Deommodore Lenoir, both set to hit free agency after this season. Brock Purdy set to make a massive, massive amount of money. And so those decisions are only going to get harder. And this Super Bowl window is only going to, in my opinion, come closer to being shut. So the expectation is win now. 49ers are paying Brandon Aiyuk $47 million for April 1st of next year. So the expectation is produce now. 8 catches for 129 and 2 against the Pittsburgh Steelers week 1 of last year. Can he match that production? Can he better that production against the New York Jets on Monday Night Football on September 9th? We shall find out. Let's head out to Don in San Francisco. Don in San Francisco, you're on Sports Phone. Don, how are you this evening?
Oh, fine. I'm so glad they signed Brandon Aiyuk. You know what I'm talking about. I'm glad they signed Brandon Aiyuk. It took quite a while. It's been a long drama going on, you know.
It did. Yeah, this is a different negotiation the 49ers have had. Look, we always knew that the Nick Bosa deal would get done as long as it took. They weren't going to let him go elsewhere. The Deebo Samuel deal dragged into training camp, but not this long. This was very public. This, I would say, got ugly at times, and there was a lot of pressure on both sides, and finally it happens, Don.
Yeah, because it's good they signed him because he's the good guy in the offense. He's proper. He's a good target. And so many decoys that could be there can help him, you know. I mean, get the first down, push your third down and 1, you know. I mean, that's how they're going to win a lot of games this way.
Absolutely. No, thank you for the call. It's good that you have that third down safety valve because, look, Juwan Jennings is back, third and Juwan. I love when the 49ers go to their safety valve and Juwan Jennings, but Brandon Aiyuk is the guy who turns these intermediate routes into long gains. He turns these second and third and longs into first downs, and he's someone who completely opens up the field for this 49ers team. Again, the pressure is going to be significant. The weight of signing a contract like this, it adds up. But he wanted to be one of these guys. He held in and forced the 49ers to deal with a trade request that required them to look outside the organization to spend some real time and resources evaluating potential deals with the New England Patriots, with the Pittsburgh Steelers, with the Cleveland Browns. And they came to him and said, look, we've got the framework of a deal. You can go elsewhere. You can be the number one for Jacoby Brissett and Gerard Mayo and the New England Patriots. You can be the number one for Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns. Or you could potentially take a little less and be the number one for Brock Purdy and a team that just went to the Super Bowl last year. It's your call. And then when he turned down the move to New England, when he turned down the move to the Cleveland Browns, I totally understood the 49ers' frustration. I totally understood the fact that Brandon Aiyuk came to them with a trade. They got him trades to multiple destinations. And he said, no, those aren't really places that I want to play. Tough. Then play on the fifth-year option or don't play at all. I also give the 49ers credit for extending him because I do think it is in the best interest of the franchise to keep your stars happy and to keep them long-term. We look at the Golden State Warriors, how they won 4 titles. They kept their stars happy, and look, could have been volatile. Draymond Green's a big personality who is prone to on-court flare-ups, as we know. Klay Thompson, as we saw, post-ACL and post-Achilles, not always the happiest guy in the world. And so things can deteriorate. Things can get ugly quickly. But when you keep folks happy, when you pay them to produce, and they do produce, magic can happen. And the 49ers have yet to see that magic happen in the way that the Warriors did and the way that the Giants did when they signed Matt Cain and Madison Bumgarner and Tim Lincecum and Buster Posey long-term. But the 49ers have also had a really good run over the last 5 years, and you don't want to see it deteriorate all at once. You don't want to see that opportunity that you have to get back to the Super Bowl and finally reach the peak of that mountain. You don't want to see it slip away over unhappy players, over frustration, over guys feeling like they're not being taken care of. And so I give the 49ers a lot of credit because I don't think it can be easy to get so close as they've been, and really, obviously 2 of the last 5 seasons, but really 3 of the last 5 seasons, and not capture that 6th title, not make good on the promise that you feel like you are the best team in the NFL. It can be tough to come back and say, well, we've still got to pay these guys as if they've won a Super Bowl, because it's kind of what they've done. They've still taken care of their guys. They've still kept this core intact. They've been reluctant to make change, and I do think they're keeping their window open for this 2024 season by doing so. I think that's really tough as an organization, but they're leaning in on this core. They leaned in with Brandon Aiyuk. They kept that deal on the table despite all of the frustration they showed, and John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan showed down in Santa Clara on Wednesday. And ultimately, the 49ers should be better off for getting this deal done. I'm Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports on KNBR. We are rolling with you until 9 o'clock. John Dickinson going to join me around 7:30 this evening. But when we come back, your calls on the state of the San Francisco 49ers, your thoughts as we inch closer to Monday Night Football, September 9th, against the New York Jets, Week 1, when Brandon Aiyuk will be out on the field. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the Sports Leader.
Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network and Mike Garafolo report that the 49ers are not trading Brandon Aiyuk. He is getting a front-loaded 4-year deal worth $120 million with 76 guaranteed. Find out more on the details of that on our socials at KNBR.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Aiyuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Aiyuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Aiyuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Aiyuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe. And y'all know what that means. So that's all I can say, because other than that, I don't know. Just great luck. God was with us today. Great win. Bang, bang, Niner game. It's crazy.
Really is a defining play of Brandon Aiyuk's career. One of the better plays of the Kyle Shanahan era. The ladybug catch against the Detroit Lions. Brandon Aiyuk went up and brought it down. And I was sitting in this chair last year post-game when we held a late night show on, I believe it was Sunday evening when the 49ers took on the Detroit Lions. And every call was just in awe of how Brandon Aiyuk made that catch, of how Brandon Aiyuk stayed focused, of what the 49ers will be talking about if he didn't come down with that football. Because who knows if we're talking Super Bowl at that point? Who knows if we're talking epic comeback at that point? It's one of the staple plays, really, of the 2023 season. Of course, it happened in 2024, but one of the staple plays that we'll remember from Brandon Aiyuk's career, from this era of 49ers football, when they put together the sizzle reel, the highlight reel, the best 60 seconds, the best 90 seconds. Folks, that one's going to be on there. And after today's deal, 4 years, $120 million, we will have the opportunity to see Brandon Aiyuk make more magic in a 49ers uniform. Now, a lot of our texters this evening, 415-808-KNBR is the number on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, have expressed some concern about, okay, now that Aiyuk's in the building, now that Aiyuk is under contract, now that Aiyuk will take the practice field, because remember, he was already in the building, he was already under contract, he just wasn't going to take the practice field. Now that that's going to happen, what comes next for Trent Williams and the big man on the left side of the 49ers offensive line? Because we could talk about Brock Purdy and how I think he's poised to take yet another step forward this year. Christian McCaffrey and how much he's transformed the running game under Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. Brandon Aiyuk, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, the top three receiving threats. Hey, you even got Ricky Pearsall, a first-round draft pick, and Juwan Jennings to add to that receiver room as well. Pretty darn good offensive group. But there are questions up front. There are questions up front even if they don't have Trent Williams, or excuse me, I should say, even if they do have Trent Williams, but there are questions that will persist if they don't have Trent Williams. Because Jalen Moore has flashed some potential for this 49ers team, but he is not a top-tier left tackle like Trent Williams. He is not a top 3, top 4, top 5 left tackle like the future Hall of Famer is. And in fact, I'd probably venture to say if the 49ers were to move forward with Jalen Moore as the starter at that position or sub in any of the other number of players who project as swing tackles on this team, they would be taking a big step back on the offensive line. They would be risking the health of Brock Purdy, which this is a franchise that cannot afford to do that. Because how many years in a row did quarterback play, quarterback conversation, quarterback controversy dominate the airwaves here in San Francisco and the Bay Area? I mean, you go back to Jimmy Garoppolo coming off the 2020 season, Trey Lance being taken 3rd overall in 2021. The 49ers felt as if internally they felt like, okay, we've got our guy. We were set for the future. And they were ready to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo. And it turned out Trey Lance wasn't the guy. And he got injured early, and Jimmy Garoppolo found a way to maintain control of that starting quarterback job. And so you head into the following season when you're not really supposed to have Jimmy around. When, once again, we're discussing controversy at the quarterback position. When every week we're tuning in to hear what Steve Young has to say on Tolbert and Copes, which, by the way, we do that every week anyway, but when you had Jimmy and Trey and Brock in the building and no one was talking about Brock back at that point, yeah, there were some concerns about how the 49ers would move forward at the quarterback position, and if this franchise could get back to the Super Bowl caliber level that the rest of its roster suggested that it was at. They just had to overcome the hurdle at the quarterback position. Then last offseason, after Brock Purdy finally asserts himself as the guy in 2022, takes over, goes on a remarkable run, you feel confident, but he injures his elbow in the Eagles game. He needs surgery, and by the way, he's not throwing for much of the offseason. And how much can you really trust 9 games? A player who was taken with the last overall pick in the NFL draft. So finally this year we reached the point where we're no longer talking about quarterback controversy, about quarterback question marks, about quarterback concerns. We're finally talking about how confident we are that Brock Purdy is the guy, that he is the face of this 49ers franchise. And they can move forward knowing that they're in good hands because Brock's under center. But how confident can you be if Trent Williams isn't protecting him at the left tackle position? Because I think a lot of us would say that the 49ers probably mishandled a bit of the Aiyuk negotiations. Now, I think Aiyuk also mishandled a bit of the negotiations here. I think that his trade request was ill-timed. I think that turning down potential trades and then demanding that you still get paid at like a top 5 level is kind of an odd situation to me. But ultimately the deal gets done and everyone can and should be happy about that. And so we move on to Trent Williams and we move on to the discussion about what happens to the left tackle position, because this is another situation where things could go south for the 49ers really quickly if this isn't taken care of soon. And indications from, folks around the 49ers, folks who cover the team, suggest that the 49ers are somewhat confident they'll get this deal done with Trent Williams. But the reality is this Brandon Aiyuk situation played out on social media, in the press. There was just a whole lot of back and forth that we knew about, that we heard about. It was noisy on a daily basis. Because Aiyuk was there holding in, we saw video of him. I mean, there were hours on KNBR where we devoted to analyzing the handshake between Aiyuk and John Lynch on the practice field, parsing through the words of Kyle Shanahan, what he would have to say each week. But Trent Williams, this has been in the dark. This has been quiet. This has been Trent Williams away from the building and no one quite understanding exactly what he wants. Like, I think with Aiyuk, we knew he wanted to be paid like a top 5, top 6, top 7 wide receiver. We just didn't know if the 49ers were willing to pay him like that. With Trent Williams, 36 years old, does he want to be paid like the number 1 left tackle in the NFL? Does he want to surpass the deal that Tristan Wirfs just signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Does he want guaranteed money for the final 3 years of his deal? I mean, most left tackles don't play until they're Trent Williams' age. Is he pursuing, an all-time resume where he plays deep into his 30s, close to age 40? We just have no clue. We don't have the slightest bit of insight. With Brandon Aiyuk, it felt like every day, Mike Garafolo or Ian Rappaport or Diana Rossini, someone would tweet out something. There'd be some nugget of news regarding where Aiyuk stood and where the 49ers stood. And oftentimes, those nuggets were not very good for either side. They weren't moving closer to a resolution. They weren't very happy with each other. This thing was volatile. It had the potential to blow up on both sides, with Aiyuk potentially leaving the 49ers. With Trent Williams, I just don't have the slightest feel for this thing. Part of me believes that the 49ers are fine with Trent not participating during the preseason and during training camp because he gets a whole lot of vet days during the regular season anyway, doesn't practice a whole lot, and he shows up for 17 games, and he's one of the most dependable left tackles in the NFL. But now that the 49ers are in preparation for the Jets, and now that they're turning their attention to week 1, you would think you'd want your starting left tackle there. You don't want to move forward with Jalen Moore, presuming he's the guy for you. And I think that is the concern. We all could have said, okay, this gets to about August 15th, August 20th. That's fine on Trent Williams. You wouldn't have wanted that with Brandon Aiyuk because had the potential, at least in theory, to be a lot more volatile. There were trade discussions. There were all sorts of those things happening. With Trent, he's at the age where if he wanted to, theoretically, he could walk away. And again, we have no idea what Trent wants to do. But you look at this 49ers offensive line, you look at this 49ers depth chart, it's Jalen Moore at left tackle, who in limited appearances in the NFL has not proven that he is really a starting caliber left tackle. He's a swing tackle, 6th, 7th offensive lineman, and not the guy you want to have protecting Brock Purdy for 17 games if you're about to pay Brock Purdy $55 to $60 million on an average annual basis. You got Aaron Banks at left guard, who I have a lot more confidence in than I once did after he essentially redshirted his rookie season. You've got Jake Brendel at center, who was somewhat of a project for the 49ers, but has turned out to be a relatively reliable center. You've got 3rd-round draft pick and rookie Dominic Pooney at right guard. And again, I'm excited about Dominic Pooney. I think that the 49ers have rarely felt confident in rookie offensive linemen, and we've rarely seen Kyle Shanahan showcase the kind of confidence and respect that he has for a guy in Pooney's position. And so you feel decent about that situation, but again, he's a rookie. And then at right tackle, you've got Colton McKivitz, who, is he an upgrade over Mike McGlinchey? Is he probably a concern because he isn't a real stalwart? He isn't a real top 10, top 15 tackle on the right side? You've got some serious concerns on the offensive line, and that's even if Trent Williams is healthy. You're not feeling as if that's a position group that stacks up with the very best in the NFL. You feel as if the 49ers are going to be relying heavily on their skill players and just getting by with their offensive line. Brock Purdy's elusiveness, his evasiveness in the pocket, his awareness, he's going to have to continue to show that every single week this season. Wouldn't surprise me if the sack numbers went up. Wouldn't surprise me if the interception numbers went up, because he's simply under more pressure if they don't get Trent Williams back week 1 or early in this season. And again, this Trent Williams thing, it could all be resolved in a matter of hours. I just don't think any of us have the slightest clue for how it unfolds. So 415-808-KNBR is the number. I am Kerry Crowley. We're rolling with you until 9 o'clock. We're taking your phone calls. Let's head out to Greg in Sacramento. Greg in Sacramento, you're on Sports Phone. Greg, how's it going this evening?
Fantastic. How are you?
Doing well. Brandon Aiyuk has signed. The long national nightmare's over. What's on your mind?
Clearly on my mind is the value of Trent Williams is so much greater than Brandon Aiyuk. And now to start questioning whether that was a proper negotiating tactic is ridiculous. I mean, do you want a blocker that's a left tackle, or do you want a blocker that's a wide receiver? The whole thing, I think that the Brandon Aiyuk thing will end up being a complete disaster, way overpaid, way less production than should happen. It blows my mind. I can't believe it.
Well, what about it blows your mind? Because he's second-team All-Pro last year, and so you're looking at last year a top 6, top 7 wide receiver, 1,342 yards, 75 receptions, and they ultimately get a deal that kind of pays him in line with that. Because this is a unique negotiation. The tactics on both sides, I think, weren't great, but what part of it frustrates you or upsets you?
I think I believe it's overvalued. I mean, I think 6th or 7th best is generous.
Okay.
It's probably outside of the top 10, in my opinion. I think that, all I hear is justifying his value is his ability to block. Because none of these other wide receivers who may or may not have the ability to be an X, who can get off a block quickly, can do that. I mean, I believe he's overpaid. I mean, I'm paying the big guy who's taking care of the guy that's throwing the ball. That's where, in my opinion, that's where you need to take care of that first and not this other thing. And maybe that's genius negotiation by his agent, but I'm really not sure.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Look, Greg, I think the priority should be Trent Williams. I think that Trent Williams is the far more important player to the 49ers, and I think that they are compromised, as I've said throughout this segment, if they don't have Trent Williams at left tackle week 1. And I still think the offensive line isn't all that great if Trent Williams is out there. With that being said, I think you still want Brandon Aiyuk under contract. The 49ers, I don't think would get Brandon Aiyuk under contract if they didn't believe they could pay both of them. I truly think it's not a one or the other situation for them. I think that they understand that they have to pay Trent, and they know how important he is,
Yeah, I agree with that. They better get it done quickly, though.
Yeah.
Or they're going to have a lot of upset people out there in their fan base. And, I mean, ultimately, though, I'm not just sure that the value is there for Aiyuk. I mean, I just don't see it. I mean, he's a better than average receiver, but is he to me, I'm not sure that he's worth that. And then when I hear all this stuff about blocking, I have to discount that, because I believe that you can get. I'd rather have 2 cheap guys, one guy that can catch and one guy that can block, and then make that work. I'm not sure that his value is there.
Okay. I mean, I think that last year's numbers speak for themselves, and 1,342 yards, over 18 yards per reception. But I totally understand where you're coming from if you think that was an aberration. Look, if you're entitled to feel that way.
Well, thanks. I mean, I hope I'm the dummy here.
I hope that no one's the dummy, and I hope that we all enjoy and look forward to spending 17 weeks together, 17 games together, 18 weeks together, talking about this 49ers season. Thank you for the call, Greg. Appreciate your thoughts this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Send out to Richard in San Jose. Richard in San Jose, you're on Sports Phone. What's going on, Richard?
How's it going?
Going well on our end. What's on your mind tonight, Richard?
Well, everybody's talking about Brandon Aiyuk getting this big deal, but forgot Curry got a good say too.
Curry did $62.6 million. Not bad for the 26-27 season, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So everyone's talking about Brandon Aiyuk getting this. I'm like, what about Curry? No one's talking about Steph Curry getting another whole other year on this contract.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about that this evening. I think that the 49ers play in less than 2 weeks, and Steph Curry's 2026-2027 season isn't exactly at the front of everyone's mind,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right, thank you for the call, Richard. Appreciate your thoughts. Biggest contract in the Bay Area today, technically speaking, 4 years, $120 million belongs to Brandon Aiyuk. I think maybe the cooler contract, 1 year, $62.6 million for Steph Curry to stay with the Golden State Warriors through his age 38 season. It is a sign that Steph believes in the current ownership group, the current front office leadership. He didn't have to come out and make this deal with with the Golden State Warriors. And so I think that that's a good, positive development for this team. At the same time, I think the more pressing thing that we'll talk about is Aiyuk. So we will talk about Steph Curry in the 8 o'clock hour. 415-808-KNBR is the number. JD, John Dickinson, going to join me around 7:30. More time for your calls on the other side of this break. You're listening to Sports on KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you till 9 o'clock here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
Bang, bang, Niner game. It's crazy.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that things will work out with Trent. I'm not sitting here knowing what day it'll be. I mean, we're getting close to playing a game, so my mind is completely on preparing for a game without those guys. But yeah, I feel when two sides want to get a deal done, and usually it happens.
It wasn't easy, but the 49ers got the deal done with Brandon Aiyuk. 4 years, $120 million, $76 million guaranteed, and he'll be paid $47 million by April 1st of next year. Seems like a nice chunk of change. Like I said, parents who have kids playing baseball, teach them to be left-handed pitchers. Parents who have kids playing football, teach them to play wide receiver, because all of the top wide receivers made some money this offseason. I think Jamar Chase is still looking for his deal, but he's still, I think, 2 years away from technically becoming a free agent. Brandon Aiyuk was 1 year away, so obviously this season was make or break for him, and he was going to be playing on a fifth-year option. It's typically when deals like this get done, the extensions get done, why guys hold out, but Aiyuk was holding in. The 49ers were having none of it, as Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch said Wednesday. After the 53-man roster was set and Aiyuk was taking up valuable space, they said, hey, you got to practice. They ultimately get the deal done. They're happy with it. At least I assume that both sides are happy with it. We will find out when both speak with the media next. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Send out to our guy, Rob in Philly. Rob in Philly on Sports Phone. Rob, how's it going this evening?
Hey, how are you?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind tonight, Rob?
So the Aiyuk deal, I mean, I'm happy that he finally got it done. I think, obviously, it took longer than we all wanted, but I think his agent played it very smart, right? There's a lot of receivers that were coming up for deals. So there was no reason for him to rush into a deal while there's a whole bunch of other receivers just about to get deals.
Yeah.
So, we just had to stay patient. I think, obviously, there was some little frustration at the end. The Niners had to explore other options. But I'm glad it all worked out. And I think, I disagree with the other caller who said he's a receiver that we might have made a mistake on. That's just not true. I mean, this guy gets open, separates, blocks, does everything you want a receiver do, probably except maybe catch high-point contested balls. That's probably what separates him from being, the top three, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I think that where Brandon Aiyuk's not the top of the top elite receiver in terms of he doesn't go up there and grab that ball the way some of those top guys do. But that aside, I mean, going forward, I think this is, great timing. Obviously, this opens up now the avenue to get Trent done. I think Trent will definitely get done. I mean, he's got 3 years, big money left on his deal. I think he's still at the top of the tackle market. He just wants guaranteed money in some way, right? Throw, whatever it is, 30 million.
I think that the Tristan Wirfs deal may have messed things up a little bit, but you look at the final year of Trent's deal where he's scheduled to make something like $33 million. He's still very much near the top of the tackle market, and none of his money right now is guaranteed. So that does seem to be the sticking point.
That's
just
guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
It's got to be guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Make him feel like, look, if I get hurt week 6, tear my patellar tendon or something,
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I think our window just opened up even more, especially if we get Trent signed, because Brock, he's got a big deal coming up, but he doesn't have that much leverage. He's a 7th-round pick. I think.
Well, here's the push. Yeah. Here's the pushback on that. I think he has leverage because the 49ers have cycled through quarterback after quarterback after quarterback, and they finally found one they love. And so are they really going to go do this song and dance again? I don't think so. I really don't. It's so hard for NFL teams to finally settle on a quarterback. And if he has another season like last year, I think that they're going to be willing to pay him every last dollar.
Well, the negotiation point is 3 years of whatever the franchise tag is the guaranteed money they should get, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
That's the starting and ending point. It's what are the 3 years of the franchise tag for a quarterback? That's what we can control you with.
Mm-hmm.
And do you want to take something a little bit less than that, or do you want to play the next 3 years and risk an injury?
Yeah.
I think they'll get something less than that. I mean, this is a guy who's making 200. What is he making? 700? 800?
Yeah, well, he's making one of the smallest salaries in the NFL, which is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, view it as him. So say 3 years is $120 million. Okay, we'll give you 100, say.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is he going to turn down 100? No. I mean, we're going to get a deal with him for sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be beneficial for the team. Yeah.
I ultimately think Brock's going to make over $55 million a year on an average annual basis. I think that Trevor Lawrence got 55 over 5, and I think that you're starting to see the market trend towards 60. Dak Prescott's about to get paid. I think that you're going to see Brock make a really, in my mind, currently unfathomable amount of money, but at the time, it'll probably make sense for both sides.
The beauty is he's young, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you can continue to restructure that deal and put the guarantee.
Oh, absolutely.
You could pay him something and then convert into a bonus, stretch it out over another 6 years if he continues to prove himself.
Mm-hmm.
They're in a great spot here.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like what the Chiefs have done with Mahomes. They signed this crazy 10-year deal he took. Maybe we offer that. I don't know.
Yeah, but they've been super creative. You're right about that. You can be creative with quarterbacks in their contracts.
And they've got him at a point where they can get him in a undervalued deal and keep him in an undervalued deal, honestly, because he's never going to hit the market if he's good, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're right on with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is exciting. If Brock is all we think he can be, and everything that he's been talked about this offseason, the next step he took in terms of more arm strength. What did he say? He wants to dominate every possession.
Yeah,
if he can do that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The Super Bowl window is wide open and on a discount on the cap, in my opinion. So, hey, let's go.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you for the call, Rob. Appreciate your thoughts this evening. 415-808-KNBR is the number. My friend John Dickinson going to join us here in about 8-9 minutes, breaking down the Brandon Aiyuk deal. 49ers getting it done today. I do think that Rob brought up some interesting things that are worth discussing, re-contract negotiations, re-guaranteed money. And one of those things, Tim Kawakami pointed out in an article that he just released for The Athletic, large guarantees in a contract can push the early cap hit down. So Amon-Ra St. Brown, who signed his nearly identical deal to what Brandon Aiyuk signed with the 49ers, he just did it a whole lot earlier in the offseason. St. Brown's deal and the cap hit for the 2024 season is just $4.9 million. So originally, Brandon Aiyuk's cap hit was scheduled to be in the neighborhood of $15 million because he was playing on that fifth-year option. The assumption with the 49ers paying him $47 million by April 1st of next year is that the cap hit will go down from $14.9 million or $15 million. I don't know if it will go all the way down to St. Brown's number of $4.9, but the assumption is it will probably be under $10 million, which should free up money to guarantee Trent Williams to pick up the money that you feel like you need to get your left tackle in the building. So the hope is the 49ers are able to do that by early next week so that Trent Williams can be in the building, can be practicing, and the 49ers can be at full strength. Because I think that until the Aiyuk deal got done, it was such a different style of negotiation. The 49ers were potentially on the verge of trading Aiyuk and needing to bring in another wide receiver on a different contract to replace him. So there just probably wasn't a level of comfort in locking in Trent Williams' contract while Aiyuk was still floating around. And as a caller from earlier said, and I fully believe this as well, Trent is the more important player to the 49ers offense. Like you look at this team, they've got some good wide receivers in Deebo Samuel and Jawan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall has potential as a first-round pick. George Kittle's obviously been a great receiver at times during his NFL career. You've got a great running back in Christian McCaffrey. Brock Purdy, who is evolving as a quarterback and I think is going to continue to take steps forward. But you need that left tackle. You could have gone and potentially sacrificed without Brandon Aiyuk at the wide receiver position. I think you're worse, but I think you're significantly worse without Trent Williams. And so I think that having the certainty of this Aiyuk deal should enable the 49ers to do the cap maneuvering that they need to do to keep Trent Williams happy, to get him in the building, and to ultimately head into Monday Night Football against the New York Jets firing on all cylinders. Who knows if Brandon Aiyuk will be at full strength, at full speed by Monday, September 9th? Who knows if Trent Williams will have enough time to ramp up? But the 49ers look at this as the long game. You don't necessarily need to win week one. You need to win the Super Bowl. That's the objective for this team. And while winning week 1 against the New York Jets would be really nice, 49ers have endured some losses in the past early in the season. Granted, not last year when they got off to the 5-0 start, but they've endured some losses in the past. And they've performed fairly well in the playoffs. The goal this year, perform extremely well and win the big one. Finally get over that hump. On the other side, we'll talk to John Dickinson, super reporter, breaking down this Brandon Aiyuk contract. Got a good guest list for you this evening. I'm Kerry Crowley. We're rolling until 9 o'clock. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. The big subject of the day, Brandon Aiyuk signs the 4-year, $120 million extension with the San Francisco 49ers. We cannot get any further into this show without hearing from our guy, boots on the ground in Santa Clara all the time throughout training camp. It's John Dickinson. JD, how are you, my friend?
Doing well, Kerry. Thanks for having me. Big day in the Bay. Big day for the 49ers, and I think they can cross a lot of the potential drama that was, I think, reaching and maybe beyond a boiling point here over the events of the last 24 hours in finally getting Brandon Aiyuk locked up.
Yeah, what do you make of the last 24 to 36 hours or so of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan coming down really hard line on Wednesday afternoon about Aiyuk being on the roster? He's got to show up, he's got to play, and then Aiyuk getting this deal that seems pretty favorable to Aiyuk. I mean, this is not Aiyuk sacrificing and caving and losing any money here. This is market value for what his play and what other wide receivers would suggest he's worth on the free agent market. He just signs it as an extension with the 49ers.
Yeah, I think, deadline spur action is probably the simplest way to put it. And the 49ers had reached a deadline with Brandon Aiyuk to where he had to start showing up. Otherwise, I think he would, run the risk of the 49ers pulling the offer. Mm-hmm. And I do think, and it's been reported, that basically it's the same offer that has been on the table for the last 2.5, 3 weeks. And then Ryan Williams, the agent for Brandon Aiyuk, quickly quote tweeted that reporting and said that's factually inaccurate. So we'll see. There's a little bit of a difference of opinion on that. And look, maybe the 49ers had to kick in more guaranteed money because there's always the initial, beauty pageant, 4 years and $120, but it's really $76 million guaranteed. So did the 49ers come up in the last 24 hours or in the last couple of weeks from where they had been in terms of the guarantee? Was the guarantee maybe 70, 72, and now they got it up to 76, and that's what got this deal done? Or is it truly the same or similar framework to what had been on the table? I do give the Niners credit for not pulling the offer. Yeah. Because, now, again, I think they were at the point, and really, I would imagine Aiyuk probably had until Monday, Tuesday, when the Niners get back on the practice field down in Santa Clara. They're basically off for the whole weekend, per the collective bargaining agreement. They had a couple of practices today and yesterday, and then there's a mandatory 3-day off period for any team that isn't playing a Thursday night opener for this Labor Day weekend. So there wasn't necessarily urgency to have something happen maybe, over the next 3 days. But by the time everybody came back in the building Monday, Tuesday, and the Niners really started to gear up for the week and the preparation against the Jets, I think they wanted to make sure it was done by that point. So I don't know if the Niners, how strongly they threatened maybe to pull the offer, but I think the deadline of, okay, we're going to start finding you. We may pull the offer, which means you're going to have to play on the fifth-year option or choose to not play at all. And at that point, we can quibble about, Kerry, whether the offer was sweetened a little bit here in the recent weeks or days or hours, but the reality is Brandon Aiyuk was standing to lose a lot of money if he had chosen that path. And so I think the deadline here became very important because he was heading down a path where he was not going to be active week one, and heading down a path where not only would he not be active, but he would probably be suspended for conduct detrimental to the team, and that would have cost him a game check and really sent this thing down what I would consider to be the nuclear path. So credit to the Niners. And look, I think both sides, Kerry, can say that they've bungled this in some ways. I think the Niners are probably paying more than they wanted to. Yeah. I think, Aiyuk, though, holds firm. But he didn't let it go, and neither side let it go down to the nuclear path, which I think is a credit to both sides. But in particular the Niners, because I know a lot of organizations, Kerry, would have gotten so fed up, as we all in the media and the fan base was, and said, damn it, show up. And again, I think it was heading down that road, but other teams would have done it within the last 3 weeks, and I think that could have sent it down an even uglier path than it ended up on.
Very well said. John Dickinson joining us here on the UMA guest line, breaking down the Brandon Aiyuk contract. JD, obviously this negotiation has been unique. All negotiations are different, but this has been long drawn out. There's been cryptic social media posts. There was the pressure put out on Wednesday by John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. How quickly do you think they're able to put this behind them? How quickly are things back to normal with Brandon Aiyuk back in the building next week?
Yeah, I think they've given themselves the minimum acceptable buffer. I mean, I think the optics of this deal and Aiyuk getting the 76 guaranteed and the 4 and 120, and man, I mean, you saw that some of the numbers. I mean, he's going to get, what, 47 million, something like that?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
In his pocket over the next basically calendar year, right? August to August. So, or even maybe even April of 2025, he's going to get a decent chunk of the 76 by this time next year. I'll have it in pocket and next offseason. So the reality is, I think that has Aiyuk feeling good about his side of it. I think the Niners feel good because they now can check this box, and they have one more to check in terms of Trent Williams. But I think having the buffer where they're going to be back in the building Monday, Tuesday, everybody gets the traditional player off day Wednesday. It's Wednesday, typically Tuesday, Wednesday for the Niners because they're playing Monday night, so their week gets pushed back. And then truly Thursday, Friday, Saturday are the real legit week one practices for a Monday night game. So I think they've basically given themselves a week, but they've truly given themselves this entire weekend where everybody's away and then comes back in the building Labor Day and on Tuesday and gets on the field again. And I think it does allow for a reset and a clean slate and everybody to be happy for Brandon, but also all of the negativity of the last couple of months. I mean, I go back to what George Kittle had said about what Richard Sherman had told him in terms of contract negotiations are like braces, right? you hate them. They're awful. It's ugly. It's nasty. But then you get them off, and you got this beautiful smile, and you forget you even had them. Like immediately, it's like, well, great. It's like it didn't happen. So, again, I don't know that there's going to be a big time, heavy duty, shirt and tie press conference that maybe was scheduled for the offseason because now they're going to be into that final work week. But I do think everybody's happy and relieved and confident now that Aiyuk has enough time to get on the field week one against the Jets and be the productive wide receiver that the 49ers have paid him to be.
Yeah, absolutely. JD, you've spent a lot of time down in Santa Clara in that 49ers locker room talking to guys post-game through the years. This dynamic changes now that Brandon Aiyuk is making $30 million a year. He can't have a bad game. How much does this change, do you think, the way that Brandon Aiyuk is perceived in that 49ers locker room, perceived by the fan base, and maybe perceived in terms of, the 49ers offense? Like, if he goes out and has a 3-catch, 35-yard game, will everyone be crowding around his locker wondering what happened? Or, is he just another piece, another highly paid piece in this Kyle Shanahan offense?
I think it's more the latter, and I don't think that would necessarily happen week one if he has a 3-catch, 35-yard game. But I will also say I think that scenario is still better than the alternative scenario, which would have been him playing on the 5th-year option, knowing he's likely miserable, and then having a game like that where it would be potentially affecting his earning potential for what would become an extremely huge year next year, whether the Niners were to tag him and trade him, all that. So I still think this is the better of the two options. As far as it relates to this team, though, specifically, Carrie, it really, I think there are so many high-level talented players in that locker room that they're happy that their guy got his money. And look, you look at everybody that has had to go through it. I mean, Christian McCaffrey got his bump. Kittle's had to go through it. Deebo Samuel's had to go through it. You look on the defensive side with Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, like the true core elite pieces for the 49ers have all at one point in time had to go through that tough negotiation, and they've all come out on the other side, and they've all been productive players. I mean, when you just get to a man, I don't think the Niners would look at any of those contracts that I just mentioned and consider any of them disappointments.
Yeah.
So I think there's maybe a confidence level that comes with that. I also think Brandon Aiyuk, I think he wants to be a big-time focal point. Like, I think, I think he, part of where this thing went awry, Carrie, a little bit, I think was, sometimes it was the pecking order, and I think the perception of the pecking order, which is, when you think about 49er offensive weapons, Brandon Aiyuk's name is not usually the first, second, or third that comes up with you, and so I think that ticked him off a little bit. Like, I think he thought, hey, I want to be one of those guys. Like, I want to be one of the guys that's, thought of as the number one option. I think that's where maybe a Pittsburgh or a team like that maybe was more appealing. So I think Aiyuk isn't going to necessarily feel the pressure to live up. I do think it could get a little weird with the fans.
Yeah.
I think when you look at the money and the number and how ugly it got, I mean, you know this from taking a lot of calls, and I've done it on different shows. There is a big-time chunk of the 49er fan base, Carey, that really was turned off at the fact that this thing drug out for so long. And then when you get a little bit of that reporting that he took the same deal that he could have 3 weeks ago, again, that's obviously a team-sided leak in the game of leaking news. And I think that, and then even have the agent push back on that a little bit. I think, why are you playing the minutia game on that at this point? So I do think, to bring it back to the fans real quick, I do think there might be an added level of, this guy's being paid like a top flight, one of ones type receiver. The production has to be there, but it is going to be tricky in the 49er offense. Typically what happens, though, and look, I know this from Cover the Warriors, right? It's always the guys. You always look at the big money guys you always look at the big money guys when your true top guys don't come through or aren't there.
Yep.
So I think where the pressure really ramps up is, it's going to be, Christian McCaffrey maybe doesn't have a big game one game, or Debo doesn't have a big game one game, or maybe those guys are dealing with a little bit of injury, and so there are going to be more opportunities for somebody like Aiyuk to perform and carry. And if he doesn't perform and carry in those situations, then I think that's where maybe the fan base gets a little bit frustrated. But I think that's even, far down the line. I think at this point everybody's just happy Aiyuk is back. I think once the real games start being played, I think a lot of this stuff calms down as long as the 49ers are winning. And this gives the Niners their best chance. I've said it for months. Pay the man. Figure it out later. Who has to come and go and may need to be restructured. But this team needed to be all in for one final shot this season at trying to win a Super Bowl.
The most thorough perspective you will find. That's why we come to John Dickinson, KNBR's own. JD, thank you so much for joining us here on Sports Phone this evening.
Carey, really appreciate it, my man. Thank you.
All right, he is John Dickinson and really is as good as it gets in breaking down the state of the San Francisco 49ers, the state of the Golden State Warriors. That's why we have JD on here. He is fantastic. Brings that boots-on-the-ground perspective from his reporting down in Santa Clara. He's been covering the 49ers in this Brandon Aiyuk situation closely all offseason, and always appreciate his thoughts on these pressing situations in the event of breaking news, as good as it gets. So looking forward to hearing JD on the airwaves all season long, talking about the 49ers. And coming up next, a little more on Brandon Aiyuk. We've heard from you throughout the evening, 415-808-KNBR. The calls, the texts have been great on our Golden State Lumber text line as well. When we come back, I have some thoughts on what this Brandon Aiyuk signing, what this extension means for the San Francisco 49ers. They've kind of been percolating in my mind. I've talked about them a little bit throughout the offseason, but we'll go a lot more in-depth now that he is going to be back on the practice field, now that the 49ers are rolling toward this 2024 season, and we are rolling with you here on Sports Phone until 9 o'clock this evening. I'm Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Phone KNBR. More when we come back. You're listening to KNBR, the sports leader.
This is Greg Papa, your voice of 49ers football. Papa and Lund, 10 to 2, right here
on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco. Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
McCaffrey runs around Purdy, pressured. Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Aiyuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Aiyuk is on fire! Just in time!
And what a great move to snag and just throw Cam Sutton off of him and get a release to the inside. And Brock right on time, slamming it right in between two defenders as he bought some time moving to the left. That is a big-time play.
All right, we are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. And, folks, this is the show that I've been wanting to do for well over a month now. Every single night when I've gone to bed, every single day when I've woken up, I've wondered, are we going to get the news? Because this has kind of been hanging over Sports Phone and really every other show that I've done here. Filled in for Tolbert, filled in for Copes over the last month, talking 49ers football leading into the September 9th opener against the New York Jets. I've wondered, are we finally going to get clarity on Brandon Aiyuk in this contract situation? Because I do think that prior to Aiyuk signing the 4-year, $120 million extension today, that there was some uncertainty here that didn't exist in the Deebo Samuel negotiations, in the Nick Bosa negotiations, in the not long and not drawn out at all Christian McCaffrey negotiations that took place earlier this offseason. There was the real chance, and I really do believe this, even as of yesterday I believe this, that the 49ers could have traded Brandon Aiyuk, and they could have blown up a relationship that I think has been so positive and so productive for this team. A first-round draft pick who's turned into Brock Purdy's leading receiver, one of the most dependable receivers in the NFL, a big play threat. I really do believe that if Brandon Aiyuk was unreasonable and if the 49ers were going to be extremely stubborn and not necessarily live up to their end of the bargain and pay their wide receiver the market value that he had earned to this point in his career, that we could have seen a trade, that we could have seen Aiyuk shipped to New England, shipped to Pittsburgh, shipped to Cleveland, any one of these deals that have theoretically come together or have reportedly come together over the last month. 49ers could have taken one. They could have taken the risk and simply sent Aiyuk out, although the acquiring team wouldn't have added Brandon Aiyuk if not for Brandon Aiyuk agreeing to an extension on their terms. And so when he passed up the New England Patriots and when he passed up the Cleveland Browns, you started to think, okay, there's really only a few other ways this plays out. One of them, the 49ers simply say, we are no longer looking for opportunities to trade you. We are no longer considering what other teams out there might think. You are going to have to play on that fifth-year option that comes with the privilege of being a first-round draft pick in the NFL. Or you are going to have to take the extension that we've offered that has been on the table for you since the month of April. But fortunately for the 49ers, and fortunately for Brandon Aiyuk, and most fortunately for anyone who wants to see this team win the 6th Super Bowl in franchise history, get over that hump and reach the mountaintop in the NFL, they got the deal done. 4 years, $120 million, and maybe the most tense negotiation of the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan era. Again, we don't know all the details of how the Deebo negotiations went, of how the Nick Bosa negotiations went, of how the Trent Williams negotiations are unfolding. But we do know that so much of this with Brandon Aiyuk played out in the open, played out in the media. There was a formal trade request right before training camp. Again, timing that didn't necessarily make sense to me because as the player, you have the most leverage if you make that request prior to the start of the NFL draft. He didn't, but he still made that request prior to the start of training camp. He held in, which to some was a good sign. At least to me initially, I thought, okay, he's invested in the team. He's showing up for meetings. He doesn't want to miss too much. It could also be interpreted as he wants to be a distraction. He wants to be on the radar of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. He wants them to know that every passing day he's not out there, they are losing something at the receiver position. And so I went back and forth in my mind. Is a deal going to get done? Are they going to trade Brandon Aiyuk elsewhere? Would the 49ers potentially compromise the strength of their offense? The passing game? Would they compromise their overall ability as a team and just say, to heck with it? These negotiations aren't worth it. This player isn't worth it. But today they get the deal done. This afternoon, on my way into the studio, Tolbert and Copes break the news on air. Derek Papa actually broke the news on air. 4 years, $120 million, $76 million guaranteed, and it is exactly the type of deal that we thought was possible all along. Tim Kawakami was on right after the news broke. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, who wrote a great Brandon Aiyuk column yesterday, by the way, about kind of the tense situation down in Santa Clara and the nature of these negotiations, how things had really turned after the 49ers had to set their 53-man roster, include Brandon Aiyuk on it. That's when the pressure really ramped up. I think over the last 24, 28, 32 hours, we really saw the pressure ramp up on Brandon Aiyuk, because when he did not take the practice field as the 49ers began preparations for taking on the New York Jets on Monday, September 9th, there was an understanding that he is costing the 49ers the opportunity to roster someone else. He is hurting the 49ers from a depth perspective, and he is hurting their ability to be at full speed and full strength when they take on a Jets team that, oh, by the way, regardless of how much of a circus act, or if that's not the word you want to use, how uncertain that Jets offense is with Aaron Rodgers at the quarterback position, the Jets defense is pretty good. And the Jets defense will challenge Brock Purdy and challenge the 49ers and Christian McCaffrey, who has been injured for much of training camp in the preseason, come September 9th. And so they needed Brock Purdy out there. They needed him working with Brandon Aiyuk, and they needed Aiyuk on the field catching passes from Purdy in the lead-up to Week 1. And so the deal gets done. And I think we can all breathe the sigh of relief, knowing that despite how tense things were, despite how uncertain things looked, and despite how close these two sides came to potentially giving up on one another, Brandon Aiyuk is going to be catching passes for the San Francisco 49ers on Monday, September 9th. And when he does, if he scores, a lot of this is going to be forgotten. It's not all going to be forgotten. It will be brought up in future negotiations, future off seasons. We will continue to study the way that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Jed York operate. We'll study the way that players look for leverage against this 49ers regime. And these negotiations that Aiyuk and the 49ers had, this will come up. This will come up in the future. But fortunately for the 49ers, this deal is done. This thing can be part of the past. And I do believe that this is a fair market value deal that will make Brandon Aiyuk a very happy, a very satisfied player at the wide receiver position. So I'm looking forward to him getting back out on the practice field. I'm looking forward to seeing the 49ers at full strength. And I'm looking forward, quite honestly, to something that I've talked about for much of the offseason, which is a wide open offense for the San Francisco 49ers. I believe that this year, more than ever, since Kyle Shanahan became the head coach in San Francisco with this 49ers franchise, the 49ers will open up the passing game. It will be, to a degree, not necessarily on par with the most pass-happy offenses in the NFL, but to a degree not seen before during the Shanahan era. I think right now, with Shanahan at the helm calling plays and Brock Purdy entering his second full season as the 49ers quarterback, third de facto season after he took over via the injury to Jimmy Garoppolo in 2022 and played the majority of the snaps that year, I think that Shanahan has more confidence in Purdy than he's ever had in a 49ers quarterback, the most confidence he's had in a quarterback dating back to Matt Ryan in the 2016 season when he won the MVP with the Atlanta Falcons. And I believe that you are going to see an offense where Brock Purdy's ripping the football deep down the field, where the 49ers are passing on first down more often than ever before, and they needed Brandon Aiyuk under contract to make it all possible. They needed Brandon Aiyuk practicing for a full week ahead of this New York Jets game on Monday, September 9th, to give themselves the chance to be the best version of themselves. because this 49ers offense under Kyle Shanahan has been special. With Brock Purdy at the helm as the starting quarterback, 17-4 with the 49ers, he's been awesome. Has exceeded every last expectation. But for Brock Purdy to be at his best, and for the 49ers to get the most out of their quarterback, who's still on his rookie deal, they needed to give him every weapon to succeed. And Brandon Aiyuk is a big piece to this puzzle. Player who went up over 1,300 receiving yards last year, second team All-Pro, in a tier of the top 5-10 wide receivers in the NFL. And no, he may not catch as many passes as Amon-Ra St. Brown, may not catch as many passes or go for as many yards as CeeDee Lamb. But in this 49ers offense, he showed he can be increasingly important over the last 2 years. He showed that he's Brock Purdy's number one target. And the 49ers show that when Brandon Aiyuk is playing well, they are at their best. It frees up Christian McCaffrey. It frees up Deebo Samuel. There's less pressure on George Kittle. And this 49ers offense can get rolling. To me, they were still one of the best NFC teams without him on the field because of all they've done to fortify this offense. Because Brock Purdy, I do believe, will take a step forward. But with Brandon Aiyuk back, they're unquestionably, in my mind, the best offense in the NFC. And we will see them have the opportunity to defend their crown as the best team in the NFC. Come Monday, September 9th, I should say. Don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Monday, September 9th, against the New York Jets when the 49ers take the field for this 2024 season. So again, now that Brandon Aiyuk is here, 4 years, $120 million guaranteed, the 49ers will open this offense up. Mark my words, you will see a Kyle Shanahan passing attack unlike those that we've seen before in San Francisco. You will see less reliance on the running game. You will see Brock Purdy be afforded opportunities to air the ball out that maybe Jimmy Garoppolo and other quarterbacks in San Francisco haven't been in the past. The level of trust is there, and now the level of talent surrounding Brock Purdy is there. I'm Kerry Crowley. This show is Sports Phone KNBR. We are rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on KNBR this evening. Your calls, your text, 415-808-KNBR is the number. Like I said at the top of this segment, this is the show I've been wanting to do all summer long. And folks, August 29th, it's finally here. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we're back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here this evening. As we are often on Sports Phone, whenever there's a big Bay Area sports topic, whenever there's pressing and breaking news, we bring in our friend from SF Gate, Alex Simon. Alex, kind enough to join us this evening. Alex, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful, but I can't imagine I'm doing better than Brandon Aiyuk tonight, Kerry.
That is well said. I said, look, we've got this pressing topic. I've been talking about it for about the last 2 hours now. Brandon Aiyuk signs the 4-year, $120 million contract. When I initially reached out to you today, I said, well, we kind of got to talk about this Giants mess that's on our hands. And fortunately, Alex, I've avoided a giant mess for much of the evening here. It's been all Aiyuk all the time, and for good reason, huh?
I certainly think, look, this could not have been better times for so many reasons for the sake of KNBR's conversation. But more to the point, too, is that, I think the Bay Area fan base has been in a bit of a funk, especially as this saga and the Trent Williams contract situation, which is still yet unresolved, have dragged through the preseason. I think Bay Area fans have just kind of been in a funk. So to have something like this come, especially after yesterday's big bummer of, Kyle and John both saying, like, we expect him to be practicing, and then he didn't practice. This, I kind of wrote about this at SF Gate, but this is a collective sigh of relief that you're feeling throughout the Bay Area, that this big looming issue that certainly felt like it was going to cause a disruption to the Super Bowl chances, it's gone now. And now there's one more left, but that one feels like you just give him whatever he wants and you go.
How much do you think the way that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday created a sense of urgency for Brandon Aiyuk? Because to me, it became abundantly clear in their words, we're kind of done looking for trade opportunities, and who knows when this deal might be pulled off the table. You might have to just play out your fifth-year option. To me, Brandon Aiyuk was simply running out of time and running out of options, and he still made out with a really good deal.
Yeah, I certainly, have seen the reporting from Adam Schefter that said this is the same deal that was offered to him on August 10th. Now, obviously, Aiyuk's agent has since kind of said that's factually inaccurate to Schefter's report, but it does feel as if, the Niners were getting to the point where they were going to say this offer has been pulled off. The way negotiation works, you can have an offer out there, but if that offer gets verbally retracted in that regard, you no longer can sign the deal because two parties have to sign a deal. So if one party pulled back from the offer, then I think it would have been there. I did laugh. Diana Rossini at The Athletic called it a massive waste of 3 months about this move. And look, there is going to be people who feel that way. And I certainly have had moments during all of this where I think I myself, you probably, Kerry, every Niner fan out there has been, what in the world is taking so long? Mm-hmm. But, in some ways, the process here does not matter. If the result is Brandon Aiyuk is on the practice field and happy with the new deal, and the 49ers have the best chance to win the Super Bowl of any team, not just in the NFC, but you could argue in the NFL.
Yeah. It's a really good point, and it brings me to my next question, which is, okay, let's fast forward to Monday, September 9th. 49ers take on the New York Jets in their season opener, and let's say Brandon Aiyuk scores a touchdown and the 49ers win. How much is all of this just behind us, or are there any lingering feelings about the way that this unfolded? Because it was so different than some of the other high-profile negotiations the 49ers have had under John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. How quickly do you think 49ers will put this in the rearview mirror if Brandon Aiyuk just shows up and produces from day one?
I mean, if he scores a touchdown against the Jets, I think he's going to get a rousing applause from the 49er fans. This is a thing that I've heard made points by various folks on KNBR and elsewhere. This is a move, and this contract now means Brandon Aiyuk can no longer have a bad game in anonymity the way that he has with the 49ers before. The Niners may not go to him too often at times because a game state says McCaffrey gets most of these carries or Devo's the star. But he can no longer have those games and be anonymous after a game and, not talk to the media or do various things and kind of hide in the shadows. He now makes an amount of money that you are expected to produce at a superstar level, even if that's within the 49er offense. Whether that happens every game, we'll see. I bet there will be a lot of people inside the building who want Brandon to have a big game on that Monday night game, given the spotlight that this whole saga has gotten, given everything else at the wide receiver position. I mean, look, there's a lot of people who thought that the CeeDee Lamb deal was going to basically mean Aiyuk would never sign with the Niners at this point because he's going to want close to that. He took far less than that here. And so I think it kind of ended up being around where we all would have thought was fair relative to what his production has been, relative to his importance to the Niner offense, but also to the lack of importance in this specific offense, given the other superstars there. But I think the fan base is going to be happy to have it in the fold, and it will cause questions later on. But if you go catch a touchdown week one, you're getting a huge cheer from this fan base.
Yeah, very well said. Alex Simon, sports editor at SF Gate, kind enough to join us here on the UMA guest line, breaking down the big news of the day. And Alex, as soon as this deal got done, the first thing that kind of popped into my mind was huge Deebo Samuel season loading. Like, everyone now knows, all the opponents know that Brandon Aiyuk is making $30 million a year. You just said he can't have a bad game. There's no anonymity for him. This is all setting up for Deebo Samuel to slide right in there and go off for more than 1,000 yards this year, have a great year as a wide back, and not be the focal point of everyone's attention, maybe even every opposing defensive coordinator's attention.
And look, Deebo basically at this point is now in a contract year all over again. And a lot of people have made note that him producing so well in this training camp and through preseason in terms of what he was doing at practices maybe made the Niners feel like, well, we could be okay without Aiyuk if Deebo's the guy for the next year. But the way his contract is set up, next year's not guaranteed. Everybody kind of understands they have to make big decisions after this season, and it's going to come down to either Deebo or Kittle. Everybody is kind of assuming it's going to be Deebo. But if you're Deebo now and you're in a contract year, either you're playing for a great contract with the 49ers where they say, we really just can't get rid of you and we'll swallow whatever bullets we have to in order to keep you next year, or you're playing to find your next home and your next contract when the Niners are looking to trade you in this next offseason. So it's certainly everybody on this roster now that is set up around the offense, around McCaffrey, who got paid this offseason, and around Aiyuk, who now has obviously gotten the huge payday, is kind of in a prove-it year between Deebo and Kittle, and probably only one of them is going to get to stay after this year. Mm-hmm. So it certainly sets up for a fascinating season where both of those guys are going to want touches. They're going to want to be in space, but they also are going to have to do what the Niners want them to do. And I think you would hope that they are ready to do that, if that even includes blocking for 60% of McCaffrey runs in a game.
Yeah. Before we had you on, I kind of gave our listeners this hypothesis that I think that Kyle Shanahan's going to open up this offense in a pass-happy way more than ever before, because he wants to see what Brock Purdy hasn't. Not that he hasn't already, but he really wants to see a lot more from Brock Purdy before the 49ers potentially give him $55, $60 million. And the NFL has just evolved to a point where I think that Kyle sees that 11 personnel, 10 personnel can really benefit you. And I don't think the 49ers are going to be as run-heavy as they are in the past. What do you think about that hypothesis?
It's certainly, I'm with you in the idea of the personnel changing. It also, though, by doing that, Kerry, might also make it an easier way to run the football. Because if you are sitting in 11 personnel, which is one running back, one tight end, 3 wide receivers, it means usually defenses are going to have 5 defensive backs. Those are a lot easier to run against with a guy like McCaffrey or a guy like Deebo coming across on the jet sweep or anything like that. It certainly feels like the NFL is shifting away from the idea of needing 2 tight ends on the field if you're going to be a run-heavy team. And frankly, I think the Niners have sometimes telegraphed what they're doing too much based off of the personnel they have out. If Juszczyk's out on the field, or if now Eric Saubert, who's the blocking tight end that everyone expects to be, is out on the field, are people going to just assume run so heavily that it makes it easier to stop? If you go with running out of pass-happy sets that's there, then again, you could also RPO it. You could do several things. I do agree with you, though. I think they want one more year of checking Brock Purdy's ceiling and highest of high-limit potentials on the passing game before they decide, all right, yeah, we're going to give you $60 million a year for the next 4 or 5, whatever many years, and we're comfortable with you as our quarterback of the present and the future in that regard.
Yeah.
Because if they aren't, that's going to become maybe an even bigger contract saga than we've ever seen the 49ers have. And after 2 years of it, or 5, depending on how much you really thought the Deebo and the Kittle and the Fred Warner contract sagas were sagas, if this happens to be a big saga next year, I think Niner fans are just going to want to be tuned out.
Yeah, very well said. So, Alex, let me ask you this, because this is something popped up about an hour after the Aiyuk extension news dropped. Diana Rossini of The Athletic put this out there, that the 49ers had reached out to the Denver Broncos to inquire about trading for Cortland Sutton. If they were to give up Brandon Aiyuk, they would do it in a deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers where the Broncos would then get a third-round pick from the 49ers. It would ultimately work as kind of a three-team trade, which isn't allowed in the NFL, but this was a way around it. The 49ers would get Sutton, the Steelers would get Aiyuk, they'd get him on the extension, and the Broncos would get a third-round pick. The Broncos passed that up. Does that surprise you at all?
I feel like it's a little bit surprising because of the fact that the Broncos seem to be in a rebuilding mode. But, if you're the Broncos and you knew that the offer was, generally speaking, a second and a third from the Steelers to the Niners for Aiyuk, I could see you wanting to hold out to get the second rounder for Sutton, especially since he's cost-controlled. I believe he still had another year or two before he would be extension eligible on his rookie deal. He's clearly somebody that I think would fit really well into what the Niners do. So I can see why the Broncos said, you know what, if this is what the value is, we're going to ask you for the higher pick. And the Niners said, whoa, no, we don't want to give up the second rounder within this move, if this is all that we're accepting to try to make this work. If you're the 49ers and you looked at trading away Brandon Aiyuk and you got back from it a third rounder from the Steelers, who you just made better by trading them Aiyuk, and Cortland Sutton, who undoubtedly is a good player and would fit really well in with the Niners, I just don't know if he was the Super Bowl capable player. And at that point, you're giving up a lot to lower your chances of winning the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, let's end with this because it feels like you and I can't have a conversation on KNBR without talking Giants. So one last question, and it is Giants related. How much trouble is Farhan Zaidi in?
I certainly think the way that this month has gone is setting up to be the biggest disaster possible for Farhan, because this was the month in which you needed to surge into contention. And if you fell apart in September, you fell apart in September. But what we've already seen is they put a few guys on waivers just to see if somebody will take their money. I have no doubt in my mind that we'll find out that Michael Conforto was also thrown through waivers just to see if somebody wanted to take a flyer on him. And you've basically put yourself into irrelevancy with a month to go. On top of that, Harry, not to take it back to the Niners just made the move that makes everybody back interested in them as a Super Bowl team all over again, and we would likely expect them to do that with Trent Williams at some point here soon, too. If you wanted to find yourself fading into irrelevancy in this market at the worst possible time, the Giants are doing that, and it's setting up Farhan where unless these young guys that he is going to give all the time to, if all of these moves happen before August 31st with the waiver guys, it's going to basically put Farhan in these guys need to make a September surge to the playoffs. Otherwise, what is the direction of this franchise on the baseball field with the MLB team? Right now, it feels like there is none, and that is probably the way he gets fired.
Pretty much. I mean, there's nothing I can argue with that. There's almost nothing I can ever argue with, which is why I have you on so much. Alex, thank you so much for your time. Always so generous with us, and always appreciate your guest spots here on Sports Phone.
Anytime, Terry. You take care.
All right, he is Alex Simon, and yeah, like I said, not much I can argue with that one. Really, Farhan Zaidi and the San Francisco Giants, we haven't talked about them much this evening, but I do think patience is wearing thin among Giants fans. I've said all season long that it's been one step forward, two steps back, and what was the Milwaukee Brewers series? One step forward, two steps back. They're at the point where they've taken so many steps back that, man, it is rough. So when we come back, Michael Loganov going to join me because our NBA analyst is here to break down the biggest contract signed by a Bay Area sports figure today. That is Steph Curry, 1 year, $62.6 million deal. Of course, Brandon Aiyuk gets the 4-year, $120 million deal done, but when a legend signs a contract, we have to honor that too. So more coming up next year listening to Sports Phone, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
want your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sports Phone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, we're back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock here this evening. A pleasure to be breaking down the biggest signings in Bay Area sports today. And folks, when the news broke on Brandon Aiyuk, I knew we had to talk about it pretty much all evening. But we also have to talk about another signing, and that is Steph Curry inking a one-year, $62.6 million extension with the Golden State Warriors. Here to help us break it down and the state of the Warriors, our friend, NBA analyst and former college basketball player Michael Loganoff. Michael, welcome to the KNBR airwaves.
Thank you very much, Kerry. It's always a pleasure to chat some Dubs with you. How are you?
Yeah, looking forward to this. I mean, look, when we first connected this morning and said, hey, we got to talk contracts, we got to talk superstars, I was not anticipating today would be the day that we'd be talking Steph Curry. Excuse me. I thought today would be the day we'd be talking Steph Curry. I didn't anticipate we'd be talking Brandon Aiyuk, huh?
Well, I mean, one of those deals is team friendly, and I don't think it's the NFL players.
Well said. So we've talked Aiyuk all night long here on the Leader. 4 years, $120 million. And you mentioned team friendly. The 1 year extension, $62.6 million that will keep Steph Curry with the Golden State Warriors through the 2026-2027 season. Why do you think he signed this deal right now?
I mean, I think Steph signed the deal just to show commitment to the franchise. I think ultimately Steph knows that he understands the chessboard that the front office had to work with this offseason. He knows that, there are some strings that they can pull. There are some strings that they can't pull. He knows what he means to the franchise, and the franchise knows what Steph means to it. So thus, that's why they're able to give him this, 1 year, $63 million offer, which I would imagine that come that season, he will be the highest paid player in the NBA and one of the oldest players in the NBA. But I say team friendly because ultimately, Kerry, I mean, Steph doesn't need to take that extension.
Yeah.
He's a superstar. He's a once in a generation kind of player, first ballot kind of guy, as we know. And so him taking the extension, I think, is a show of good faith of, hey, I know you guys are trying. And I want you guys to keep trying. He's put a little bit of pressure with some of what he said on the front office to make a move. So I think he's probably content. And realistically, too, I know his salary is going up, but as the salary cap increases in the NBA over the next couple of years, too, I would venture to guess, I haven't run the numbers yet. We don't know what the salary cap is going to be in the last year of his contract, but I would say proportionally, his salary to our salary cap is probably going to be in a similar sort of a range, maybe 1% or 2% higher, which ultimately you're paying for Steph. You're paying for what he's done for the franchise. You give him that contract and you give him the money.
Father time comes for everyone, but it is amazing watching the way that Team USA performed at the Olympics, Michael, how Steph Curry, LeBron James, and Kevin Durant carried that team to a gold medal. There were young superstars on that roster. Jason Tatum sat. Tyrese Halliburton was content watching from the sidelines. He was thrilled. I mean, tweeting about his group project that he didn't do any work on. I mean,
he got the A on the group project.
It's amazing. And yet, Steph Curry continues to defy the aging curve. Do you think that there's any way that the Warriors felt better about giving Steph Curry this extension, knowing that, hey, it is going to carry into his age 38 season, but at the same time, he's not slowing down. That's pretty clear from the way that things played out for Team USA.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It was great to see Steph really, kind of be that human torch again against Serbia and against France, because leading, towards the latter part of the season this past year, and we saw it even the year prior, he kind of got a little worn down, right? You could tell he needs a little bit of help on the team to kind of create shots, to let him take time off of possessions here and there, let him, be more of an off-ball kind of a guy. But we were able to see him really find that rhythm and find that the flow of the game and letting it really come to him and attack and find his spots once he kind of saw a few of those shots go down, you could just tell the demeanor. And it was back to that old Steph that we were used to watching almost a decade ago, running off of a screen, breaking a guy down off the bounce, hitting the tough fadeaway jumper that has no business going in. I mean, it was great to see that, and it shows that, yeah, he still has it. But I think also, too, what that shows the front office is, he needs someone that's not just a number 2 scorer, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I think I think Kuminga is going to have a good year. Do I think he's going to take that huge leap to be that second option that we really need? I don't think so. And the reason why is it doesn't just come to doesn't come down to the amount of points that you put up, right? Because I would not be surprised if Kuminga is putting up 20-plus points a game this season. But the difference is the manner in which he's doing that. And so when you think about a half-court setting, think about the amount of times when you watch the tape, when you watch the games, that, Kuminga will beat his guy off the bounce. He'll have him on his hip, and then another defender steps up, and then he picks the ball up, brings it over his head, doesn't necessarily know where to do with it, doesn't have that feel, or, gets himself into a position where he's jumping to pass and he throws a bad pass to a teammate or he turns the ball over. And so it's going to come down to needing someone that can really be that secondary option to break guys down off the dribble, to allow Steph to play the way he did as we saw on Team USA, right? Yeah. And so that's kind of to tie those two things together there. But I'll pause, Carey.
No, it was great. I mean, it was so fun watching Steph compete at that level again because there was a certain part of me, Michael, that felt like as the season waned down and you got to the end of 2024 and the Warriors are bouncing the play-in, we might never see him reach that kind of a stage again. And I totally forgot that the Olympics could provide that atmosphere. And so it was really fun. And at the same time, it was a very interesting Olympic arc for Steph Curry because he was not the team MVP of the gold medalist squad. He really struggled in the early rounds and he couldn't get going, but ultimately he showed up when it mattered most. That's kind of been a theme throughout his career of, hey, when the game is on the line, when the season is on the line, he's going to be at his best. The Warriors learn anything from how Steph played in the Olympics, and did it mean anything for the front office?
I mean, I think it goes to show them that he still has the ability to be an elite player. I would still put Steph in the top 10 in the NBA this year for me. I think he can still be the best player on a championship team. But I think with the way that the roster is currently constructed, I think it also showed the front office that, hey, I think we're going to need one more true guy here, because ultimately, Carey, right now, the way that we've structured it, there's two ways to look at it. It's, one, we missed out on the Markkanen sweepstakes, which is, I think, all things considered okay based on what we've read and what we've seen come out of Utah after that. But equally, it shows us that, okay, we have some time to see how this roster comes together, right? If the moves that we made around the edges will help. If we need to try and move some pieces to bring in a true secondary option and a true second star to play alongside Steph. So we get that time and that leeway, but equally, if we don't make a move and if we're going to end up being in the 7th or 8th seed, then that's just an injustice to Steph. Yeah. So if we're there at the trade deadline and we're not making a move and we're just hoping that Kuminga makes a second half of the season leap, or the same thing happens with Pods or TJD or anyone else, I mean, hope's not a strategy. So I hope that they don't just rest on their laurels and say, okay, we had a decent offseason. Let's just see how this plays out, because they need to make some sort of a move, because what it showed us is that Steph still can be that guy. Yeah. Right? He's the reason why we won against Serbia and the reason why we beat France for the gold medal. He is the reason why. And so it shows that on a team, even with LeBron and KD and D-Book and everyone else, all the best players from our country, he can be the reason, he can be the guy that leads that team to a championship. Yeah. And so that tells the same thing to the front office. Yeah, very well said. Michael Logan, a former college basketball player, NBA analyst, joining us here on Sports Phone. Did it a few times toward the end of the NBA playoffs and definitely going to be doing it more as the Warriors training camp ramps up next month. Michael, as you look at this Warriors offseason, how would you grade the front office's moves? We know about the missed Paul George pursuit. We know about the failed Lauri Markkanen pursuit, and obviously Utah ultimately wanted to sign him to that long-term extension. But they do get this deal done with Steph today to ensure that he's here through 2026, 2027. Does that change your perspective at all of the work that's been done this offseason? I don't think, frankly, re-signing Steph right now because it happened at this point in time in the offseason is necessarily going to improve my grade. I think, it's great that we did it, but if that would have happened next offseason, that'd be the same thing. I would be ecstatic, but I wouldn't. I almost think that, Steph wanted to be a Warrior for life. It's baked in. Whatever he wants, you just give it to him, right? So that's going to be, we're going to watch that, and we're going to look at the new additions and subtractions. And, you know, I would, you know, some people might think this is harsh, but in the world of grade inflation, Carrie, that grades don't inflate when I'm doing the evaluation. So I would say someone has to take a sober look at what happened. And I would say, you know, if we take a C, a 75 as being average, being okay, we were the exact same team as we were last season. I think that we've made some moves around the edges to improve. I'd give us a C+. Okay, we were probably a 78% out of 100. We got a little bit better, but not substantially better. No real needle movers, but some pieces that might be able to help us. And I think it was, you know, I was looking at actually the Warriors, I think it was the last 40 games of last season, and I think we finished 27-13. Don't exactly quote me on that. But if you actually extrapolate that over an 82-game season, that puts us at about 55, 56 wins. Mm-hmm. So assuming health, assuming Draymond can stay on the court, assuming that we're able to play with a rhythm and a flow, and to be able to find ways for all these different new pieces and pieces that left to find a way for the team to complement one another, kind of the way we saw in those last 40 games when we're like, oh, wow, the Warriors actually might have a chance. If they can win some more games here down the stretch, maybe get a 7 or an 8 seed and sneak their way into the playoffs, and who knows? And so I think, you know, this roster, the way it's currently constructed, has the opportunity to kind of be in that 50 to 55 game with kind of a, what's the word I'm looking for?
Win range, you know, cross the 50-win threshold, be all in in that area. I should say.
Be in the mix, right? And so, but nothing that we've done is going to put us over the hump, right? To say, okay, this is a team that's going to be in that 55 to 60 win range, right? And I think where we're at right now, it's anywhere from the 6 to the 8 seed, you know, and that's being optimistic. That's with health. That's with good chemistry within the team, and that's with, frankly, Draymond being able to stay on the floor.
Yeah, very well said. So, Michael, I will leave you with this because the theme of tonight's show has been Brandon Aiyuk and the deal that he got done with the San Francisco 49ers today. Obviously, a long, drawn-out negotiation process, 4 years, $120 million for one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, second-team All-Pro last year. Does it shock you at all that Andrew Wiggins makes more money on an annual basis, or is that just the way that these sports operate?
Well, it's one of the ways these sports operate, Kerry. But I don't want to kick the Niners when they're down. But one of those two guys is a champion in their sport.
Wow! Well said. One of those guys is a champion indeed. Good stuff, Michael Loganov. Always appreciate the breakdown on the Golden State Warriors, and we will have to do it again as the season draws closer. Thanks, Mike.
Sounds great, Kerry. Thank you.
All right, he is Michael Loganov. Always appreciate his thoughts on the NBA, on the Golden State Warriors, and someone who I look to hear a lot more from as the season draws close, as we just told him there. But again, busy show tonight. Been talking a ton of Brandon Aiyuk. This deal finally gets done. 4 years, $120 million. He signs with the San Francisco 49ers, $76 million guaranteed. And I think that it's fascinating when you juxtapose the negotiation, the deal that got done, the long drawn-out nature of getting a star under contract with, hey, out of the blue, here's Steph Curry signing a 1-year, $62.6 million extension that will keep him with the Golden State Warriors for the next several years because he was already under contract for the next 2. So it's 3 more years for Steph Curry in a Golden State uniform. It's, like Michael said, a sign of confidence that the front office will get this thing figured out. And I look forward to Steph Curry remaining a Warrior for life. So we will wrap up tonight's show talking about that topic, talking about the Curry contract, talking about the Aiyuk contract, and talking about the way that these deals get done, and especially here in the Bay Area sports world. So thanks to everyone who's called in tonight. On the other side, my final thoughts on this day in Bay Area sports. What a day it's been. August 29th. Steph deal, done. Aiyuk deal, done. Kerry Crowley wrapping things up when we come back. You're listening to the Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Kerry Crowley back here with you, wrapping up tonight's show here on Sports Phone KNBR. Very fun evening. As on my way into the studio today, was listening to Tolbert and Copes when the breaking news chime sounded, and quite honestly, I thought it was going to be a sarcastic use of the breaking news chime. I wasn't expecting this Brandon Aiyuk deal to get done today. Just about every night this season, just about every night this summer and of this Giants season, I've thought, hey, the 49ers might get a Brandon Aiyuk deal done. We might have to pivot our show rundown. And today, Derek Papa breaks the news during their show, says that the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk agreed to that 4-year, $120 million contract that will keep him in San Francisco for the foreseeable future. He will help bridge the gap to the next era of 49ers football. Really excited about that. And guess what? It took place about 4 or 5 hours after the Golden State Warriors extended Steph Curry. They gave him that 1 year, $62.6 million extension added on to the 2 years already left on his contract, as we just broke down with Michael Loganov there in our last segment. So really do think that this was a great day in the Bay Area sports world. Really do think that tonight's been a fun show because there are very few opportunities you get in the middle of what's been a rough baseball season for the San Francisco Giants, in the middle of what has felt like a stretch of a month, 2 months of fielding angry calls about the state of this Giants roster and how far Hanzaidi has performed in terms of his job as the president of baseball operations for the Giants, that you just get to sit back, take your foot off the gas pedal, and focus on the other teams, the other sports, the other happenings in the Bay Area sports world. And we were able to do that today. And so obviously a lot of the conversation tonight has centered around Brandon Aiyuk and what this deal means for the 49ers. Talk about how I think that with Aiyuk under contract, with Brock Purdy entering a pivotal season, with Kyle Shanahan showing more confidence in his quarterback than ever before, we're going to see the most wide-open version of this 49ers offense that we've seen in the Shanahan era. We're going to see a more pass-heavy team, not necessarily like 60-40, but I think we could see a 55-45 split this year with the 49ers going much more pass-heavy through the air now that Brandon Aiyuk is under contract, and of course, with all of the confidence that Brock Purdy has inspired in his head coach. And so it's fun to have this kind of a conversation. It's fun to break this down, but also fun to consider that Brandon Aiyuk, not even the biggest contract that was signed in Bay Area sports today, because I do think it's worth describing this Steph Curry contract in a little more detail. It's worth diving into it a little bit more just because of all that he's meant to the Golden State Warriors, and because earlier this offseason, we saw Golden State Warriors legend in Klay Thompson go elsewhere. We saw Klay Thompson ultimately decide to sign with the Dallas Mavericks. It was an unceremonious ending to his tenure with the Warriors. Clearly, both sides wanted a fresh start, and you hate to see that kind of a thing happen. You know that not every legend is going to end his career with the team that he started it with. Look, Willie Mays played for the Mets. Joe Montana played for the Kansas City Chiefs. But there are certain players who you remember staying in one uniform, one jersey for their entire career, and it meaning something. And Buster Posey, obviously a very specific example for the San Francisco Giants that we can point to in recent years, of Posey calling it a day after his 2021 season when he was just sensational for the Giants and just led that 107-win season to the very end of it, playing so well in the NLDS against the Dodgers. I'll never forget that Game 1 home run out to right field off of Walker Buehler that, if it did not hit off that pillar, could have very well been the first Cove shot by a right-handed hitter in Oracle Park history. But now that Steph Curry gets this deal done with the Golden State Warriors, I think it only adds to our belief that he'll be a Warrior for life. And that's not to say that things can't go wrong in the final 3 years of this deal and things can't take a turn for the worse, and that, he can't fall out of favor, or the Warriors can't fall out of favor in his eyes. I don't think he'll ever fall out of favor with the Golden State Warriors. I don't ever see anything like that happening. But I could see if the Warriors need to take a step back, if the Warriors need to reset the roster, Steph saying, look, I'm aging. I got to win. I got to get back to that level that, I've craved to be at for so long. And so for him to sign this deal, it's a show of faith. It's a show of commitment that he understands this ownership group will do everything in its power to get the job done and to get a job done the right way, and that, hey, this Klay Thompson thing happened, but it's not going to deter Steph Curry from trying to take Golden State to the mountaintop again. It's not going to deter him from trying to win at the highest level with this franchise again. And regardless of who's surrounding him, whether it be Draymond Green or other players inside this organization, that he believes that it's entirely possible. So I think it's a great day for the Golden State Warriors. I think it's a great day, of course, for the San Francisco 49ers to get Brandon Aiyuk under contract. But I think it's also a great day for Bay Area sports fans and to realize what we've got here, because there's been so many nights this summer where I've sat around and talked about how the Giants are lacking for star power and how the only way that this organization is going to get out of its own way is to develop a homegrown superstar and is to bring in someone who is a true A-list guy and bring him in for the long haul. Because I think that Blake Snell is an A-list guy. He's proven at times this season, especially with the no-hitter, that he can be one of the best, if not the best, starting pitcher in Major League Baseball when his stuff is on. But we also knew that if his stuff was on this year, he was going elsewhere. So there wasn't going to be that type of fan attachment that exists when you've got players who are playing at the highest level, like a Brandon Aiyuk can as a second-team All-Pro guy last year, like a Christian McCaffrey can as one of the best players in the NFL, like a Brock Purdy can, as he proved last season when he finished fourth in MVP voting. And, of course, there's no better example of a player who fans want to get attached to and want to see for really the rest of his career in the same jersey as Steph Curry. And that's part of what I think makes this whole thing so cool is Brandon Aiyuk, in many ways, I think, had to sign this deal. And I don't think the 49ers were going to give him the option after he turned down potential trades to the New England Patriots and Cleveland Browns. I don't think they were going to give him the option of playing elsewhere at this point. I think it was going to be, hey, you're either going to take this deal, you're going to play on your fifth-year option, or that's it. You're going to hold out. And I think that Brandon Aiyuk, over the last 24, 48 hours, came to the realization that he had to do this. He had to sign this contract based on the decisions that he'd made this offseason. Request a trade? Sure. 49ers set up a trade? Sure. But you don't accept those deals? Tough. You're going to have to come to one solution, whether you like it or not. And the 49ers ultimately got that deal done. But Steph Curry's deal was different. He didn't have to sign this contract with the Golden State Warriors. He didn't have to say, hey, at age 38, I know where I want to be. 2 years from now, even staring down an uncertain future for this franchise, I know exactly where I need to be. But he did that today. And I think that, like watching Buster Posey for his entire career in San Francisco with the Giants, Warriors fans who've seen Steph play at the highest level, who've seen him take the franchise to heights they never could have imagined, will ultimately one day, I do believe that it will happen, get to see Steph Curry retire as a member of the Golden State Warriors and get to go out being a one-team player through his career, which, when you look at the NBA and you consider the two guys who Steph Curry won the gold medal with this year, who really propelled Team USA to the gold medal with in Paris, LeBron James, 3-4 teams in his NBA career, Kevin Durant, 4, 5, 6 teams in his NBA career. It means something to Steph Curry to have that one relationship with the one franchise and be the pillar. I mean, he got the Chase Center built. Sure, Joe Lake could put the money up, but they don't have that money without Steph Curry transforming the franchise. They don't have the people filling Chase Center without Steph Curry making the Warriors a must-watch team. And he's still doing it. At age 36, age 37, age 38, that is the projection that Steph and the Warriors have made, that he'll still be able to do it, that he'll still be worth watching, and that he'll still be capable of carrying an NBA team and carrying now what I consider one of the NBA's flagship franchises. One of the reasons that the TV money has exploded, one of the reasons Steph Curry's able to earn $62.6 million 3 years from now, is because Steph has drawn eyeballs to the sport. And so when we had Michael on a few minutes ago and he said that it was a team-friendly contract, an owner-friendly contract, $62.6 million for 1 year for an age 38 player, and yeah, I do believe it, because Steph has meant that much, an invaluable contribution to the Golden State Warriors. And the San Francisco 49ers can only hope that all the investments they've made, including their most recent 4 years, $120 million in Brandon Aiyuk, that it pays off well for them. They can only hope that with Brock Purdy at the helm, they finally get over that hump and they reach the level that they've been aspiring to for the last 30 years, winning that Super Bowl title and finishing the job. What a day in Bay Area sports. What a time to be a Bay Area sports fan. And folks, thank you so much for making tonight's show so much fun. I am Kerry Crowley signing off for the evening. I want to thank our producer, Jacob Violante. I want to thank everyone around the KNBR studio who is helping out. I know Kyle was around here. Derek was a great help this afternoon when I first got in here. Walter as well. Tim, of course. A great production team. Bang up job. They make this show so much fun. And quite frankly, they make it all possible. And of course, the loyal listeners out there on the road listening tonight, or if you're at home listening, we do this for you. 808 KNBR, always a privilege and a pleasure to hear your thoughts, your takes, your commentary. It was fun stuff here this evening. So one last time, I'm Kerry Crowley signing off. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball.
Double play!
KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
This is Greg Papa, your voice of 49ers football. Papa and Lund, 10 to 2, right here
on KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco.
An interesting situation. A lot of these guys finally getting signed.